What's going on, everybody? What's going on? It's Xavier Scruggs, and we are here with Bleacher Report. It's trade deadline time. You're watching the trade deadline show with your boy, and we're going to get into everything that's happening right now in Major League Baseball as far as this trade deadline goes. Only a couple more hours until it's all said and done. Get your trades in now, Major League teams, as we are going to be reacting to the latest deadline news, possibly news popping up while we're doing this deadline show. So make sure you stay with me and keep it locked right here. I appreciate everybody that's coming through. We're going to get into it. Let me know in the chat too if there's any team specifically you want to touch on, any players specifically you want to touch on as well. With the trade deadline going down today, we need to know from you guys. I could do this all day just on my own, but I need you guys to let me know what you guys are feeling. As you see, Bleacher Report's MLB trade deadline big board right here. A lot of names still left. A lot of names. We're going to get into everybody that we've already seen traded. The crazy thing is we've already seen a lot of trades pop off already. But as you see, some names that have been talked about. Steven Kwan, outfielder with the Guardians, is somebody that has been on the watch as of recent. Padres have been throwing that name out. Merrill Kelly. Obviously, there's a lot of pitchers starting pitchers that are still available. That is one of the areas in which I think it will go down to the wire because everybody's trying to squeeze out that last bit of value for their players. Merrill Kelly, a huge, to me, that's the best consistent overall pitcher that I think ends up getting dealt today. Dylan Cease, obviously, another standout at the top of the rotation. You look at Mitch Keller, we're looking at names like Griffin Jacks, who obviously has controllability as well. We're getting people popping into the chat now. So I want to make sure I give love to everybody popping into the chat, or some of the people, Big Body 82, talk about Marcell Ozuna getting a big bat. Miami 305, what's good? Hot mic user. PSOR1 talking Sandy Alcantara. Blues Popper in here. Gusto is up in here. Hunter Strange is in here. C Simons 222. What's good, everybody? Make sure you drop the chat. Hit me in the chat. I ain't doing this for me. I'm rapping because I want to hear what you guys have to say. So make sure you're getting into this chat, please. What do we got? We got I'm hitting on some of these other names. Yandy Diaz is a name from Tampa. Just to let you know, I'm here in Tampa. The names that are being thrown around: Brandon Lau, Yandy Diaz. We talking about Pete Fairbanks, a back end closer. We got Padres fans in here. Day 925 said the Mets need a center fielder. Coach SK21, what's Boston doing? We're going to get all into it. Darlin14 talking about the Red Sox. Mets get Kwan for Vientos and Jet. Oh, no. He ready to give up Vientos. What do we got? Oh, we got a lot of Kwan talk. We got to hit the Kwan. Road Dog, do you see the Cubs doing anything more? I hope so. Man, I hope the Cubs, this is a World Series type winning team. So it's interesting. But I think Steven Kwan is kind of where I want to start. And I think about, we're seeing the tweet here now from Jon Morosi. A Steven Kwan trade today is viewed as increasingly likely, sources say. And it's crazy to me because obviously controllability comes with Kwan, but it also tells you about where the Guardians are at. They're at that situation to where it does not look like they are going to go all in. They're not looking to buy. We've already seen the issues with Class A now, caught up in the betting situation. There's only allegation. We don't know exactly what happened, but obviously that's an issue. Same thing with Ortiz. But this is one of the most consistent pieces on the team, right behind Jose Ramirez. So it's crazy to me that this player and Steven Kwan, a Gold Glove outfielder, top of the lineup, type lead off, but also has some of that juice. We're seeing the OPS plus at 112, meaning 12% better than league average as far as production goes. Obviously gets on base. but Stephen Kwan, it looks like he might be dealt today. I want to get to also Sandy Alcantara because that's a huge name that's been thrown out. And we've seen the ups and downs this year, obviously coming back from the Tommy John surgery and whatnot. But I think it's a huge indicator of what the Marlins are looking to do, whether or not they keep him or they end up trading him. We're hearing some things. And look, my production team, they already on it. Sources, the Marlins and the Yankees have had dialogue about either Sandy Alcantara or Edward Cabrera going to the Bronx. And it's interesting to me because Spencer Jones was kind of the prospect that the Yankees had said, no, you know what, we not giving away Spencer Jones, or we being very reluctant to give that into a deal. But now when you're talking about some of these arms that could possibly help the Yankees get to not only the postseason, remember, they have World Series aspirations. And anytime you can deepen a rotation, whether that be Sandy Alcantara, but also the upside of both Sandy Alcantara and Edward Cabrera too. The idea that maybe you buy in a little bit low with the opportunity for them to be much better. And mentioning buying low, look at the ERA, right? So naturally, the president of operations from the Marlins, Peter Bendix, not going to get the normal Sandy Alcantara deal that he'd be looking for. So you look at the ERA 6.36, just not what we've seen previously. The whip at their 1.42. DJ Williamson, is Zach Gallen not on the table? I would believe so. I would believe that every single Diamondback, as we've already seen a couple traded, every single Diamondback that's going into free agency will be on the table. Somebody said Cubs still stink. You guys be killing me in the chat, man. Schmidt to the Arenado to the Mets. Oh, man. We got Paint Shark Jones is a joke. Wow. I'm assuming he's talking about Spencer Jones. C. Ortiz, 718, let's go Yankees. C. Smith, 4732 is in here. Otani to the Pirates. T. McKay, hey, one of the oldies. What's good? LeBron to the Yankees. E. Duff, Painter's untouchable. Okay. Yeah, I was also mentioning, we talked about Edward Cabrera. David Bednar is an interesting name because, like, as we've seen, guys are already going that back end of that bullpen, guys to be able to close out the game, but also high leverage 7th, 8th, 9th inning. So that's another interesting name to keep an eye out. Ryan O'Hearn, I like how we have this on here because middle of the order impact bat that can DH, can play first base. I think that's going to be a huge bat that teams are going to be looking for as we're watching the David Bednar video. And I think another thing about Bednar, which I think the same goes for what we've seen with guys like Ryan McMahon, is you go from an organization that has really struggled and really having a tough time and putting together wins. It's almost like you're trying not to lose, and then you go to an organization where expectation is to win. So I really like that aspect of things. Man, look, I want to. The chat is popping. I got two chats popping right. Colt Rogers is in here. He throwing paragraphs talking about the Brewers cannot play as one of the top 3 teams in the league. They sit idle as the Cubs add pieces. Ortiz is not the answer at third base, shortstop. Hoping we make a big splash. Colt, I'm hoping too. I was kind of hoping, and I know it was dreaming, was the idea of them trying to go after a Eugenio Suarez, right? And trying to be able to get a big bat in the middle of the order, provide some of that juice. Because right now, to me, I feel like, and every team could use an arm, but the Brewers, with where they're at, with what they have in that rotation, the almost a 3-headed monster in Woodruff and fastball Freddie or Freddie fastball, and then looking at Mizorowski, that's dangerous in a postseason series. As well as the back end of that bullpen is flat out nasty, man. We got Dodgers news. They asking for Dodgers news. Mr. Lindo, what's up? Disappointed Cubs didn't grab. Oh, yep. Quan to the Mariners. C. White saying, hey, and if you guys see some news, let me know. Let me know if you see some news. So, because I'm on here with you guys, I need to know if something pops off. Guys, keep me posted. You know what? Let's do this. Let's get into some of the biggest names we've already seen come off the board. Let's just get it. Padres, once again, they don't fail to make the big move. The Padres are always going in on the big move. We've seen them now acquire Mason Miller, as well as J.P. Sears, and it's not a small deal either. You're getting one of the top prospects in Major League Baseball going back, the shortstop going back, 18 years old, ridiculous pop. Leo De Vries, dude is absolutely ridiculous with the stick. They're saying he could be in the big leagues by next year at the age of 19. If not then, by obviously the age of 20 and 2027. So you giving up. They also gave up 3 other dudes: Braden Nett, Henry Baez, and Edriniel Nunez as well. All those are pitchers, 3 pitchers and a shortstop that the Padres gave up. But in return, obviously, you going after Mason Miller, and you now solidify what was already a nasty back end of the bullpen. Don't forget, they already have Suarez as the closer back there. Robert Suarez. Don't forget they have Jason Adam, who was an all-star this year. Adrian Morejon. Like, this is one of the nastiest bullpens already, and one of the top in ERA. No, they are the top in ERA. So now you bring over Mason Miller with 4 years of control, getting paid the league minimum, and you're talking about a powerhouse. And I was looking for the number here. Yes. The San Diego relievers have already pitched to an MLB's best 2.97 earned run average, and they rank 5th with a collective 24% strikeout rate. So you're just adding more of the strikeout stuff. Mason Miller's the hardest thrower in Major League Baseball as well. So more of that high octane velocity. His ERA, not necessarily great this year, but he had a tough May. A little bit early June, but he's been amazing as of recent. He's had 14 innings of 1-run baseball with 18 strikeouts and 4 walks since June 15th. And the strikeout rate is still dominant, 37.3% that he's had since he's stepped foot into the big leagues. Now, another thing that I thought was interesting too is, look, nobody in baseball throws harder than his average 101. Now, guys, I've faced some of the hardest throwers. I faced Chapman, Aroldis Chapman, back when he was throwing 104. He's still throwing 100, by the way. What it does, first of all, to a hitter is you feel like you have to play catch up. You're trying so hard to catch up to the fastball that oftentimes it makes you so susceptible to off speed. And that's where you'll see the slider come in. That's where you'll see guys chasing the high fastball so much, or pitches that are way outside, is because you're so geared up to try to go hit the baseball. And obviously that's one thing that makes Miller flat out disgusting. Miller's 20.4 swinging strike rate trails only Josh Hader, and Fernando Cruz for the top mark among pitchers this season. Look, I want to go to the prospect list that AJ Preller has traded, because I think it's an understanding of, he's not afraid. My man is not afraid to give up the young bucks in order to try to win this season. Look at some of these names. Obviously, Trey Turner, we know what he's doing with the Phillies. I think he still leads Major League Baseball, or right behind Aaron Judge. James Wood, the young national that's making waves, all-star this year, home run derby, Max Fried, Josh Naylor. I didn't even remember some of these names. Like, he's not afraid dudes. He's not afraid to trade dudes. CJ Abrams, Zach Eflin, man, just unreal. Some of these names that we're seeing. Mackenzie Gore, obviously, the big one with the Soto, all those guys going over to the Nationals, huge. What are we saying in the chat? Dude, the chat is popping off. Chat is popping off. So, hey, love to everybody in the chat. Frankie Olmeda, Nolan Watts, what's good? Michael, can the Mets do some shit this deadline? He said, Mets, please do something, man. What do you mean? They got some arms. Let's get into the Mets. let's get into what the Mets did, because they've done some things themselves. Wait, before I get into the Mets, let me get to the next, like, probably biggest trade is Eugenio Suarez, right? So we're seeing the Mariners are obviously they all in. That we've talked so much about them needing a bat. They go get Eugenio Suarez. They give up Tyler Locklear. They give up Hunter Cranton, Juan Burgos as well. But this was the big bat that everybody was kind of loving. Everybody wanted it, but didn't know what it was going to cost. And just a reminder for you guys, let me pull up Suarez's numbers real quick, because I need you guys to understand what this dude is doing this year, because the impact that it's going to have on the Mariners, alongside Naylor, who was already traded there, alongside Julio Rodriguez, alongside Randy Arozarena, and then the big dumper, Cal Raleigh. Like, you have a formidable offense at this point. And I love it too, because look, the Mariners are right there fighting for a wild card spot and hoping to get an opportunity at the West. But 36 homers for Eugenio Suarez already this year, 87 RBIs. He's slugging .576, OPS sitting around 900, OPS plus at 143 as well. And I did want to get to the Mets moves, because I know we got a lot of Mets fans in here. And like, before the Mason Miller trade happened, the Mets were like, it was like, oh, this is the best bullpen in baseball, after them going and getting Ryan Helsley from the Cardinals. And Helsley's name has kind of been out there for a while, and he's one of the hardest throwers in Major League Baseball. He should now move into that setup role to assist it for Edwin Diaz. Now, also, don't forget that Tyler Rogers has come over to this Mets team from the Giants too. And so you think about having now, which was already a good bullpen, one of the better closers, but now you just solidify it. So I got to get my hat off, tip my hat to David Stearns over there making the moves. Remember, he came over from the Brewers now as president of operations. Flat out nasty. You've seen some of these other names now. Reed Garrett, one of my favorites with that nasty split finger. I like that we're seeing the NL rankings. Appreciate you guys putting up those up there too. As you know, obviously still top third in Major League Baseball in a lot of or in National League in a lot of these categories, but it only makes them better. And we know what they can do as an offense. And they're playing good baseball at this time. So you see them go in, invest in this Mets team. I know Mets fans got to be happy right now. We got so many Mets fans in the chat. They popping off, man. They popping off. Zach Dunn is up in. What's up, Zach? What's good? Good to see you in here. James, do you think the Reds will make any more big moves to get into October this year? That's the one thing I'm not sure about the Reds. And even Brian Hayes isn't necessarily seeing like a big move, because it solidifies third base as you playing, you got a good defender over there, but just hasn't hit at all. So I'm wondering if they end up getting a bat, because we know the staff is nasty. We know they have a great young pitching staff, but they could use another bat. What else we got in here? We got Brendan Walsh in here. Cubs need to do. We got the Cubs fans in here. We got Gary Sealer in here. Who do you think has the better overall pitching staff, the Mets or the Phillies? I still like where the Phillies are at. Oh, we got to get to the Phillies move too. Let me get to the Phillies move real quick. Because I want to touch on that, but I do like where the Phillies are at from a starting rotation standpoint. Now, the Mets had good starting pitching too, or especially early on in the season. I think the higher end is with the Phillies, but as a staff now, incorporating that bullpen for the Mets, man, that is flat out tough here. And I think they just got Bader too, right? They just recently got Harrison Bader. So the outfielder that they've been looking for too, another big move for them as well. But I mean, obviously the biggest is getting Johan Duran. You bring that closer mentality now over to Philadelphia, and we already know he got that crazy energy. The way he be coming out of the bullpen with the lights, camera, action, the fire, all that stuff. That's high octane coming out of that bullpen right there. So excited to see what he offers, but I think that's important because they haven't necessarily had the consistency from a closing standpoint on a daily basis from a guy like Jordan Romano, who came over the free agency from the Blue Jays. So now you have Duran back there, you have Kirkring back there, Matt Strahm, the lefty, Romano as well, still too. So I think you're still nasty. I like the starting pitching of the Phillies, and the closing, but now I think as a whole, maybe the Mets, maybe a small edge. Maybe a small edge. What else we got in this chat over here? Jermaine, do you think Sandy Alcantara gets moved? Like, I don't think he gets moved because I think you'd be selling so low if you're the Marlins. Why not? You still have him under control a couple more years. Why not give him an opportunity to show you he's getting back to that Cy Young form? And that could be toward the end of this year, the beginning of next year. I would hold on. Now, Edward Cabrera might be something different because now I can get some bats back. If I'm the Marlins, I got to get bats. That's my main focus. Is like, we've had good starting pitching over the past few years. Now it's about to start developing these bats. And Kyle Stowers, he's one of them that came over from the Orioles. Excited about him. Brendan Walsh, did the Guards move Quan? I think he would be great in Toronto. That's a good fit right there. I do think Quan ends up getting moved. As much as we're hearing about Quan now, I think it's one of those where there's smoke, there's fire. And I think Quan, I think we end up hearing about Quan. Oh, okay, I got to move on. Oh, let me get to my X Factors. Oh, this is about to be my favorite part. X Factor. They even branded it X Factors for me too. So I'm excited to get into this. X Factors. Let me make sure I got my X Factors right. Okay. Let me make sure I got. Okay. Let's start with the Mets, because I think one of my biggest things with the Mets in general is just this idea of we knew they wanted to bolster the bullpen, but like, does this make them better than the Phillies? And obviously it's going to come down to, on a nightly basis, who's more consistent, both offensively and from a pitching standpoint, defensively, all that stuff as well. But I also think the Mets, they may not be done. They may look to still move for an infielder. They may still look a center fielder at this point. Team McNeil now playing center field. He's doing a good job too. Shout out to McNeil making that transition. Infield to outfield is definitely not easy. But what I do think about the Mets is that the recent performance of guys has allowed David Stearns to zero in on the bullpen and maybe starting pitching. What I like is McNeil has played a good center field, obviously swinging the bat well. What I like too is now you have Beatty and both Mauricio, who both can play second base and third base, and you've seen production out of both of those guys. And obviously Mauricio being a switch hitter gives you some flexibility as well. And I love that Alvarez has come back looking much better than he did earlier on. So yeah, I'm liking that a lot. But now the other thing is, from a pitching standpoint, I wonder about the health of this rotation, right? Sean Manaea, who was hurt for quite some time. Clay Holmes, who was a closer last year, now into this rotation. Frankie Montas, who was hurt a lot of last year as well and earlier on this season. Kodai Senga, who's had his injuries. Peterson has been the one consistent piece. But I am concerned about the health of that rotation. So when I think X factors, I think specifically about the Mets, because I think it is a World Series capable team. But how do they build right now outside of what they've already added in Helsley and Tyler Rogers? Do they go get another starter? Do they look for, infield help or a center field piece? So we'll see what happens with them. My other X factor I'll move on to is the Padres. The Padres, because they're willing to do whatever it takes. And we've already seen them go get one of the game's best closers. They are tired of being the Dodgers' little brother. There's no doubt in my mind they are tired of being the Dodgers' little brother. And I'm not saying that they're going to win the division because of that or because of any moves at the trade deadline. But what I will say is we saw them go toe to toe with the Dodgers last year in the postseason, and they ended up giving it up after being ahead in the series. But if there's one team that I think gives the Dodgers some trouble, it can be the Padres. And there's no doubt that that rivalry is real. They even getting to throwing blows, with all the benches clearing and all that stuff. But when I think about the Padres, I think they still need to go get another bat. And I think that's why you still hear them talking about certain guys. Even Stephen Kwan could maybe fill in that left field position for them. I think that's a good fit. They could use a catcher, a consistent catcher as well. And who knows, they might trade Dylan Cease and maybe look to add to that rotation in return, getting something back to help fill that spot too. But they may not do it now that they got JP Sears. That adds to that rotation as well. But they need a bat. They need an outfielder. They need Luis Robert Jr. Maybe. They could use his services. I know he hasn't been going great. He's been a little bit better as of recent, but we always hear Luis Robert Jr.'s name being thrown in there as well. I want to get to my next X factor, and I'm thinking about, what does Suarez do? And Eugenio Suarez, what does he ultimately do for the Mariners? This is the biggest offensive move we've seen made. But I'm wondering, is it ultimately enough for the Mariners? Because as I look at the standings right now, they sit 5 games back in the AL West. As of today, they find themselves tied for a wild card spot, or they would technically be ahead of the Rangers with the last wild card spot if it was all said and done today. They would have the tiebreaker. So I understand the need to go get offense, especially because we've seen this team struggle offensively for a long period of time. They're actually better, obviously, this year. But when you bring someone of a home run threat that can leave the yard at any point, any pitch, it doesn't matter who he's facing. I think that helps everybody else around you. It's not just his production, but I think everybody else ultimately gets better. So Eugenio Suarez to the Mariners, excuse me, we can't underestimate that move. But what I also say, excuse me, hold on, I'm getting choked up over here on Eugenio Suarez. What I'll also say is I think that run production also helps your pitching staff. Guys like Brian Wu, guys like Logan Gilbert, guys like George Kirby, because now you look at possibly having more of a cushion when they have the opportunity to throw, or them not being out of that as many ball games and always having a chance to come back. So I think that's huge for them. Luis Castillo, too. I think I forgot to mention Luis Castillo. I love seeing the Mariners' offensive ranks as we're seeing them right now in the American League, because it had been pretty bad up until this year. And so this addition of Naylor plus Suarez, who obviously have comfort playing together as D-backs, I think this is massive. I think it's massive for the middle of this order. And I'm glad that they went and used some of their prospects, what they had, to go get some big bats too. Because it's almost like they haven't done it, especially not during free agency. So this is where they make their money, is during trade season. So a reminder, J.P. Crawford at the top, Julio Rodriguez, Cal Raleigh, who's having a ridiculous. And yes, I think he's a favorite for MVP at this point because of Judge's injury. But he has been doing unreal type things, at catching every single day and driving in everybody. With the home run, it seems like almost every day as well. Randy Arozarena, Josh Naylor, and Eugenio Suarez, Jorge Polanco, Canzone, and Cole Young to round out that lineup there. So You got to like seeing that if you're the Mariners. I want to get to my next X factor, number 4. Number 4, and wait, hold on. Let me hit this chat before I get to number 4 because I need to give you guys some love, man. Anything you guys want me to specifically talk about too, because throw it in the chat. Do you think it's smart of the White Sox, RVID, is it smart of the White Sox to hold on to Luis Robert Jr., hoping to move him in the offseason? I don't think it would be a bad thing, but I don't think his value is going to change over this next couple of months. I think teams understand what he is. We understand that he has injury issues. We understand that when he's at his high, he's one of the best players in Major League Baseball. When he's at his low, he's just not performing. So there's so much uncertainty there with Luis Robert Jr. But I think they should trade now while he's healthy. I think that's a huge part of it for him because if he goes down, the value only goes down. Russell says Kwan's not getting moved. Matthew Harris, even without making moves, the Mets bullpen is still better than the Phillies. And with their moves, they are eons beyond the Phillies. Yeah, I mean, no, I don't disagree. I do think now with Duran that drives a different conversation for sure. Tom, let me see this tweet. Trying to work during the MLB trade deadline is like trying to study during a fire alarm. That's funny. William Rowe, as a Mets fan, I would take Edward Cabrera over Sandy Alcantara due to high upside, current success, the youth, and the team control. I agree with you 100%. Wholeheartedly, I agree. Are the Mets getting Sandy from the Marlins? I don't think the Mets will get Sandy, Nick Rickman. I don't think so. James said, X, do you think there's a big move coming between now and 6 p.m.? I do. I think we're going to see some starting pitching. We've already thrown out some of these names: Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, some big names. Two of the bigger names. Dylan Cease, I think, is going to get traded as well. So I think we have some big starting pitching moves that are coming. 1P, 4G. Why would any team want Carlos Correa with his overpaid salary? He's average at best. He's definitely not average. When he's healthy, he is one of the better major league players. Defensively at shortstop, he's nasty. Obviously, injuries have derailed some of his opportunities to stay on the field. I definitely would not see the Astros taking him back. That's one of the conversations that's being thrown out there, because Pena has been one of the best players, one of the best shortstops this year. I know he got hurt, but he's coming back, and Correa's not going to want to play second base. And I don't know why they would take on that salary too, knowing about the injuries. They know his injury history best. That's why they were willing to say, okay, we'll let him go. So I don't think he gets traded back to the Astros, and I don't know if he gets moved for sure. So I agree with you, 1P, 4G. Will the Marlins trade anyone? They've been awfully quiet, Ian. You're right. That's what I'm interested to see, and I do think they end up trading Cabrera. I do. Fire Cashman, Anthony De La Silva. Oh man, y'all crazy. Tim, Red Sox need a pitcher so bad. You're right. The Red Sox need something. I'm gonna get to the Red Sox too. Let me get to my next team. I think I got Phillies at 4. Kind of talked about them a little bit. Obviously, them going and getting a closer in Yohan Duran was big. Harrison Bader also added to this roster. Great outfielder. Actually offensively hitting a little bit better this year than we've seen him previously as well. So I like that. Plus they've needed a defensive like center fielder, outfielder for a while now. And that's one of the areas in which they had kind of been circling. So I do like the Bader move. He should slide easily right there in the center field with Brandon Marsh in left and then Castellanos in right. So hopefully they get more of that offensive production through that. All right, what do we got? We got number 5, the Yankees, of course. And obviously I could have had this at 1, but love what I've seen with the Yankees already because they didn't wait around for a third base. They didn't wait around to see if they were going to get in Eugenio Suarez. They realized the price might be too high, and they went and got a defensive third baseman that they could say, okay, we lock up this spot in Ryan McMahon on a nightly basis. And so I like that a lot. You see in the lineup right now, and Another thing too about what I mentioned earlier about even the Pirates, like a Mitch Keller situation or a David Bednar, is like you go from this expectation of just hoping to win, and your team's struggling so much that you're almost trying not to lose at times. And I know what that feels like. I've been there. Um, but ultimately, it's like a revamp, like a new vibe, like a new life for Ryan McMahon at third base and offensively too, in which he can take advantage of that short porch. It's like, yo, we expected to win every single game. And I think that gives you a different type of juice. It really does. Do I think the Yankees are going to make more moves? I do. I think they end up getting one of the Marlins pitchers. I really do think they end up getting one of those starters. And if it's not the Marlins, I think it's one of the D-backs. I think it's a Zach Gallen or a Merrill Kelly. I kicked this thing off kind of talking about how I felt like Merrill Kelly was a guy that would be at the top of my list because of consistency, health. You know what you're going to get out of him. He's going to stay in ball games. He's going to go deep. And not necessarily a high-end 1-2, but you don't have many of those even available at this time. So Merrill Kelly would be the one that I'd be looking to go after. Also, what's going to happen with Judge? Like, do we end up, and obviously this may not be a trade discussion, but does Judge end up having to DH the rest of the year? Because the injury thing is real. Like, how after 10 days, you're just going to be good to throw? Like, from right field? I don't think so. So I do expect him to be DHing more, which obviously would take away from Stanton in the DH spot, maybe having to play more right field, which we know that can already be trouble defensively. They do not look good at times. And what's going on with Volpe? Wait, this is a whole nother discussion. But Volpe, man, can we not make the throws anymore? I don't want to throw yips out there, but, man, we've seen him go from a gold glover to all of a sudden this man don't know how to throw. And the defensive mistakes and the errors are crazy. He's hitting bombs all of a sudden, but it's like, yo, what happened to the defense? That's a whole nother thing. I know. Let me save that for later. Okay, we got Stephen Kwan is my number 6. I think we will see him moved. I think there's multiple teams that could look at a left field. I think we were talking about the Toronto Blue Jays earlier. The Padres could use a left fielder as well. I also started thinking about the Phillies, as we haven't seen a lot of that success offensively, both in center field and left field a little bit. If you're looking at, Brandon Marsh hasn't been an everyday balling out type of player. You could see something like that, Stephen Kwan working. I don't doubt Dave Dombrowski is done. So Stephen Kwan, I think that's another fit. You could look at him also. We could look at him, even a team like Houston who's still searching for more bats. They're more so looking for that I think that lefty middle of the infield type of guy. And I wouldn't doubt a Brandon Lau from the Rays too. All right, let me get to this last one. The Red Sox. You guys hit on the Red Sox too, but they need pitching. They need starting pitching. They're starting to, like, the offense looks good right now. I like what we've seen with Duran now moving down to the middle of the order and homeboy at the top, the number one. Why am I forgetting number one prospect's name? But I like seeing what we're seeing right now with the Red Sox offense. Now it's about the starting pitching getting better. Garrett Crochet is obviously a dog, but you just had a lot of inconsistency with the other guys besides Bayo. And look, I think even looking at the bullpen, Chapman has the issue going on with his back. Maybe that might need to be a spot that has to be rectified as well. So I wouldn't doubt that they're looking for maybe some relief. Anything else I want to hit on with Boston while I'm looking at you guys there? I love how you put the starting rotation, because when we're looking at Walker Buehler, who has had some real issues, started looking good in July, and then he faced his old team in the Dodgers, and he got smacked around in 5 walks. Richard Fitz, and we got Lucas Giolito. Giolito has not been bad, so obviously staying in ball games, but maybe another top of the line, number 2, number 3. Maybe a Zach Gallen type, Merrill Kelly type. That would be good too. All right, let me move on to my next thing. I gotta move on. We are now going into, what am I going into now? Some perfect fits. I think we're going into perfect fits. Wait, hold on. Who just said something about Nico? Nico said, "Do you think the Dodgers will acquire a left fielder?" And that's another one where we're thinking about but the Dodgers, that's the thing, is they so deep and they just continue to get hurt. Like, such a deep roster. There's so many guys that almost come out of nowhere, and just ball out for them. But I mean, I wouldn't put Quan past the Dodgers either. I don't think the Dodgers is just going to, sit back and relax and do nothing. And I still see them making a bullpen move too. So yeah, obviously Michael Conforto has been kind of, hasn't had the best year. We've seen him have some good ups, but it's been mostly underperforming for him now that he's kind of had to step into an everyday type role. They really miss Max Muncy, man. They really miss Max Muncy. What do you got? Angel Perez. Let me get some shout outs. Angel Perez, Juan Diaz, Inez Webb, Mo B, Go Mets, Stephen Lon, Summer BTM Post, Justin Ostrowski, Nate 78. We got a lot of I'm giving you love, Summer B. I'm giving you love. What else we got? I got to go back a little bit. Browns and Packers fans. Seiya Suzuki to the Dodgers for Cubs, Kirby Yates, and maybe Brian Dale. No, come on, man. You're doing too much. Yes, Tim, you had my back. Roman Anthony. I don't know why I couldn't think about Roman Anthony of all dudes, right? Roman Anthony. And that kid is, strong, physical, athletic, banging balls off the wall. What do we got? Oh, Brandon TV's in here. No Blue Jays is crazy. They made some of the best trades so far. Hey, I didn't get to the Blue Jays. Let me get to the Blue Jays. You're right. Hey, Brandon, you're right. The Blue Jays are a team, and I haven't hit on some of the trades too. Don't forget about the Reds got Zach Littell. Blue Jays did get Shane Bieber. Tigers just recently got Kyle Finnegan too, another arm in that road the back end of that bullpen. I didn't get to some of the trades, man. Hold on, give me some time. Give me a little bit of time. I want to get to these perfect fits though in a second. I want to get to these perfect fits. But Sir Anthony Dominguez is one of the moves obviously you're talking about, because Sir Anthony, while they play in the Orioles, in the middle of the doubleheader ends up getting traded to the team that he's playing, and he's got to face his old teammates in the second game of the doubleheader. That to me is wild. That to me is wild. Hey, let me know if you think, because I'm thinking, Brandon, that they need to go get another starting pitcher, just because I don't know if Scherzer is going to hold up. Gosman hasn't been necessarily himself, right? All these guys have done decent. Lauer has come out of nowhere. Chris Bassett, obviously consistent, but I think they might need one more. I really do. I think they might need one more. And the offense, they figured it out there. Not even necessarily all the big names, but Nathan Lucas doing his job, Addison Barger hitting bombs out of nowhere. So I appreciate you recognize. That's why I need you guys in the chat. Get in the chat. Holler at me if I miss something. Corbin Carroll to the Cardinals, please. Little DJ, come on, man. Now you're going too far. Corbin Carroll. James, the Braves are in Cincinnati tonight before the Speedway Classic on Saturday. Maybe those two teams make a splash. Braves in Cincinnati. Yeah, I'm hoping Cincinnati does. I just feel like they're not going to. I know they right there in the standings too. Well, I'm trying to look how many they back now. They 3 games from a wild card spot. They're right behind the Padres for that last wild card spot. And the Cardinals selling, and the Giants are not playing great baseball. So, man. All right, let me get to perfect fits. Yankees, we got Zach Gallen or Merrill Kelly. And I kind of touched on this. Me personally, Merrill Kelly. Zach Gallen's been so up and down this year at least Merrill Kelly, you know what you're going to get consistency wise. He's going to go deep in the ball games. You're not necessarily going to get the high upside like Gallen, but the Yankees need someone every fifth day to go out there and perform. Mets. Oh, I forgot about this one. Luis Robert Jr. or Cedric Mullins. Now, I talked about center field has kind of been locked down with McNeil. He's done a good job. But if you had the opportunity to go get a Cedric Mullins who naturally plays the center field position, oh, I like that. Plus, obviously, another left-handed bat coming off the bench would be huge too. Give me Cedric Mullins. Robert, the injury thing messes me up, man. I just don't know if he's going to be able to consistently be in the lineup. I just don't know that, man. So yeah, I think you got to give me Mullins. I think you got to give me Mullins. What's my next one? We got let's go O'Hearn or Mitch Keller for the Red Sox. O'Hearn or Mitch Keller. I'm gonna go Mitch Keller. And because we talked about it from the jump, they need the starting pitching. If they get some good starting pitching going consistently, and the way they swing in the bat, I think they take off. And I think they challenge the Blue Jays at the top of this division too. I don't think it's just wild card in their picture. Now, Blue Jays obviously been playing great, but I think the Red Sox are the team to watch out for. I really do. Let me see. Let me check where they at again in the standings. Yeah, 5 games back. Yankees at 4 games back. Yeah, both. I think it's still going to go down to the wire. I don't think the Blue Jays going to just run off with this thing. All right, let me get to my next one. Do we got Dylan Cease or we got Gray? Sonny Gray over to now. Sonny Gray has the no trade, and he loves the Cardinals. I don't think he's going to be traded whatsoever. And like me being a former Cardinal, I got a little bit of that insight too. So I think I would take Dylan Cease. Astros, and I think that in that rotation would be filthy with Framber too and Hunter Brown. Oh, dang. Oh, we got some breaking news. We got breaking news. The New York Yankees are finalizing a trade to acquire closer David Bednar from the Pittsburgh Pirates. Sources tell ESPN deal is pending medical review. Breaking news right here on Bleacher Report. Breaking news from my guy, Jeff Passan. My guy, Jeff. I say my guy because if you don't watch ESPN, we work together. Yo, this is major news, Yankees fans. What are we saying in the chat? Get in the chat, Yankees fans. What are we saying? What are we saying in the Yankees chat, man? Obviously, this tells you a couple things. You add to the help of Devin Williams, Luke Weaver, Fernando Cruz being out. That's huge for the back end of this Yankees bullpen. Huge, especially because of the trust with Devin Williams has kind of been a little shaky at times. This is huge. Bednar, what are we saying in the chat? Chat, get at me about what we're thinking. Juan Diaz says, since the Pirates are in full sell mode, Radiant Valorant, Jeff Passan on the news. Yet. What do we got? I'm good on the Yankees. Lou Brielle said, I'm good on the Yankees. Bleacher Report asking, is this a W or an L? Is this a W or an L? Get in the chat. Yankees get David Bednar. Obviously, we've seen him have his ups and downs too. But another arm. We're seeing the video as we speak. We know he's got the high velocity. One of the game's better closers at a time. W for Yankees. Radiant says Pirates doing charity work. MHAR. Get in the chat. What do we think? We get a lot of L's. Hey, but don't just drop the L. Tell me why. Tell me why, man. Tell me why. Okay, well, I'm looking up at the MLB trade deadline when your team is just a giant farm system for the playoff contention. I'm weak. Yo, I'm so weak at this. Look at Skeens, man. You know he been mad, right? He know he got to deal with this for a minute. We got the Yankees bullpen stats up here. I appreciate you guys putting this up here because I think we're gonna see them so much better than this, right? And I think not just because of Bednar comes to save the world. I think also because with you having another option for Boone, he can mix and match some things a little bit better. You look at maybe moving some high leverage to if you get three guys coming up in the middle of the order in the 8th inning, okay, I have another guy that can face those guys. It gives you more options, more flexibility. And we saw that last year with him, Clay Holmes, when Clay Holmes struggled, and Luke Weaver started in that closer role. You saw some different flexibility there. So I like that. Again, breaking news, the Yankees are acquiring closer David Bednar from the Pirates. This is from Jeff Passan, ESPN's Jeff Passan. So Yankees making moves. And somebody, I forget who was in the chat, was like, are we going to see any more moves from now till the 6 p.m. deadline? Oh, they popping off. It's going to be the relievers first, right? And then the starters because they're going to cost more. Joseph, last effort to save your jobs, Boone and Cashman. It's too late. Y'all wild for that. Miami 305 Yankees fans would have you believe Spencer Jones. Oh my God, you guys are crazy. Mario, leave that sorry franchise. What else we got? Juan Diaz, Yankees won the deadline. You okay? Did somebody say Yankees win the deadline? Skeens to the Mets, stop the cap. Hey, Bleacher, y'all playing. Y'all playing on the chat. Y'all crazy. Dylan Backer, fully healthy. The Yankees actually have a strong bullpen for high leverage. Fernando Cruz. I forgot about Tim Hill, who throws every single day. That left arm of his is going to be worn out. Absolutely worn out. What do we got? Let me get into this chat. Did you even mention the Brewers in regards to? I did, Ryan. You must have missed it early. I was talking about the Brewers and how I wish they went after the third baseman because that could been a real spot for them. I know Eugenio Suarez kind of was far-fetched in a sense because they don't spend like that, but they needed another power bat. The arm. I talked about the arms. I talked about Mizorowski. I talked about Freddie Fastball Freddie, and I talked about Woodruff coming back into the fold, one of the nastiest bullpens in all of Major League Baseball, and how they do the details and all the little things. You missed it out early. My guy. Saint Ryman is in here. Mark Mayfie. Mario's in here. We got, man, everybody popping up. Andrew, are the Cubs done for today? No, I don't think the Cubs done. We got Fleck. The Phillies need another center fielder, another one after Harrison Bader. And that's why I mentioned Stephen Kwan. Maybe have him, more offensive to left field. Yeah, so I got a lot of stuff in my ear right now, so I'm trying to focus on what's going on. Let's finish off on the Yankees. Yeah, hey, let's talk a little bit more about these Yankees. Do the Yankees still have a chance to tell me in the chat if the Yankees can still overtake the Toronto Blue Jays? Can the Yankees overtake the Toronto Blue Jays for the division right now? 4 games back. They're obviously in that first wild card spot. Can they overtake the Blue Jays at some point? And I think the Blue Jays still got to be looking for something. Free Skeens, y'all crazy. Oh, Micah Dolan says Quan to the Sox. What else we got? We got Donovan Delgado, Quan and Skeens to the Dodgers. Nah, if Skeens went to the Dodgers, everybody would just the internet would break. It would just straight up break. Jonathan Capozzi, no, they not overtaking it. No, they ass. Explosive Riz fan. Yo, you wild for that. What do we got? Jingaru says no, they not overtaking them. What else we got? David Stearns on the phone. Radiant say, David Stearns, get on that phone. Radiant, what else they need? Radiant, what else you want the Mets to have? Quan to the Pods. I think Quan is gonna go to the Pods. Oh, we got another tweet. Johnny Agar says MLB has the best trade deadline. It's not close. Feel free to fight me in the comments section. Fairbanks to the range. JB, all things DFW. Hey, I remember you too. Appreciate you rocking with me. He says Fairbanks to the range. That's another. We were talking about that too. The Rangers need a closer. The Rangers need somebody that can lock down these games with the offense going the way that the offense is going. Damn. D. Maderio says, nope, Yankees ain't doing it. Sammy Sosa to the Phillies. Hey, y'all crazy in the chat right now. Red Sox news. I want Red Sox news. I want it. That's what I was telling you guys. We talking about the AL East. A lot of Yankees talk, a lot of Blue Jays talk. Red Sox, you got to do something now. We seeing the Yankees do stuff. We seeing the Toronto Blue Jays do stuff. Red Sox got to do something now. Let's go. I still gotta finish off some of these perfect fits, right? Well, sorry about the Bednar Jansen. LA gotta go maybe bring Kenley Jansen back. Maybe go bring Kenley Jansen back. Maybe look at Pete Fairbanks, who we've been talking about as well. So let's go Bednar, or let's go Jansen, LA. Bednar has already gone to the Yankees, deal pending. If you were not here, breaking news, Bednar to the Yankees. Quan to Philly. Quan to Philly. That's the one I got. I think I got Quan to Philly on that one. And then we got Alcantara or Cabrera. Oh, I forgot I mentioned the Cubs too with the starting pitching. If they got another arm, because that offense is lethal, Cabrera, please, Cubs, go get another arm. Go get Cabrera. It would be absolutely filthy. Absolutely filthy. Man. All right, let me touch on a couple of things. You guys been in this chat. Juan Diaz, Padres made a trade. They made a trade. I know they made the Mason Miller trade. If you guys were not here, excuse me, I touched on the Mason Miller trade. Mason Miller's probably the number one trade because not only Mason Miller, JP Sears goes over to the Padres. Padres go and get Padres give up one of their top prospects, a shortstop, 18 years old, that could be in the major leagues next year. What do we got? Mike Trout should go to a contender. Feel bad for bro. We all feel bad for Mike Trout. We all feel bad for him. Gary has a paragraph here. Looks like the NL has more overall depth in terms of potential championship contending teams and is better overall league than the AL. Any thoughts on that? I've been saying that from day one. One thing is the Central is weak. The AL Central is weak. I think there's a lot of inconsistency in the AL East. Toronto's obviously been much more consistent, but early on, they didn't look great. They didn't look like a World Series or a deep postseason team. So I agree with you. And then when I think about the West, the Astros, they have their flaws. They've been dominant, but we know they have their flaws because they don't even have Yordan in this lineup. And we don't know if he's coming back. The Rangers playing really well. So excited for what the Rangers do. They might look to make a move into that rotation. Because remember, the dudes are older. Corbin, Evaldi, and the two-time Cy Young winner. Well, I don't know why I'm forgetting his name, but they're all 35, 36 years old. And the young Bucks and Kumar and Leiter, they're going to need help next year. So I would go get some young pitching, not only to help finish this year, but also next year. As well. So what else we got in here? Cardinals, dog water. Dog water, asking about the Cardinals. That's what they are right now, is dog water. They ain't doing nothing. They selling. My guy Mo, Jon Morosi, like he's selling, man, on his last year. It's crazy. Reds news. We was talking about the Reds earlier. They need to go get a bat. Explosive Riz wants Mariners to get on Fairbanks. Dang, that would be another great arm in the back end. Ooh. To add with Munoz, oh, that's filthy. All right, man. Hey, I appreciate you guys rocking with me from 2 to 3 p.m. We got some more people coming up that are going to be diving into their trade talk. So make sure you staying tapped in with me, or staying tapped in with them. And I appreciate the love in here, man. Well, let me get a couple more shout outs before I head out, because you guys been showing mad love. Danny's in here, Marco Rubio in here, Frankie Olmeta, Jonathan Capazzi's been through here for a minute, Dodger Ralph, Chris Todd, Jamanish, Man, sure you guys been showing better day, been through here. Marco, ADM. Man, you guys been, Chris Todd's been showing a lot of love. Let's Go Racing, Captain Oblivious. This guy seems like a very reasonable guy. Listen to him more. That's facts, man. Listen to me. MLB Network, ESPN. Make sure you tap it in with my socials, Xavier_Scruggs. We can fight more. But I love chopping up baseball. Let's get into my DMs. Follow me, whatever you want to do, but we can continue the conversation. Bleacher Report, I appreciate the opportunity. Now you got Tyler Ward, Kate Maniscalco taking this thing over. Appreciate you guys. Out.
Kate Maniscalco, and we are so excited to get into the latest here regarding all moves that are happening across Major League Baseball. Not only do we have some breaking news to further break down, I know Kate is chomping at the bit to get into as a Yankees fan, but we're going to talk not only on David Bednar, but everything that is happening up until this point. So if you guys have comments, questions, or concerns, please make sure to relay them throughout the live show. We would love to answer them, interact with you guys, and we're not only going to be breaking down what's happening in baseball, but as well as our predictions. We're going to see if Kate's on the money, if I'm on the money, if we're completely wrong, which is probably going to be the case by the end of the day once we hit 6 p.m. Eastern, but we'll see. And without further ado, Kate, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you? I'm so excited to get into it. Already a lot of trades that have happened so far.
Oh, a lot of trades have happened so far. Just over the past 24 hours, there's been a lot of blockbusters. So now let's get into, I guess, the first big news, which is what just happened. And David Bednar, right? David Bednar goes to the New York Yankees. Yankees land what is going to be a high leverage reliever for them who's having a quality season. Kate, what is your initial reaction, especially as a Yankees fan, to the news?
Yeah, I mean, the bullpen has been one of the biggest concerns for the New York Yankees. Obviously, the defense, the fundamentals has also been a major priority for us to improve upon. But I think in terms of pitching, this was something that had to get done. Devin Williams I think he has over a 5 ERA right now. Obviously, he hasn't been that lockdown closer that we're looking for. David Bednar has the second best ERA in Major League Baseball since May 24th. So I'm excited. We get a guy in the bullpen in the addition of, Tim Hill, Luke Weaver. Hopefully he is, increasing this year. But initial reaction, I'm pumped because we made a move. I think we just need to make a move, and I already feel so much better.
How we found out details on what's happening the other way and what the Yankees gave up.
Yeah, no. So as of right now, it's Rafael Flores is among the other players, not a huge number 8 Yankees prospect. Again, they're not going to part ways with guys like Lombard or Jones. That was, the rumors we were going to get like Sandy. But yeah, so that's the only one that's come out right now. But I'm sure there's other prospects in that trade as well.
Okay, so let's expand a little bit more on Bednar for a second, because me personally, I've been a fan of David Bednar in his game going back to really since the start of his tenure with the Pittsburgh Pirates. And what's very notable about Bednar that should not be forgotten is that this guy had a down year last year. Kind of had the yips with the Pirates out of nowhere, just forgot how to command the strike zone, just wasn't giving you the quality dominant closer outings that you're looking for. But now we fast forward into 2025, and he's more locked in and back to the guy that he's expected to be. Now with a 2.19 ERA, just around a 1 whip, a 12.5 K per 9 is exactly what you want. A dominant reliever that obviously throws gas the way that someone in Bednar certainly is going to. And the Yankees, which is kind of bizarre because it's off from what I think of the Yankees as a team that usually has their bullpen solidified, but not so much the case this season. They need help there, and now they just landed one of the better relievers that were still available leading up to the deadline itself here at 6 p.m. So not only by bringing in Bednar, I guess my follow-up question to you, Kate, is regarding the Yankees, do you have any specific hopes for them today and what you think that they could also do?
Yeah, I mean, the hopeful part of me is I would like them to trade for a starting pitcher. Okay, I mean, there's still a lot of free agents available on the market. I know we're going to get into our rentals on the markets that will be free agents next year. And there are plenty still available. We know the Diamondbacks are selling. There's a Merrill Kelly and a Zach Gallen, potential trade that could be on the table. Those are 2 pitchers that the Yankees could potentially use. But I think they also need more help in the bullpen. Brian Cashman said they were going to get a starting pitcher and 2 guys out of the bullpen. So we have David Bednar. I would like another reliever. And again, with the Yankees, we have Matt Blake. He normally loves a project. So I don't know if it's going to be like a big name reliever that's still left. But I do think they're going to make another move, at least for the back end of the bullpen.
I think so too. I think Cashman isn't done. I think we all know that Brian can't sit on his hands. It's something that we feel like we've seen to a degree in previous trade deadlines, and the Yankees have been known for their splashes, but especially in again, another win now stage with Aaron Judge, regardless on what he unfortunately has dealt with when it comes to his elbow there this season. You guys have to maximize this win now window with having the best player in baseball, one could rightfully argue. So going on from talking about the Yankees, let's actually talk about a little bit of my New York Mets here across town, because there's one guy that I would love to see the Mets land in my latest trade prediction. And, I felt a lot more confident about this last night when I was talking with you guys than I do today, because reporting has changed things a little bit. And that's Luis Robert from the Chicago White Sox heading over to Flushing, Queens with the Mets. And in case you guys have not been following along, the Mets have been heavily linked to Luis Robert over the past not just 24 hours, but this goes on, I would probably say, at least a solid 1.5 to 2 months now. The Mets have clearly been in a need to add to their outfield. Tyrone Taylor's not gotten the job done for them personally. And Robert, according to the latest reports that we've seen out of, Mark Feinsand of MLB, among others, is that there's a reluctance by the White Sox to actually trade Robert now. It may not happen. And the great belief is because it has everything to do with the White Sox, maybe stubbornness by having such a high asking price for Luis Robert, who is not the guy that he was 2 years ago. He went from being an AL MVP candidate to obviously being 20% below league average as a batter. Over the past month, he's been hitting well above his weight and looking more like the Luis Robert of old, trying to get traded out of Southside Chicago, who's clearly a change of scenery candidate. But now with this uncertainty as to if Robert's even going to be dealt right now, I have a lot more questions I'm finding myself asking as a Mets fan as to what they may find themselves doing in center field. So anything else that you would like to share in the case of Luis Robert, Kate, along with maybe what your predictions are?
Yeah, I know. Initially, I thought this was going to be a layup. This would totally be someone that is going to get dealt at the trade deadline. I think his value has significantly gone down this year. And again, as you pointed out, now there are reports that I don't know if he's going to get traded. Again, we have 2 hours left. Obviously, the Mets could use that addition. I think they're still in the market for another outfielder. So it should be interesting as we get closer to the wire.
Oh, it absolutely is going to be interesting. Not only is it going to be interesting in the case of potentially the Mets bringing in Luis Robert, but also what maybe, I don't know, the Yankees or other clubs are going to do that you find yourself appealed with. So, Kate, what is your proposed trade that you have to happen in Major League Baseball next?
Yes, and this is one that I don't know if it's 100% going to happen, but I would like to see it happen, and that is Mackenzie Gore to the Cubs. I think when you're looking at all of these pitchers that have been dealt in the past few days, right? The market that the haul that they're getting back in terms of prospects has been insane, right? So I think if anybody is willing to listen, that the Nationals should, hear offers for Mackenzie Gore. And I think the Cubs would be a fantastic fit. I mean, you're looking at the NL Central. The Brewers are right there behind them, and the Cubs have the opportunity to make a big splash at this trade deadline. I think Mackenzie Gore would seamlessly fit into that starting rotation. They desperately need help. So I would love this addition. I don't know if it's going to happen because I don't know if the Nationals will want to part ways with a young player like him, but his trade value has gone down in his past couple starts. So if they're willing, they should listen to other teams.
Gore is one of my personal favorite southpaws out there. I mean, going back to his time with the Padres, the guy's an absolute dog. And when he was traded as part of that bigger Juan Soto trade a couple years ago, there between the Nationals and the Padres, I said to myself right away, "Oh my goodness gracious, the Nationals have themselves a haul." And now, fast forward just a couple years later, Gore is now on the block. So if he lands in Chicago, that would be a huge weapon, a huge trade deadline acquisition there for all those Cubby fans out there. And now going back to me, if there's another play that I would love to see happen, I know that you felt the same too, Kate, before we got this going, and that is Mr. Steven Kwan going to the San Diego Padres.
Woo!
And this really does feel like it can happen. And the more I talk it into existence, the more I don't want to see it happen as a Mets fan, because you never want to see contending teams do well. But at the same time, it does feel like it fit in. Here's why. The Padres have been in desperate need to add an outfielder going over the past couple months now, in similarity to the Mets and the Phillies. The Phillies brought in Harrison Bader. They got the job done there. That I'm sure we'll expand on more in a little bit, as well as the Mets still trying to figure out between Robert Mullins, who could be a fit, but Kwan, who obviously is known for that great not only corner outfield defense, a tremendous contact bat, a multi-tool player who can easily be, a 5+4 player for you every single season. Steven's having, a little bit of an up and down season there that we're seeing for the Guardians, but his trade value's high. He still has multiple years of control, and he's that kind of scrappy gamer of a player that you absolutely want as part of your deep lineup. When you look at all the big boppers there for the Padres, and Manny Machado, Fernando Tatis Jr., and when Xander does obviously drive into one every now and then, the young, exciting Jackson Merrill, it would be great to not only bring a balance, but another high contact hitter to pair with a Luis Ariz, because Ariz is one of the best contact hitters in baseball. You put Steven Kwan in that lineup, that team gets all that much better, not only from their outfield configuration, but what they have offensively going. Anything else that you want to expand on in regards to Steven Kwan and the Padres, Kate?
Yeah, I think you nailed it on the head. I love this move. We've seen AJ Preller be obsessed with Jaren Duran, right? Like he's constantly checking in on Jaren Duran. And I think Steven Kwan is a step above, right? You know, he's someone that's always going to give you consistent contact, consistent power. His speed is not to the equivalent of Duran, but I think in terms of that Padres lineup, that is what they're missing. And they're obviously missing a significant piece in the outfield. So I love this move. And we're watching the Guardians just consistently sell. So I think it potentially could happen.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just look at this projected lineup with the Padres if they find themselves actually having Mr. Steven Kwan. Because right now you got Fernando Tatis Jr., Luis Arraez, Manny Machado, Jackson Merrill, Xander Bogaerts, Gavin Sheets, who's been having a rock-solid year for them, Jake Cronenworth, Jose Iglesias, Mr. OMG, and Elias Diaz. And we know the Padres just added a little bit on the catching front that I'm sure we'll get into shortly. But before we do, Kate, what is your next and final pick that you hope to see happen trade-wise leading up to the deadline?
Yeah, so I know I teased it a little bit in the beginning. I still want the Yankees to go out and get a starting pitcher. Brian Cashman promised me, so I'm holding this man to his word. He said, I'm going to go out, I'm going to get a starting pitcher. I was hoping initially that it would be Sandy, but now I am leaning more towards Zach Gallen, and I will explain why. Sandy, obviously, is probably one of the most highly sought out trades on the market right now, right? And especially because you have him under team control. His trade value has gone down this year, but in terms of Zach Gallen, he has over a 5 ERA. He's having a down season. Matt Blake loves a project. I say this all the time. If there's anyone that can retool Zach Gallen stuff, it's going to be Matt Blake, which is why I think the Yankees would heavily be interested in this move. He's someone that could slide right into that starting rotation. They have dealt with a plethora of injuries, and now you move Cam Schlitter over to the bullpen, and you have a solid 5-man starting rotation. He's a key addition, and I really want to see the Yankees go after him.
Yeah, you know what? Gallen's one of these guys who I think is just going to make too much sense to land in the NL East, right? You know, he's a South Philly native. He's a guy that clearly is destined to be back on the East Coast at some point. It's his walk year, and the kind of funny thing about Zach Gallen is that while his ERA has been inflated this season, outside of Dylan Cease, he has been the second most unlucky pitcher in baseball. And his difference from ERA to SI ERA, they're drastic. And for those that care more about, you know, the analytics and the advanced numbers, they will tell you that these numbers really tell you what a pitcher can control versus maybe the defensive configuration around him. So to see Gallen obviously not necessarily have the best numbers, bearing in mind it's a walk year for him. So he's handling the pressure, maybe not the best, but also is a guy that is in a position where he is with a Diamondbacks team where the ball flies half the season there in Arizona. The thought of him obviously coming to the East Coast, even what I know is a still hitter finally parked there at Yankee Stadium, having, you know, 40+ thousand Yankee fans roaring in his favor constantly, I think would bode well for him toning the rubber and being a big deadline acquisition there for the Yanks. And speaking of deadline acquisitions, we have plenty that we still need to get into. So let's reel it back for a second. Let's talk about what's happened, you know, going back to this past night, because we initially, when we made our picks as to what trades we could see happen, I know that you were confident in, you know, Eugenio Suarez Gino going back to the Mariners. And lo and behold, that has in fact become a reality. What's your thoughts about Eugenio going back there to Seattle, not only to pair with Josh Naylor, but back with J-Rod and a Mariners team that's in desperate need to finally have themselves a deep playoff run?
Yeah, I mean, I love that the Mariners are going for it, right? They have such a young starting pitching staff that is all in their prime right now. Gino going back to the Mariners just fits so seamlessly. Like, we saw them go out, they got Josh Naylor, and obviously he's going to join Cal Raleigh. He's also the first hitter traded at the deadline with 35+ home runs, so it was just a huge splash. And I feel like the Mariners, they didn't give up much to get Gino, which was also great. So you're pairing a starting rotation that's already been elite in Major League Baseball, young pitchers, and then with an offense that we have also seen J-Rod has started to pick up. I really like this move. I like that the Mariners are going for it, and they're going to be a huge threat in the American League.
Oh, yeah. It's about time that the Mariners actually added some oomph in their lineup outside of obviously having J-Rod and the flashes that they've had each of the past year. You know, the big question always has been with the Mariners, it's not their pitching. The rotation's nails. It's been consistently one of the best in baseball, but it's always been about, can they get some life with their offense going? We saw a year ago they added guys like Mr. Randy Rosarena from the Tampa Bay Rays and Justin Turner initially after his little stint there where he was in Toronto, I believe. But this is now a huge upgrade for them leading into the deadline itself. And outside of Seattle, we've seen some other massive splashes. And let's waste no time talking about the initial reactions of Mason Miller. Now, Kate, I got to be honest with you. I received a text last night while I was live on my platform stating that Mason Miller, the Padres, was very close. And I couldn't go public with it because it's not my right to do so. But it's happened since then. And not only is Mason Miller a Padre, but JP Sears Dodgers, former Yankee, is now heading to the Padres as well. These are some massive splashes, and the Padres gave up a haul and turn. They gave up a top 3 prospect in baseball in the process. So the A's are getting an immediate return, probably as good as you could get from Mason Miller, who casually throws, I don't know, 104, 105 with 4 or 5 years left to control. I think this is a huge long game play for the Padres because their bullpen is still unbelievably deep. It was arguably the best in baseball before landing Mason Miller. Now you brought in Mason, and that really changes things quite a bit. I have a sneaky suspicion that the Padres are going to stretch Mason Miller out as a starter starting next season, which would make a lot more sense as to why they made this move. But I would love to hear your thoughts, not only on Miller, but also JP, that I'm sure you know a little bit about during his time with the Yankees.
Yeah, absolutely. I think gut reaction was super happy for the Padres. Per usual, AJ Preller is going for it at the trade deadline. I mean, we could talk about how many of his prospects that he has traded in the past couple of years, but I like that he's going for it. Mason Miller gets out of Sacramento. He gets to go play for a playoff contender team, which is amazing. I did initially think that the haul back was kind of crazy, the amount of prospects, for a closer, but I think it makes more sense to your point that they're going to move him as a starting pitcher. The great part about Mason Miller, too, is you have him under team control until 2030. So you got more control in the back end of your bullpen, which is great. I also think, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this, that Robert Suarez and Dylan Cease are going to get dealt at some point within the next, under 2 hours now.
Yeah, we're going to talk more on Cease in particular, as I know when we get into our prediction segment. But just to talk about this briefly, I've had not only many people that I know in the Padres space, but a good friend of mine is very connected there in the Padres, industry organization to a degree. And it's been constantly relayed that both Dylan Cease and Robert Suarez's names have come up in trade talks for the past month and a half, especially Cease. Like, the Padres are fully willing to trade away him. And now that they brought in Sears, that gives them even a further reason to go ahead and trade away Cease, knowing that they added some oomph there to the rotation. And the main reason as to why the Padres wouldn't be opposed to trading Dylan has a lot to do with not only him being a rental, but more so on how he didn't fare well in the playoffs against the Dodgers last year. I think that is something that's loomed large over this Padres team, and they know they have to get over the hump, and they need to make sure they have as much stability there as possible. So if they could add potentially to an area of strength or for the future without really hurting much of their current configuration, they're going to consider that. So that's what I have to say about Dylan Cease for now, but I know we'll have more to talk about with them later. But let's stay on the Padres topic just for a second, because the Padres aren't done. Not only are they probably going to get maybe a Steven Kwan or someone else, but they just acquired a catcher there from the Kansas City Royals as well. So let's go ahead and talk about that other move that just happened, as they brought in Freddie Fermin there from KC. And the reason why this trade is significant is because the Padres have been in desperate need of a catcher all season long. Elias Diaz is more of a bat-first guy going back to his time there, especially in Colorado, but he is not known defensively. Martin Maldonado, who I think everyone in baseball knows very well, is a guy that you could argue maybe shouldn't be on a major league roster depending on who you talk to. So when you look at the lack of quality depth that they currently have in their catching position, bringing someone like Fermin, who obviously has upside and has club control, I think is really going to bode well for AJ Preller and this Padres team. Anything that you'd like to expand on in regards to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. I think you hit every single point. I am curious, I know we'll talk about buyers and sellers in a little bit, is what this kind of means for the Kansas City Royals, if they're going to do a combination of buying and selling. I know, Fermin's a great catcher, and again, it's a great pickup for the Padres, but I'm curious what the Royals have in store for the rest of the trade deadline.
Awesome. Okay, well, now let's go on from talking about Jose Fermin. We'll probably talk about him a little bit more later to rehash everything that AJ Preller did, being the madman that he is on the day of the deadline, per usual, like he is every year. And now let's get into a bit more here on our biggest, buyers and sellers. And Kate, I'm going to start with you with this one. What do you have to say about that first?
The Red Sox, I think, are going to soft buy. I don't see them going out and getting a Joe Ryan. I know they teased that a lot in the beginning. They're going to go out, they're going to get another big starting pitcher. The big starting pitcher they got out yesterday was Steven Matz. I liked the move for them a lot. I think it was good, but I don't think they're going to have this aggressive buy that a lot of Red Sox fans thought they were going to have. And in my, opinion, I think they should have done that. I think they should have been more aggressive at the trade deadline. And listen, they have time to make some more moves, but you're looking at a pretty wide open American League, specifically in the AL East. Obviously, the Blue Jays have been fantastic, but they're half a game behind the Yankees right now. You don't know the future of the team, specifically with Aaron Judge. So I'm surprised that they have been more aggressive, but again, time will tell. What about you? What do you think about the Red Sox?
I think they're going to be a soft buy as well, with the potential of selling. And when I say that, it really only comes down to Jarren Duran. Like that's the big question mark, because even with the Red Sox potentially buying to a degree at this year's deadline, there's a world where they could trade Jaren if it is, say, the Padres, who have been nipping on the heels for him for months on end, or if it's a different club that maybe we're not talking about right now. The Red Sox, I want to give a huge shout out to Craig Breslow, because little did a lot of baseball fans know that after trading Rafael Devers, the Red Sox would be in a greater position to buy at the deadline than the San Francisco Giants, you could rightfully argue, as the Giants have been fairly underwhelming for the past month of baseball, just a couple games above 500. And you look at what the Red Sox are doing right now. Look at all these pieces of youth between Roman Anthony, obviously, the veteran, and Alex Bregman back, Jarren Duran, Trevor Story, another veteran, but the blossoming of guys like Wilyer Abreu that we've seen over the past year and a half. Same thing with Rafaela there at second base. They have their pieces, but to your point again, you would like to see the Red Sox go maybe a little bit more all in, because they had big splashes this past offseason. And even after trading Devers, they're still in a position to succeed this season. And what I think, and I'm actually genuinely curious to know your thoughts as a Yankees fan, would you agree or disagree with the notion that the National League is deeper than the American League?
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Okay, good. We're on the same
Very
page.
much so, yes. I mean, you look at the American League, too, and it's very up and down, right? Like, I think at the beginning of the season, we thought the Rangers were going to be a lot better. They started off super slow. Now they've been kind of hot. The Mariners were really hot. Then they slumped. Like, I think the National League has been more consistent with their teams in performing well, right? I mean, the NL Central is a gauntlet. You're a Mets fan, obviously. Mets and Phillies, that's going to come down to the wire. The American League, I feel like it's only a handful of teams, and it's kind of anyone's league right now, which is, again, why we'd like to see the Red Sox be a bit more aggressive.
Oh, absolutely. So, yeah, we'll see what Boston does here. But getting on with our continued buyers or sellers, next one that we have on the list here, let's go ahead and double check. And we have here the Guardians. And I'm going to start the conversation with this one. I think it goes without saying, the Cleveland Guardians are sellers, right? This is a year where I think they're going to be selling more than buying. And a lot of it has to do with Emmanuel Clase. You know, when this investigation started there with a gambling scandal going back a couple months ago with one of their other pitchers, to now see Emmanuel Clase, one of the most dominant relievers in the game today, out for who knows how long. That's completely thrown a wrench in the Guardians' plans if they wanted to at all really consider buying. And that's exactly why they're not only fielding heavy offers from Stephen Kwan, who I really think is going to get traded in the next couple hours, along with Shane Bieber. Biebs is finally in Toronto there with the other Bieber as well. So they're finally one, if you guys know the little inside joke there between Justin and Shane himself. But the point here is that the Guardians are clearly not in the same position that they were a year ago when it came to contending, and they're far more in a position that's going to find themselves on a bit of a selling spree, with Stephen Kwan looking like the hottest bat commodity on the market now that Eugenio Suarez is headed to the Mariners. What's your thoughts about that, Kate?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's interesting how quickly the tides changed. You know, it was the Dodgers are listening in on Stephen Kwan and Emmanuel Clase. Oh no, we're not taking any calls on them. Absolutely not. They're untouchable. And now all of a sudden it almost feels like the Guardians are doing a fire sale. And I think for the future of this Guardians team, they should keep Stephen Kwan and extend him. But at this track record right now, you know, Shane Bieber, everyone else that they've already traded, I think Stephen Kwan is next. Absolutely. And it's unfortunate that it is Clase, because that was someone, you know, at the back end of your bullpen. Do you, a little bit off topic, but do you think like Cade Smith, you think they would part ways with him, or you think it'd have to be like a massive haul in return?
So, great question on Cade Smith. I like him a lot. I think he would be a huge reliever for any contending team that's trying to acquire him. But the big bugaboo with Cade Smith is the fact that the guy isn't a free agent until like 2030. So there's a lot of club control, and there isn't an urgency by the Guardians to go out and say, oh yeah, I have to trade this very controllable reliever that's making pennies on the dollar versus what they would make once they hit the free agent market a couple years from now. So I think the Guardians are probably going to stand pat on trading a guy like Cade, because if there's anything that we've learned from some of the moves so far, it's that pitching is not cheap. Rental pitching is going to cost you a lot as is. I can only imagine how much a guy like Cade Smith might cost when he has multiple years left of control on his contract. The guy throws absolute gas. His K-to-walk ratio is fantastic. One of the better strike throwers in all the American League. I think he'd be a fantastic pickup for many, but I have yet to see it to believe it in the case of him actually being dealt at this year's deadline. When speaking of teams that are buying and selling, let's go on to our next one here, and let's talk about the LA Angels, the Halos, as I love to label them. What do you got?
The LA Angels, they're still buying. I can't wrap my brain around as to why, and it blows my mind. Listen, the year with Shohei Ohtani, I understand, you know, go all in, buy what you can, but I feel like they live in this like false sense of reality with the team. They have a 3% chance of making the playoffs right now, and they are showing everyone that they still plan on buying at the trade deadline. Again, I don't know why. I think it's a mistake. I think they should try and get some prospects and truthfully rebuild the farm, but maybe they're still holding on to hope. What do you got?
I'd like to think that Artie Moreno's somewhere out there listening and watching this, because I'm speaking, strictly to him. Can we please get it together? Every single year, it's the same nonsense.
Yes.
He has his hands too much on when he basically has his GMs as puppets where they're not even allowed to do what they want to do. This goes back to Billy Epler. Epler's ties with the Yankees as well. Every single year, the Angels are this fringe playoff team leading to the deadline when, mind you, their entire roster is constructed of players that are out of position, that really don't make all that much sense, yet they get just enough done to have you reeled in to say, oh, we might go on a run this year. And then they go out and buy, but they buy in areas that do not move the needle. They're lateral moves at best. And this is the same Angels team that is what? A year and a half, 2 years removed from making like 4 deadline splashes and then DFAing them a couple weeks later when they did that with Lucas Giolito, as well as Matt Moore and all these other guys. Yeah, the Angels drive me nuts. They really do, because they have some pieces. I see Nolan Schanuel in there. You got Zach Neto at the top. There's some things I like about this Halos team, but they just do not have anything in unison. Front office down, in my humble opinion, and I think the opinions of many, and how to properly run the organization. So I'll leave it at that without getting a little bit more too detailed. As we continue on, though, let's get on to our next team here, staying in the American League. And let's go to the Kansas City Royals. The Royals are a fascinating team this year as well, because when you have a man leading the charge in Bobby Witt Jr., you feel inclined to go out and try to make some moves. But the Royals have also been this team that has obviously been up and down in their production that we have seen so far this season. So whether they're going to be a buyer or seller is something that a lot of fans that we have seen across baseball ponder. And as of now, the Royals currently sit 54 and 55. They just extended Seth Lugo, so he's not getting traded. So what are the Royals going to do? I think at absolute most here, in my humble opinion in regards to them, they're going to be a soft buy at most.
Yeah.
I do not see Kansas City doing anything drastic. Again, they just traded away, mind you, a catcher that's going to be a strength now for the Padres because they need some stability there. So I do not think we're going to see them do anything crazy. But hey, if Kansas City does anything drastic from now up until the deadline, I'm all for it. I would love to see some American League teams get crazy here in the next couple hours.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think they were, a bit more exciting last year. And I think, again, not a super aggressive buy, but they're holding on to the fact that, like, they made the postseason last year, made a pretty, deep run considering. And the question marks that I have with the Royals is, like, Chris Bubich just went down. Like, they're missing a really big part of their starting pitching. He was having a fantastic year. He was an all-star. So I could see them possibly trading for another starting pitcher. But other than that, I don't see them making any aggressive moves. They're not catching up to the Tigers in the AL Central. Again, there are other teams in the wild card race. I think it will be closer down the stretch, but I don't see them doing anything super extensive.
I'm with you on that one. And while I'm certainly excited to talk about the next couple teams that we have to get into, we do have some news in regards to Mr. Cedric Mullins that we have to share. And that is as follows. Cedric Mullins remains a possibility for the Mets, who they like as a center field upgrade. There's been little or no progress on Luis Robert, and it's even possible the White Sox keep Robert. So as we were saying earlier, this frustrates me a little bit as a Mets fan because I really like the high upside and the ceiling of Robert, even though I know his floor is incredibly low. Cedric Mullins is a guy that's been a long link to the Mets over the past 2 months as well as a center field fit. And the reason as to why Mullins would be an upgrade for the Mets should have happened is as follows. Tyrone Taylor, who's our main center field option with Jose Siri out most of the season with injury right now. Taylor is a fantastic defensive and base running player, but offensively, he has not been able to hit a lick at all the past 2 months. And while Cedric Mullins hasn't been all that much better, he has veteran leadership. He's in a walk year, so there's an incentive for him to spark it up big time, especially if he's in a deep lineup the way he would be out of the Mets, not need to be their go-to guy at all. And going from an Orioles team that obviously isn't going anywhere this year and a team that's had little success throughout his entire tenure to go to the Mets, where they were just 2 games shy of the World Series last year, I'm sure that would be very exciting for Cedric to add this kind of lefty bat that obviously can command center for you, be more of your starting center option as an upgrade over Tyrone Taylor, as well as potentially to a degree a Jesse Winker replacement, because unfortunately Jesse Winker has been out for the vast majority of all summer with injury, and there's no timetable for his return. So the Mets are not only looking for a center field fit, but also potentially another bat from the left side that could pair well from center field to DH. So if Luis Robert doesn't happen, as much as I certainly want to as a Mets fan, I think Cedric Mullins will be more than a fine consolation prize. What's your thoughts on that, Kate?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a great addition for the Mets. They were obviously in the market for a center fielder. I think with the flip side, with the Orioles, they've talked about, getting away with some of their rentals. Ryan O'Hearn and Cedric Mullins will both be free agents after this year. So I think Cedric Mullins to the Mets makes a lot of sense, and the Orioles can rebuild and retool for next season because, yeah, again, not catching up in the AL East.
As a Yankees fan, especially, I just have to ask you as a follow-up, Kate,
Yeah.
what about Cedric stood out the most to you when it came to his performance on a positive front versus maybe things that you don't necessarily love about his game, if you had to pick anything in particular?
Yeah, I think defense as a whole, he's someone that's going to consistently have pretty good range in center field. Again, he's not going to hit for a super high average, but he'll get streaky. And I think that he's a great addition, great clubhouse guy. It's unfortunate because, he's been with the Orioles for an extended period of time. But I think, versatility in the outfield, being able to move well, and it would bode well for the Mets lineup for sure.
All right, so now let's go back to the buyers and sellers here. And Kate, I got another follow-up for you because we have the St. Louis Cardinals next, and they've already started their selling spree. So what's your thoughts on that?
Yes, I had a feeling they were going to sell. I know they mentioned, days leading up to the trade deadline, they weren't sure. Are we going to buy? Are we going to sell? Obviously, I'm sure you can talk a little bit more about this, but, Ryan Helsley heading over to the Mets. So I do see them selling for, the first couple months, like the first month of the season, I thought that they could actually contend for the NL Central. I just think it's too competitive this year with the Brewers and the Cubs. So I could see them selling. I don't think Nolan Arenado is going to get traded, but I know that name has been floating around. I'm sure the Cardinals would love to let go of some of that money. I just think a lot of teams would prefer a stronger offensive third baseman than the Gold Glove that Nolan can offer. But obviously, Ryan Helsley is heading over to the Mets. I think they have the second best bullpen in all of Major League Baseball, right behind the Padres. But yeah, I think they're selling.
I think they're selling too. But the unfortunate thing is that, the Cardinals are one of these smaller market teams that's always kind of on the fringe at the deadline as well. They're in similarity at times with the Angels that we've seen in recent years where they're right around 500. Maybe they get hot right at the time and they buy, but they don't, again, buy enough to be a needle mover. They usually do more things that, again, add in little areas, but nothing that's really drastic. And that's tough when you have such a competitive National League Central with outside of the Pirates, the Cincinnati Reds, the Milwaukee Brewers, and obviously the Chicago Cubs, all pushing to have themselves deep playoff runs this year. And then you add in, you didn't just trade Ryan Helsley, who's one of the best closers in all baseball, who's going to be Edwin Diaz's setup man now, which I'm really happy to say as a Mets fan, obviously, even if it's only for a couple months. But you also bear in mind that reporting has come out, especially from Katie Wu, who does a great job on the beat there out of St. Louis, stating how it appears that they are not going to be trading guys like Brendan Donovan, Lars Nootbaar, Alec Burleson, even after their names have been brought up. So again, the Cardinals selling to a degree. They trade away guys like Ryan Helsley, Steven Matz, among others, but it appears that they have already reached their stopping point, with Phil Maton being their last domino to likely fall. As you guys can see, there's the Cardinals lineup there. Some attractive pieces for sure. I mean, I like myself a Mason Wynn. Brendan Donovan's been a dog this season, obviously. There's been exciting things about the future, what they have there at catcher as well, and Pajes, but more work to do still for this Cardinals team as they initially had into the year having very little expectations of being a playoff club. So it's really not shocking to see them sellers here in the end. But last but not least, for our buyers and sellers, let's get into a team that I know very well, and that's the Atlanta Braves. And the Atlanta Braves are doing this thing called a soft sell this year. They're not doing anything crazy. They're kind of stuck in this limbo as well because they had such high expectations heading into the season. And not only did they fall flat on their face, they pulled the 2023 Mets. They got nowhere close. Like the whole year, they just have not been that team. And between their endless injuries, where everyone and their mother has been down now all year with injury in their rotation, to their offensive inconsistencies, AA is sitting back and saying, you know what? If we're going to buy, we're going to bring in the Cookie Carrascos and the Eric Fetties of the world just to eat innings for the rest of the year. If anyone does get traded, though, one name to keep an eye on, because it's been rumbling for a bit, is Marcell Ozuna. Yep. Could they consider actually trading away their power DH, or are they going to keep this core group heading into the offseason? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I go back and forth with the Braves. I agree with you. Soft sell. Again, no one major. But, coming into this season, I said that this is the 2023 Braves team, right? It's the 23 Braves team. They're all healthy. We're going into 2025. They're going to have a great year. I looked very silly the first 8 games of the season when, they started 0-7. But I think they kind of want to keep this core group together and give it another shot next year. Unfortunately, they've been plagued by injuries in the starting pitching department, right? Like we've seen it throughout the entire year. And Ozuna could possibly be traded, but I'm going back and forth with them. Unfortunately, I think they are going to keep this core group together, and I think that's smart. I mean, a lot of the guys are still young, and if you think about the talent that they had in 2023, I think that they should. So, yeah, soft
No,
sell.
I'm with you 100%. And we do have some more news to get into. It's just been relayed my way. So let's go ahead and see what tweet we got to check out next here for our latest
Excited.
MLB trade deadline coverage, everybody. Let's go ahead and check out what that is. All right. Bob Nightingale of USA Today. Shout out Bob. I just did a segment with him a week ago. Great guy. While everyone is wondering where Padres starter Dylan Cease is going, it certainly appears that he's going nowhere and staying in San Diego.
Wow.
Okay, you're on the money with this one. The Padres never were going to trade closer Robert Suarez. Wow. If this is true, this is spicy now. What do you mean the Padres got better and they're not trading away anyone that I want them to trade away? That doesn't make me happy as a Mets fan. But in all seriousness, Kate, what's the gut reaction to this one?
Yeah, I think I'm more so surprised because the first thing I thought of was, oh, so Dylan and Robert are, see ya, like let's get rid of, some of the rentals. And I'm a little surprised as well because, listen, they're not re-signing Dylan in the offseason, right? I highly doubt it. I think he is going to be a Brave in 2026, and I think they'd rather go for Michael King. Yeah, that's my little hot take. Maybe we can play this next year when Dylan Cease is on the Braves. But yeah, this year, listen, he's having a down year. I'm surprised they wouldn't try and flip Dylan for someone because he's one of those pitchers that always consistently leads in strikeouts, but he's not eating up a lot of innings. The good part about Dylan that I will say is that man does not miss a start, okay? He has had the most games started in Major League Baseball for 3 seasons. Last year, he led the National League in games started, so he's always going to give you, availability and longevity during the year. And I guess they're thinking maybe Michael King is going to be out for longer than they thought, and they'd rather keep Dylan around. Yu Darvish hasn't been, great since returning. I'm definitely surprised, but interesting, spicy. What do you got? What's your gut reaction?
My gut reaction is that AJ Preller's all in. I mean,
yeah, he's
clearly all
crazy.
in. That's exactly what this is. He's like, you know what? We've been shopping Dylan Cease for 2 months, but we're going to keep him. We're just going to go ahead, lock in with Dylan, see what he can provide for this team down the stretch, and hopefully have a better postseason than what he did a year ago, right? Because as you said, whether Cease goes to Atlanta, which is a spicy take, I like that to a degree, as well as, the uncertainty with the Padres beyond the season, you have to maximize your win now window. And clearly they did not find a suitor for Cease that was appealing enough to warrant losing that key. And whether you want to call him ace caliber or a top 3 in your rotation, that's fine. He's still one of the better starters in all of baseball. And as I said to you earlier, how Zach Gallen is one of the most unlucky pitchers in baseball. He's only trailing Dylan Cease. That's the main thing. So whether this is one of those things where the Padres get their infield a bit figured out with the defensive configuration, maybe they bring in a Stephen Kwan that really helps out the corner outfield where that's been a liability for them this season. As Gavin Sheets is not a guy that you want consistently out there in left field at all. He's usually a guy you want more so on your infield commanding first base / DH. So I'm really, really intrigued by the fact that the Padres are clearly all in, and I commend them for doing it because if they've learned anything from what the big bad Dodgers have done the past couple of years is that you have to, you have to make sure that you do everything that it takes to win out of the NL West because as of now, they have yet to get over that Dodgers hump. They did a couple of years ago, fell flat doing it last year when they had that lead in the wild card. They want to really rewrite the ship here and find themselves back in the winning category out of the NL West. So as we continue on here, can it be relayed to me again what we're doing next just because it broke up for a second? Oh, there we go. We got ourselves another tweet. Bang. The Yankees have asked the Marlins for a package that would include, oh, I don't like this. I love this for you, but
love this for
I've
me.
been hearing this in regards to the Mets as well. Sandy and Anthony Bender, that would be massive for the Yankees. Kate, what's the gut reaction here?
Yeah, again, massive, huge. This is what we want. I think, Sandy, you have years of control left with him, right? So he's a young starting pitcher. He's coming back from Tommy John surgery. Is he having, the Sandy year that we know him for? No, his past 2 starts, he's been a lot better. I would love to slide him into this starting rotation. I just feel like the Marlins are really honing in on asking for Spencer Jones, which I don't think Brian Cashman, I don't think anyone in the front office wants to part ways with. He has been fantastic in AAA. I know a lot of, other teams are using him as a trade piece. But if Brian Cashman can get away with gaining Sandy and not giving away Spencer Jones or George Lombard, then I say they 100% go for it. Again, you have them under team control. We talk about this all the time, that young starting pitchers are hard to come by. Sandy will be a Matt Blake project that he'll absolutely love to retool a little bit. But if you're already having to retool a starting pitcher that's coming back from Tommy John surgery, I don't want them to part ways with, one of the best prospects in the Yankees organization.
Oh, yeah. We're going to see what the Yankees do here. They have potential to make nothing short of an absolute big blast of a trade here. But we have breaking news in regards to a trade that we have to share, and this has everything to do with my Mets. It is officially official.
Of course.
Fitting this happens right as I ended my live show on my platform covering the Mets all day. Here we go, folks. Breaking news is as follows. Cedric Mullins is heading to the New York Metropolitans. We await to find out the return there for Seti, but yes, Mullins is the Mets outfield pick, which means that Luis Robert is likely staying put now in Southside Chicago, unless we see a team like the Padres or someone else that we're not talking about right now go ahead and land them. So the Mets go ahead and they make their splash. They add their center fielder, an immediate upgrade over Tyrone Taylor, as we were just saying. This was needed. I'm very happy to see the Mets finally shore up this area. That's the gut reaction. Secondly, I'm really curious to see how Mullins' bat plays, because for the past couple months, he has not swung the bat nearly as well as he did to start the season. So I'm hoping that it changes scenery, as well as being in a deeper lineup than what he was in there in Baltimore. Bodes Cedric Mullins right, but we just talked about the clubhouse character, the great defense, as well as the veteran leadership that comes with a player like him. Rock solid base running on the bags as well that you guys can see there. There are a lot of appealing aspects to Cedric Mullins and his game, and now he enters a fold here for the New York Metropolitans as their center field option. Kate, what's your further thoughts about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think just in general for the Mets, kind of checking all the boxes here. You know what I mean? They said they wanted to get a center fielder. They said they were in the market for an outfielder. Obviously, we saw Harrison Bader head on over to the Phillies. Didn't think he was going to have a Mets reunion anyway. But I think Cedric Mullins was one of the best options on the market that you could have possibly traded for. In terms of talent, I'm sure they didn't give up a lot for Cedric. Again, he's a rental. You're going to get him for a couple months, but he does provide veteran leadership. The Mets are very poised to make a deep run in the postseason this year. Now they have one of the best bullpens in baseball. They got their center fielder. Is there anyone else? I'm curious to not put you on the spot here, but like anyone else that you like really want to see the Mets acquire?
Absolutely. The main thing with the Mets offense has been they're very Jekyll and Hyde. Their 1 through 4 has been top 4 in baseball, but their 5 through 9 has been ranked around 24th. So they've had a lot of liability with their younger players that haven't been consistent all year long. So adding Mullins is huge in that regard, but I would love to see them do something more offensively. Specifically, if they could at all try to pull off something either for second base / DH. They initially liked Brandon Lowe a lot, but the Rays don't feel inclined to trade him, so I'm not sure if that's going to happen. It's now the rotation. If the Mets are going to add anything more, I really hope that they can try to land a starter today. Sandy's still out there, Cabrera's still out there, Gallen's still out there, Kelly's still out there. You still have quality starters that could impact this rotation now. And no, it's funny. I'm sure you probably had your initial reaction as a Yankees fan when the Mets signed Clay Holmes, but fast forward all these months later, and Clay Holmes probably is voted best as in a piggyback situation than necessarily being a true starter. He has not given us that length consistently that we've been looking for, and all the more reason to go ahead and try to land a starter of quality to help in that regard. But listen, the Mets were already having 62. Oh, Ramon Gomez, Anthony Nunez, and Chandler Marsh are going back to the Baltimore Orioles. Okay, so for those that don't know,
give us the tea.
Let me give you the tea here.
Give us the tea.
Chandler Marsh is more of a back-end prospect. Nothing personal against Chandler. Wishing you the best in Baltimore, but I don't really have much more that I have to say about that. When we talk beyond Chandler, however, we do see that we have Anthony Nunez, who's been having himself a pretty solid season there in the Mets minor leagues. He was one of an abundance of arms that's been pitching pretty darn well all year long, but the Mets have done a great job there with their scouting and player development the past 2 years under David Stern, is that they can now stomach handling and parting ways with some of their mid to back tier prospects, whereas years prior, they were so deflated and so depleted in their farm that you had their top guys, but then there was no meat in between. It was just either top or nothing, and there was nothing in that middle. There was quite the gap. So by losing Nunez, that really doesn't change much, but Ramon Gomez is the one that I'm bummed to see moved, and here's why. He has an 80 grade fastball. He throws 104. And he's all over the place, but he has so much potential. He's currently in the Mets minor leagues, started the year in low A, got to high A as well. That's pretty much where he's been for the most part. The Mets love the electricity that comes with the arm, but clearly not enough, as they were willing to trade him away in a rental deal for Cedric Mullins. So that is the knee-jerk initial reaction, what you guys need to know, what the Mets gave up there for Cedric Mullins. So you gave up a flamethrower reliever who has plenty upside, but also, obviously, is not in a current position where we're going to be seeing him in the bigs anytime soon. And the Mets are in a win now stage. All the more reason for them to go ahead and make a move like this for Cedric Mullins. So yeah, I really can't complain. Out of all the prospects the Mets have traded the past 24 hours, there's only one that I'm still thinking about, and that's Jesus Baez, who they traded for Ryan Helsley. Outside of that, everything has been, I think, pretty content and understanding as to why they made the decisions that they did. But we do, Kate, have another trade to announce. More breaking news here. It's almost like it's the trade deadline. Who would have thought? What do we see here? The Yankees are acquiring reliever Jake Bird from the Rockies. That's a big one.
That's
Bang.
huge. Wait.
Wow.
Oh.
What's the initial reaction to that? You got David Bednar and Jake Bird? What's next?
All right, initial reaction was, again, they're going for it. The bullpen has been atrocious. Not the past month, past like 2 months, the bullpen has been awful. Not a lot of dependable relievers. I love this move for the Yankees. Has Jake Bird fallen off a little bit in, past, I would say, like 4 or 5 appearances? Yes. At the beginning of the season, he was absolutely electric. I'm very curious to see who we got in return, but he was one of the best relief pitchers in baseball first, month, 2 months of the season. Yeah, ERA is a little bit more inflated, but if you take away some of his starts, I think he's going to be fantastic. I'm super excited. So we have 2 relievers, which again, Brian Cashman promised, and I think a starting pitcher, and I'm feeling good. I'm feeling much better than I was an hour ago.
So what's the bullpen configuration right now for the Yankees? What are you guys looking at now that you brought in both Bird and Bednar? Who are the other old reliables outside of Devin Williams?
Yeah, we got Tim Hill will be great. I mean, we have Fernando Cruz will be coming back from the IL, which is fantastic. So I think setup-wise, I'm curious where Bednar is going to fall in terms of like a setup guy, middle relief, and closer. I feel like they're going to have Devin out of the closing spot, which would be interesting if that's going to be reserved for Bednar. But as well as Jake Bird. Jake Bird being the setup guy, because even Weaver has been kind of back and forth. Some games has been fantastic, but his ERA is definitely inflated since coming back from the IL. So I'm curious how they're going to retool the bullpen in that sense. But again, a lot of the guys we haven't been able to rely upon. And I think now we bring in, 2 excellent bullpen guys that we've desperately been struggling with. Again, the Yankees bullpen has had over a 10 ERA in the past month. So it was the biggest thing we needed to address. We made 2 solid moves. I'm feeling good.
So outside of the bullpen, when you look at the rest of this Yankees lineup and their rotation configuration, as of now, barring if they, of course, still acquire maybe a Sandy, a Gallen, a Kelly, what have you, bearing those things in mind, where would you see the Yankees stack up as one of the better teams in the American League? Like, one, what are the teams that concern you the most as a Yankees fan? And secondly, where do you see them faring against these teams in particular?
Yeah, I think the Blue Jays is obviously knee-jerk reaction being in the AL East. In terms of everyone else, the Tigers have been struggling the past month. Again, could they be slumping? Absolutely. I would say they're top 5 team in the American League. Again, the Tigers, the Blue Jays concern me. And for some reason, the team that I will literally never be able to escape is the Houston Astros, because they have an endless supply of pitching prospects that they just continuously call up and perform well. And it's the most frustrating thing as a Yankees fan. But yeah, the Astros, till the day I die, will continue to rattle me a little bit. But everyone else, and the Mariners. Geez. The Mariners after the trade deadline. I would say Mariners, Tigers, Blue Jays. Yeah, and then I'd put the Yankees. So I'd say top 4 in the American League.
Final thing I have for you regarding the Yankees, let's talk about the Blue Jays in particular for a second, because I think we can all agree, and I think most Blue Jays fans can agree, they've been having a season that has been far above the initial expectation at this point, right? So how sustainable do you think the Blue Jays' success is so far that they've had this season?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's interesting because their run differential was atrocious. And then all of a sudden they didn't look like a good team on paper, but obviously George Springer has been having a fantastic season. Vladdy's been doing well. The addition of Shane Bieber, I think, is huge for the starting pitching. I didn't see them making a lot of splashes at the trade deadline, but I think in terms of the American League East, they are the most concerning. The level of success being sustained, I think they're having a hot streak, but I think they're also going to win the division. So it goes back and forth.
Awesome. Well, let's see if we have anything else cooking in the rumor mill right now. I'm just double checking on my phone as we speak.
Yes.
Don't got a whole lot else going right now. So let's go back here to Cedric Mullins for a second, because this is obviously exciting news as a Mets fan especially. I have to be completely frank, though. This was like, I was relayed earlier today that if the Mets do not land someone like, say, Luis Robert, that the floor would be a guy like Cedric Mullins. And that's true. So one, we know that Robert likely isn't being dealt at this rate because the asking prices, I'm sure, have been astronomical. And secondly, now you bring in a guy in Mullins who not only adds that veteran leadership and obviously the length of the lineup, but now you have to wonder who is going to be the better winner in the end between the Mets and the Phillies, because they've had such eerily similar moves that they made at the deadline. You know, we saw the Phillies go out and land Yon Duran, one of the best relievers, closers in all the game. The Mets said, checkmate. Let's go not only bring in Tyler Rogers, but let's go ahead and bring in Ryan Helsley as well. Now you look, they added Harrison Bader, who we both know very well with his time with the Yankees, with his time with the Mets. Great defender, very good base runner, and can go gap to gap when he's right. And the Mets went with Cedric Mullins instead of a potential Harrison Bader reunion. I really think that has to do with having that lefty bat in that lap. Kate, in your opinion, from an outsider's point of view, where would you rank this Mets lineup currently out of the National League?
Out of the National League as a whole, I would say second behind the Dodgers. I think the lineup has been, actually, no, third behind the Phillies. So Dodgers, Phillies, Mets consistently. Okay. But I think, you know, Pete's having a fantastic season. Obviously, Juan Soto, I know everyone was, not everyone, Mets fans were fine. Yankees fans were panicking a little bit at the beginning of the season, like, oh, look at them. But I think overall, they can definitely contend with the Dodgers and the Phillies. The Padres, I go back and forth with the starting lineup. They're, you know, they can go 8, 9, 10 games without scoring a run. So I think they're one of the top 3 offenses in the National League, but the scariest part would be their bullpen as of right now.
Yeah, no, I agree. The bullpen is definitely one of those things where we're going to see what happens on that front. We take a look at the Mets lineup here. As you guys can see, the projected lineup as of now, Brandon Nimmo in leadoff, Francisco Lindor in the 2-hole, Soto in the 3 spot, Alonso batting 4th, McNeil batting 5th, Marte 6th, Mullins 7th, Alvarez 8th, and Mauricio 9th. I love that, if I'm being completely honest, just because we've had one glaring 100%. Hole, and it's always been our 7th spot all season long. The Mets are like, who's our worst hitter on the lineup? Okay, we'll put him in the 7th spot. That's been the common trend all season long. That's why a guy like Tyrone Taylor has been in there a lot of the time. But now by adding Cedric, and potentially if you get anything out of Jesse Winker before the end of the season, the Mets have multiple lefty quality bats to consider between Nimmo, Soto, obviously, McNeil, and when he's batting from the left side more often than not there, and Francisco Lindor. The only, I think, thing I have to think about now is how are all these lefty bats going to do against southpaw pitching, right? Because we know that when it comes to the lefty-lefty matchups, they're not always going to be favorable. I know that in the case of Nimmo and McNeil, they kind of have reverse splits. They do very well against lefties. In the case of Juan Soto, he's Juan Soto. He's always going to do good no matter who he's playing. Cedric Mullins, however, that's actually one I'm curious, how good or bad are his splits? Is this a guy that we need to play mainly against right-handed pitching, or can he be utilized out there every single day? I'm actually going to look it up live on air right now because we might as well just do this right now. Get into his splits and see how he fares against these left-handed pitchers. Because if Mullins does fare well at all against left-handers, then that'll obviously mean that he will be in there for probably the bulk of the time versus maybe in just a platoon role. But as we check right now, going down the list here to see what his splits are looking like against left-handed pitching this season, oh my goodness gracious, he has reverse splits. This is insane. He's batting .298 with an .866 OPS. So there we go. He does fantastic against left-handed pitching, but against right-handed pitching, there's been a bigger problem for sure. He's batting right around .204 with a .689 OPS. So oddly enough, the Mets may find themselves utilizing Cedric Mullins more against left-handed pitching than even against right-handers this year, which is not something that I was expecting to see be the case. I'm pleasantly surprised to see that, actually. So, yeah, I think that's all I got right now for Cedric Mullins. I'm just happy to see this come to fruition finally, to be adding to this bullpen, the outfield, rather. And when we talk about Luis Robert for a second, Kate, would you say that's a right or wrong move by the Chicago White Sox if they ultimately stand pat and don't trade him at this year's deadline?
Yeah, again, I think that he's one of those that I'm curious if you should just ask to see what you can get for him, but I think their asking price is way too high for the level of play that he has had this season. Again, last year, you know, he was one of the most highly sought out players on the trade market. And this year he's having a down year. I think they're still, you know, raising the value that they want to get in return. I think the White Sox, you almost though should just take some prospects, right? Like, you have to retool anyway. You have to upgrade the farm. You're going to have to rely on that for years to come. Again, they're not known for going out and getting money and spending money in free agency. So I think the best case scenario is they should trade for him. But again, I think the asking price right now is just way too high.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you. I don't know why the White Sox think that they're evaluating Robert at all in similarity to how he was as a player 2 years ago. I don't know if they realize that's been, again, 2 years ago, and player value tends to change over that time, especially when he has a $20 million club option. So it's like the team that would invest in him would then have to take the potential risk of putting on an inflated contract for the next season for a guy that's batting 20% below league average. I mean, look at that OPS. I like Robert a lot. I do. But there has that needs to be done on the case of Luis Robert and future now. We do have a trade, though. Breaking news. Cue the sirens again. What do we have?
I love it.
Oh, sweet. I'm sorry. It ain't a trade. I got ahead of myself.
You got me so excited.
I know. I'm sorry. Astros aren't completely
want.
off of Carlos Correa. This is probably not something that you want to see. Still talking to Twins. A lot of finances to work out, however. So, as someone who I know is a huge Astros connoisseur like yourself, Kate, what's the gut reaction here?
So here's the thing. I actually wanted to bring this up, and I know we're going to get into it a little bit later on. I thought it was fascinating that Correa said he would waive his no-trade clause. He would also be open to playing third base. Isak Paredes, they said, is now going to be out for at least 4 to 8 weeks. They don't know the extent of his injury, so they're in the market for, second, third baseman, anyone in that area. Obviously, they have Pena at shortstop, but it's interesting. The reunion with Carlos Correa, I feel like also came out of left field. Like, it's not something that I was expecting. I didn't think the Twins would part ways from him, but if he's going to waive his no-trade clause and they're still on it, I think it should be, a lot of finances to work out is actually a really good point when you bring up that contract. And again, you think he's going to be, the core part of his franchise, and it's unfortunate. The only thing I will say, though, about Correa is, the Astros have dealt with how many injuries this year? I think we lose count every single day. A ton of starting pitching injuries, a ton of, Alvarez is still on the IL, a ton of regular position player injuries. So do they want to, bring Correa back, who is an injury-prone infielder? I don't know if they would want to do that specifically for this season, but it should be interesting. I think that would be a crazy splash. Probably one of the biggest names moved at the deadline.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of insane if the Astros do go full circle with Carlos Correa after he walks, because I never thought that he would even be considered by Houston again. It's like they want to ruffle your feathers right now, Kate, because when you think of the Astros, you think of Carlos Correa, you think of Bregman, you think of that core group, obviously, from back in the day. They're not getting Breggy back yet, at least, but it does appear that Carlos Correa is in the cards for them. And as a Mets fan who knows Correa well during his whole month of being in active negotiation with the Mets and Mets saying no after a while, I can tell you very much so that I know Correa is a good player, but obviously a guy that you don't necessarily want to give up the farm for, if that makes sense.
Yes.
We do, however, let me just check on my phone right now.
Is it breaking
to make sure
news?
that I'm not missing.
I'm so excited.
I don't know if we have breaking news. Do we have breaking news?
Oh,
we have breaking news on Ryan O'Hearn?
Ryan O'Hearn? I mean, this was somebody that we all knew was going to get traded. Has multiple suitors, but sources say the Orioles' asking price for their lone all-star is very high. Interesting. Isn't Ryan's a free agent after this year too, right? So it's interesting that they're having such a high asking price for a rental. Obviously, he's having a fantastic season, the bright light in the Orioles organization. I initially thought that was going to be the Giants' pick, but obviously they've moved on from that and the Giants are selling. I'm curious about Ryan O'Hearn, why the asking price would be that high, and that they, again, for a rental, I'm curious to hear your thoughts as well.
Yeah, Ryan O'Hearn is having a fantastic season, obviously, for the Orioles. And if you're Baltimore, you have to maximize that right now. And this is a guy that obviously really just completely just started to burst on the scene. That's why he's got a 282 average, 824 OPS, 39 RBIs. I think he's such a hot commodity as well, Kate, because of the fact that there really aren't a lot of power gap-to-gap bats out there on the deadline. Outside of Eugenio Suarez. Kwan was the next best guy, and Kwan's not a guy that you're seeking power from, but Ryan O'Hearn certainly is. Which is why, when we get into a little bit later on our predictions, when I talk about Ryan O'Hearn especially, there's multiple teams that I think make sense for him, but there's some smaller market clubs out of the National League in particular that I think could really bode well with someone like him. So it'll be interesting to see if Ryan does in fact get traded here. I guess the initial thing that I have as a question to you in regards to O'Hearn is there one team in particular that you think sticks out like a sore thumb as a proper fit for him? Or are you still trying to figure out where would he be best suited, if anywhere?
I think I'm still trying to figure out where he'd be best suited, but my gut initial reaction was always the Giants. At the same time, I think they've completely fallen off and they're not going to be aggressive at the deadline, which I think that's the correct call. I think that's the correct move. But yeah, it was initially the Giants. I don't think there's a clear fit for Ryan, as well as who would have the prospects to give up for him.
Oh, and we have another tweet regarding the Padres, Kate. AJ Preller's not done. What's happening there with the Padres? Let's get right into it. On a frenetic all-in deadline day, the Padres are still determined to acquire a left fielder, with Ramon Laureano among the possibilities. AJ Preller has already traded a ton of young talent, but he still has some interesting prospects left to offer. So, okay, maybe it's not going to be Stephen Kwan. Maybe it's going to be Ramon Laureano, who's having himself quite the anomaly of a season. Kate, gut reaction right there. What we got?
I think the funniest part about that is, but he still has some interesting prospects left to offer. Like, how many prospects does AJ Preller feel comfortable with parting
There's
ways?
an empty room, and Will Smith is just standing there looking around like, what? Like, I'm the last one. Like, am I going to? That's the vibe I'm getting right
He
now.
still has some interesting prospects left to offer. Where are you getting all of these prospects from? And truthfully, again, even getting Mason Miller and JP Sears, like, that was extensive prospects. Again, yeah, he's having a fantastic season. They're in the market for an outfield. They desperately need to upgrade, specifically with their lineup. And I think for the Padres, they're understanding that that window of opportunity to win is closing. The Dodgers have been struggling a little bit. Per usual, the Dodgers dealing with injuries, specifically in the starting pitching department. I know, Blake Snell's coming back. He's slated to pitch on Saturday. And I think the Dodgers are going to be fine because, again, they're the Dodgers. They always seem to figure it out. But at the same time, I think the Padres see an opportunity and see a window to catch them and even potentially win the division. So I love that Preller's going for it. Again, just they have so many prospects left to offer. It's just pure AJ Preller fashion.
Oh, for sure. And Laureano's having a fantastic year for the Orioles. For those that are unaware, Buddy's batting right around 280, like an 840 plus OPS, 40% above league average. He's been a solid defender, even though his OAA will tell you otherwise, but a very good gap-to-gap gamer of a player for sure that I think would bode well in that Padres lineup. However, I don't even know if my friends at BR have relayed this yet because we're still trying to get confirmation, but it does appear that the Mets might not be done adding a bat. There's rumblings going on as we speak, and I want to know if my friends at BR are waiting to pull this up, or if maybe we'll wait a little bit to see if we get more people to reaffirm this. However, this is insane if this does actually happen. So
is that Adolis Garcia?
Yeah, Adolis Garcia might be.
I swear.
Oh my God, this would be like our Cespedes in the sense of like this comes out of nowhere. 10 years from the last time we acquired Yoenis Cespedes, the last big bat of a deadline acquisition for the Mets. A decade later, it appears that might become a reality, everybody. I kid you not. Originally from Mike DePortez, and I kid you not, before he even tweeted that, I got a text from my source saying, oh my God, Adolis Garcia might actually be happening, when there was no pre-existing conversation in this mind. So we are waiting in the wings to see this happen. I know, see, he was so excited, he can't even spell breaking right. I don't blame him. Breaking news, Adolis Garcia traded the Mets. So we await to find out if this is finalized or not. But oh my God, this changes a lot if this becomes a reality.
They're still waiting to finalize? Okay.
Holy guacamole. This changes everything. This is such big news. I'm going to have to screen record while we're doing the live show here so I can pop this on my platform as well, because this is so out of left field, it's not even funny.
Yeah, especially after getting Cedric, too. Like,
that's
the like that. I'm like, they're just going to keep platooning all the outfielders.
Yeah, they're going to platoon, or we're going to try to lean in on Garcia playing at DH. Like, this is crazy, because I know Adolis has not been having a great season this year. I got to check just how bad it's been. But that's another change of scenery candidate. That's insane. Wow.
Wow. If Garcia to the Mets is confirmed, yeah, they're going all in.
Wow.
Let's see. I think his splits against, was it left-handed?
Wow.
243, 560. Yeah. He has good splits against right-handed pitching.
So this is fascinating. Okay. So we await to find out if this is going to be a confirm or not. But let's go ahead. Let's say it's going to happen because I'm a Mets fan. And
let's just be hypothetical.
Right? Let's go with the hypothetical. And right now, if the Mets land Adolis Garcia, this changes their configuration quite a bit. We're going to pull up the numbers right now as we're having this conversation as we speak. But I'm just jaw dropped because I was not expecting that. And the most hilarious thing is, I tweeted earlier today how is David Stearns going to go out and make a move that no one's anticipating at all, the way that we did, because Tyler Rogers was not at all a reliever that was reportedly on the Mets' radar up until it happened yesterday. And we've seen him kind of work in silence like this. And if you had Adolis Garcia, All right, he's actually right in similarity to Robert when it comes to his production this year. He's batting 227 with 273 on base, a 394 slug, 15 home runs, 42 runs scored, 62 RBIs. Obviously, a huge power bat. He's been very inconsistent for the Texas Rangers this year. He is a plus defender. He's actually plus defensively so far this year, which is interesting. And he's another guy that can be utilized either in the outfield or DH. And I think this is clearly telling. If the Mets are going ahead and they're actually landing someone like Adolis Garcia, the reason why you do this is, to your point, Kate, you not only do this to try to platoon, but I think you're really maximizing your win now window. So again, folks, as we await to find out if this is going to be actually confirmed or not, Mike DePortez, who does a very good job. For those that don't know Mike, he's one of the more slept on reporters across Major League Baseball. He got so much right this past offseason. He was the first on the Vladimir Guerrero news when that was happening. When he was getting extended. Ketel Marte, same thing. There was a couple others that I know that he was in on plenty. And according to Mike DePortez, it does appear that the Mets may find themselves. Oh,
no.
Wait,
wait, to the Astros, you mean?
Yeah, do we have more breaking news? Oh my.
What?
Oh my God, Carlos Correa is back to the Astros. This is insane. We were talking about it, but now that's happening. That's
I think
nuts.
Wait, there's no.
Wait.
What?
Oh my God.
Okay, I know they were.
Oh
I
God,
thought, truthfully,
insane.
this was gonna be like a pipe. Like, there's no way that's actually gonna happen. Holy wow. Astros have a great. Okay, that's a lot of the money that they need to figure it out. Also, why would the Twins do this? Why would the Twins do this? Is what I don't understand. Yeah. Wow. Not a good time to be in the American League. Carlos Correa. So is he going to play third? He's going to play third base. Oh, it's like an A-Rod situation.
It's literally
Except he was signed in the offseason.
Exactly what it's going to be. Yeah, because Isaac Paredes is out, like, what, 7-8 months, they said? He's out long term.
Yeah, he's out long term. Rest of the season.
Yeah. So, yeah, this is exactly what that is. They're like, you know what? Let's go ahead and get our Isaac Paredes replacement. Carlos, come on down. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Kate. Astros fans are electric right now, rightfully so. But Yankees fans, a little bit shaking your boots. The PTSD's kicking in. You don't like the idea of Carlos Correa back in Houston.
The PTSD's kicking in. I'm thinking, like, wow. As a Yankees fan, I'm like, I escaped the core. I escaped the 2017 core with the exception of Jose Altuve, because till the day I die, I'll still have to deal with him. But I thought I escaped everyone else. And nope, it's like a nightmare scenario. That lineup, and it's so fascinating to me, like once they get Alvarez back, because I'm still curious to hear about the timetable with Alvarez, but their lineup has been great this year, and a lot of these names are, like guys from AAA. We were joking around like the Space Cowboys are beating up all these teams in the American League. It's not even like the true Houston Astros. It's the entire farm system is coming up. And again, I think they're still in the market for some starting pitching, and they have time to acquire that. So I think if they get another high-end starter, Carlos Correa is traded to the Astros. I feel like wow, never in my wildest dreams. Your face is actually killing me too.
I'm just so between the Garcia potential and now Correa. Because when we're talking about Correa, we're like, probably ain't gonna happen, but we'll just talk about it for the sake of it happening. No, it happened. Carlos Correa is heading back to Houston. Like, Astros fans will be the first to tell you just how big of a deal this is, obviously. But let's get into a little bit more here on Carlos Correa and what exactly are Houston getting in a player that I think they know better than most. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong for saying that.
Maybe.
But expand more on Correa here. Mind you, he's been in the league for a decade now. This man obviously has had a fantastic glove when he's right. It's always been about health with Carlos. It's never really been about clutchability, among other things. It's always been about his health. And 93 games this season, Carlos Correa is batting .267 with a .319 on base, a .386 slug for right around league average as a batter, but he's still a plus defender. So you're getting that minimum reassurance at the hot corner that you're going to be stable there in the Astros. And now you get a bat who only would have accepted a trade to return to Houston. So there's an added incentive now by Correa to say, I'm back in town. We're going to ball out. We're going to push for a deep postseason run. Now, when you look at the configuration of their lineup, the idea of Carlos Correa batting sixth in the lineup is so hilarious to me, too. Jose Altuve, Yainer Diaz, Christian Walker, Taylor Trammell, Victor Caratini, Carlos Correa, Mauricio Dubon. And here's my take. My take as well, especially considering the fact that the Padres might get Ramon Laureano. Watch the Astros go ahead and get Stephen Kwan.
No.
I know.
mean,
I'm sorry.
But they truthfully need like the upgrade in the outfield, and it's not out of the realm. Part of me kind of hopes that the Dodgers go out and get Stephen Kwan at this point. Get him, keep him out of the American League. I don't want him in the American League. The Dodgers actually, speaking of which, just because people in the chat too are like, you guys are such East Coast bias, can you talk about the West Coast teams? Meanwhile, we've talked about the Padres, so relax. The Dodgers haven't really done much.
Have been the bulk of our discussion.
Yeah, I feel like all we've talked about is the Padres. The Dodgers haven't really done much. And I thought they were going to get someone to platoon for Conforto in the outfield, and I thought they were going to get, maybe someone in the bullpen. Like their bullpen hasn't been great. So I'm fascinated why they haven't made like any significantly big moves. I know they made a few. I think they did acquire a reliever earlier, but not to the extent that I thought the Dodgers were going to.
Now we're just awaiting word between the Carlos Correa news, the Adolis Garcia news. That's the next big one. I need to find out if that's legit or not. We need someone to reaffirm that, please. Not that Mike doesn't have his sources, because I know he does, but like I think we're waiting for the inevitable there.
Philly should have got
wow.
Kwan. Let's go after Kwan.
This is crazy. Oh my goodness gracious. Are we gonna get anything crazier than this? Carlos Correa going to the Houston Astros? What do you think?
Well, maybe nothing. I don't think anything as crazy as that reunion. I will say, just because I'm biased, Andy Martino did tweet out and said, Mets likely done. That might, mean, though, Garcia, and then they're done. And Yankees are not done. So I'm curious. Whoa. I want a starting pitcher. I still think Sandy's getting traded at some point.
So this is my assumption based on the Martino tweet, because I agree with you. I think the Mets are working out details for Adolis Garcia, but it's not like a lock to necessarily happen yet. Maybe they're figuring out physical stuff, or maybe they're still, negotiating back and forth. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. We have yet to wait to see if that's going to be official. But what we do know is that the Yankees are probably going to get a starter. This feels almost inevitable too. As much as I would love if both the Mets and the Yankees land a starter, but if the Yankees land one, it's fine. I'll deal with that. I'll be happy for you, Kate, especially. So out of the starters out there, between Sandy, Gallen, Kelly, and Cabrera, among others, which one of that four horsemen, if you will, sticks out most, and why?
I'll have a two-pronged answer, okay? You've kind of convinced me with Gallen, I will say. You bring up unluckiest pitcher in Major League Baseball. I think his stuff can absolutely be retooled. I think it's a mechanical issue. I think he's totally going to be fine. To your credit, playing in a field like Chase Field, so it's difficult. I think he would be a great addition. Sandy, you have him under team control, so I think it's going to cost more prospects. I think the most realistic move would be Gallen. Looks dead. Wait, this is an interesting note. Sorry, continue. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I agree with you in the sense that I think that the most realistic move is absolutely Gallen in that sense. I think it's Gallen or Sandy if you guys are going to be landing a starter. But to go back to Carlos Correa, as much as I know you're chomping at the bit to talk more about Carlos here, we have more of the following on Jeff Passan. The Carlos Correa to Houston deal looked dead 24 hours ago. They revisited, bridged a significant financial gap, and Houston, well, Isaac Paredes out for the season, welcomes home Correa, who waived his no-trade clause for the approval, and obviously Brian was on top of that there. So between the Carlos Correa news, which I think is honestly one of the bigger ones that we've seen outside of Rafael Devers and Mason Miller, this is probably third, right? I would say on like big kind of shocking, like you weren't expecting as much either until it actually happened.
Absolutely. Again, and I feel like the Carlos Correa was an idea floated around. They're like, oh yeah, like I'll waive my no trade clause, but no one really thought that was actually going to happen. Yeah, in terms of moves this year, I would say Devers was definitely one. I think nobody expected that. Devers, Correa, and then Miller to the Padres. For sure.
No, I'm with you on that one. And we do have another new tweet to get into, folks. So let's get into it and let's break down what exactly that is. What do we got? What's cooking here on the deadline front? What is next? That's what I'm really curious about more than anything. Let's see what we got here. Houston's now trying hard for one of the big stars.
No, you're done. You're done. And they're in the Kwan talks also. They're gonna get Sandy, Stephen Kwan, and the Yankees are gonna get no one. And Brian Cashman's going to say getting Heel back is like trading for an arm at the deadline. We tried really hard. The market was awful. They wanted Spencer Jones. We wouldn't give up Spencer Jones. And the Astros are going to give up nothing. They're going to give up nothing because the Yankee tax is through the roof. Sorry, rant over. That's crazy.
No, you're good. I want to hear your perspective there because, like, listen, you bolstered the bullpen. You got 2 pieces of quality clearly.
Great bullpen.
And David Bednar there as well as Jake Bird. But it's like, at the same time, you have to do more. You know, like, and when you see contending teams, in the case of the Yankees in the American League, as I will say as the Mets in the National League, whenever you see rival contending clubs go out and making their team better, especially in similar areas of need, there's a further emphasis than ever to make sure that you fall in that category as well. That's why, as a Mets fan, I was telling you the similarities between the Mets and the Phillies and how they've been operating thus far. That's going to be interesting to see between the two who is the better of the group after now adding very similar pieces. In the case of now the Astros, we know that they had multiple moves that they had to do, but they're clearly not done here. I agree. I definitely could see a guy like, okay, I don't see Cease happening. If the reporting at all is true from Bob Nightingale at Padres camp that like they're not trading Dylan, then it ain't going to happen. Again, anything can change, though. That's the beauty of the deadline. You might think that you have a lock that, oh, we're bringing in this guy, but then something falls through last second, or, oh, we're for certain not going to be buyers or sellers. And then you find out that, oh, this team actually is buying, or this team actually is selling because something presents itself that wasn't previously discussed. That's the beauty of a day like today. Yeah. Anything and everything can happen, for sure.
For sure, 100%. And again, we're looking at the Astros starting rotation right now. Framber Valdez has been great. Hunter Brown was an all-star. Colton Gordon, my Astros fans told us, put some respect on Colton Gordon's name because I said I've never heard of this person before. But I think Kwan...
A lot of Stephen Kwan chat.
A lot of Stephen Kwan chat. I am actually the founder of the Stephen Kwan fan club. I think he's fantastic. I'm similarly with like Luis Ariz, like someone that's going to consistently hit 300, give you contact, give you power, give you versatility in the outfield. He covers a lot of ground. I love Stephen Kwan. I think he would be a great addition to anywhere but the Astros. I would like not want him on the Astros. Again, he's one of those players that's just a consistent, fantastic leadoff guy. His range in the outfield is unmatched. Left-handed bat would fit very well for the Astros. And he does give you some speed. Again, he joked with me at the All-Star game this year. He was like, not the speed that I used to have, but he's still pretty quick. He can move. So I would like to see him in the National League somewhere, anywhere, truthfully, other than the Astros, please.
Yeah. I mean, I was saying myself, if he goes to the Padres, that's going to really take that team to another level versus what they already are.
Go to the
If he
Padres.
went to the Dodgers, because we know the Dodgers like him, unless you're a Dodgers fan, everyone else is like, no. Like, let's not have that happen, right? Because the Dodgers are the big bad Dodgers. You know, it'd be nice if they weren't just getting better every single year. From an opposing point of view, I understand the Dodgers fans are always such a Dodgers hater. I'm like, yes, I'm a Mets fan. You beat me in the NLCS. Of course. This is nature of the game. It's okay. What's also being relayed, though, that we're seeing outside of not only Stephen Kwan, is that we're getting conflicting reports right now between Adolis Garcia. From Daniel Alvarez Montas, he has reported that the New York Mets are not trading Adolis Garcia. But the problem, though, is that we're having 2 conflicting reports from people who have credibility, but not necessarily enough yet, where we're not getting anything to reaffirm from one side or the other outside of what Andy Martino said. And, oh, the Mets appear to be likely done, but are they officially done? That is something that I'm still waiting to find out the news on. So, yeah, again, maybe Garcia isn't going to happen. Maybe someone jumped the gun on that reporting. We'll have to wait and see. But listen, the Astros are the talk of the town right now outside of the San Diego Padres. Kate, next question for you.
Yeah.
What team is going to be the next big team that is brought up in these trade talks of any kind? Is there any that you think are going to stand out soon?
I mean, I would like the Yankees to make another trade, like to make another splash.
Yeah, like, is there a team out there that hasn't done a whole lot yet that you think is going to come out of the woodwork and be like, bang?
I'd like the Cubs to do something, or the Brewers.
Right.
Someone tweeted out and was like, do the Brewers know that the trade deadline is at 6 p.m.? And they have leapfrogged the Cubs. They've been one of the hottest teams in baseball since the trade deadline, hottest teams in baseball in July, and the Brewers have not done anything, nothing, which is interesting. And the Cubs have been pretty quiet as well, which is another very, consistent team. The Cubs need a starting pitching. I think they could significantly improve in that department, and I'm surprised that we haven't really heard a lot from the NL Central teams. Also, the Tigers haven't done a lot either. So, yeah, I would say Cubs and the Brewers, though, are definitely my top 2. Cubs are getting Sandy or Gallen. What?
Just more news keeps happening. It's almost
Why
like
are you getting news
deadline,
before
like
me?
I said. I keep seeing this because my feed's getting blown up right now. Now we're getting reports from Michael Schwab, who does a
Okay.
very good job as Astros main writer, stating, "I've been told the Astros are trading for Jesus Sanchez from the Miami Marlins. So Astros now add themselves a bat, and they're giving up Ryan Gusto, as it's been reaffirmed from Mark Feinsand of MLB." Oh my! So many trades are happening right now. It's not even funny. Danny Collum, fantastic
Yep.
southpaw from the Twins, just got traded to the Texas Rangers as well. So it's rapid fire right now. We've reached the point in the deadline where it's going to be back to back to back to back to back of news happening right now.
Yes.
Let's go back to Houston for a second. Jesus Sanchez, that is certainly a nice ad for them on the outfield front. The Marlins, pardon me, not the Marlins, by the Astros acquiring Jesus Sanchez. Kate, as a Yankees fan, you're probably at least somewhat happy to know that this probably takes him out on Stephen Kwan. So that is at least that's at least one positive you could take away from it if there's anything I could think of. But yeah,
Yeah.
Jesus Sanchez goes there. Very, very interesting to see. We're going to get into Sanchez's numbers here in just a second because he has some pop in his swing for sure. And while the Marlins have not necessarily been a team that's, lit the world on fire by any stretch this year, they've had a couple guys have stood out on the offensive end. And if it's not a guy like Kyle Stowers, who was an all-star this year, that trade deadline pickup from a year ago from the Orioles, then a guy like Jesus Sanchez, who has 10 home runs, 36 RBIs, 40 runs scored, a 256 average, 320 on base, and 420 slug, right around league average as a batter, is going to be exactly what the Astros are looking for more quality of a guy who can play right, center, DH, and left. So he's been all over the place outfield wise. So they're gonna maximize and try to get the most out of him. And I think of not only how hitter friendly it is in Houston, but already how solid the lineup is for the Astros. Going from Miami to Houston, odds are those numbers are going to increase as long as he handles the adjustment well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, it provides versatility for them in the outfield, not to the, quality offense that Stephen Kwan has, but again, he's going to give you consistent production. It's always fascinating to me too with these players when they move from like the Marlins and even the Rockies with like Jake Bird and Ryan McMahon, when they're moving from these teams that were not contending to, a playoff contender team for the second half of the season. Like I just get super excited for a lot of these players, Mason Miller as well. I am curious though, just to get back to the Stephen Kwan, because the chat was blowing up, like what the asking price would be for Stephen Kwan. I mean, he's a free agent when? Or is he has a short-term contract, Stephen Kwan? They would have him under team control.
He has a couple years left. I think he's not a free agent until at least 2028.
Yes, you have him under team control. And again, a consistent contact hitter, great leadoff hitter, great defense. So, yeah, that should be interesting. We can go to the Rangers as well, though, if you want to hit on that. The Rangers acquiring.
Danny Collum just got traded to the Rangers. So Texas is finally out here doing something.
Thank
God.
God.
I like this move a lot for the Rangers. I got to be honest with you. I'm curious to see what else they're going to do here because they don't make a whole lot of sense to me this year. They're carried on the rotation especially, but they've had a lot of ups and downs with their lineup. I mean, if I'm the Rangers, I feel like that you would want to do something to upgrade in that area when, mind you, who knows, maybe they're trading Adolis Garcia at the same time. So I'm not sure what's happening on that front. But what I am sure of is that Danny Collum is quietly one of the better southpaws in all the American League rather. He's been with the Twins this past year. He's been with them for the majority of his career. The 35-year-old southpaw, outside of having his little stint with Baltimore each of the past 2 seasons that you probably saw him a decent amount as a Yanks fan. I mean, he's been consistently dominant. He has a 1.16 ERA in 31 innings so far this year, a 9 K per 9 to a 2.6 walks per 9, a 3 expected ERA, so he's had a little bit of lady luck on his side, but who's complaining about even a 3 as an expected number, mind you, when he still has a sub-2 FIP? And he's been consistently, again, really, really good K to walk ratio. Doesn't walk guys much. He hasn't walked a guy higher than 2.6 in each of the past 3 seasons, and he's striking out guys at right around a 9 to a 10 strikeouts per 9. So Danny Collum is going to be a nice piece added into that Texas Rangers bullpen, as it appears that the Rangers, even if they're soft buying, are going to try to have themselves get a little run going here in the second half. What's your thoughts about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've been hot past like 2 weeks. So, oh no, it's the Jesus Sanchez coming from Passan. But sorry, I was like breaking. I think the Rangers are. It's fascinating though, because that AL West now with all of the moves that the Astros are doing, I guess they're trying to compete, go toe to toe with the Astros for the Rangers. I will say though, one of the Rangers beat reporters that I do follow just tweeted, it does not appear the Rangers are trading Adolis Garcia.
Okay.
Which is now the trend right now on Twitter.
Okay, let me go ahead and look that up as a matter
Which
of
should
fact.
be interesting. Yeah, the New York Mets are not trading for Adolis Garcia. Yeah, it's looking like that's the general consensus right now. But again, yeah, things can change. We still have 2 hours.
Oh, yeah. So we know that Danny Coulomb obviously just got traded to the Rangers that we just broke down for each and every one of you. But Ken Rosenthal with an absolute bomb. You think the Padres are done? Maybe they're not, folks. Astros are working hard to acquire Dylan Cease from the Padres. Sources tell The Athletic. Oh, my goodness gracious. We have so much cooking right now. It's insane. Oh, my God.
Working hard to acquire Dylan Cease? Yeah, they're going to
And the Red Sox are talking about Merrill Kelly.
I said I did agree with that move. Merrill Kelly to the Red Sox, for sure.
Right.
But
wow. This is interesting.
I do want to ask you this. If they part with Merrill Kelly, you think they're going to deal Kelly and Gallen, or you think they're going to want to keep one of them?
Why keep one? You know, unless they're concerned about maybe innings that they need to eat for the rest of the year, they're both rentals, and there's a great chance that both aren't going to return. So I feel like if you're the Diamondbacks, you should maximize your return. If you're going to sell, go all in on your selling. Don't just half,
Don't half
you
sell
already
it.
Traded Naylor. Exactly.
Sell
You
the
already
team.
traded Naylor. You already traded Gino. Why are you going to just let Zach Gallen be on an island by himself when everyone else is dealt? That doesn't make sense to me. So here's what I have to say. If there is interest in the way that there is for Merrill Kelly, you'd have to imagine that there's also some solid interest going on in the front of Zach Gallen. So we'll see on that front. But yeah, the Astros do appear like they have a real shot at Dylan Cease, which is insane. Wow. I mean, maybe Bob was wrong. Listen, everyone gets things wrong. It definitely happens for sure. I know I'm wrong every single day about plenty of things. But the day of the deadline for Dylan Cease, if he gets okay, so here's a question for you, Kate. All right, going back to the Yanks fandom, we're going to be doing this all day long, obviously.
Yes.
If you bring in someone like Dylan Cease for this rotation, that's clear quality for them. A 1, 2 or 3 easily in that rotation. What starter then are you adamant that the Yankees land between Sandy, Kelly, and why am I blanking on one more there?
Gallen.
Gallen. It would be still Gallen, right?
It would still be, for sure. Would still be Gallen.
Okay.
And again, the Cease, I don't know. It's funny because Cease was like no-hitting the Yankees at Yankee Stadium this year. Like he had a fantastic game against us, but it does concern me in like a hitter-friendly ballpark for Dylan Cease to be on the Yankees. Working hard to acquire Dylan Cease. Okay. I feel like he's also not going to cost that much. Rental, having a down year, get him for 2 months. He does have good stuff. I have a feeling Dylan's going to get heavily paid, and he's going to get a big check in the offseason, despite having like a down year, Wow.
Absolutely. He's going to get bagged.
He's going to get a bag.
Let's talk about Cease for a second, because this further proves my point, because he's such a fascinating pitcher to me, because I think Dylan has a problem where he tends to have these inconsistencies in direct hand when he's in flux of trade rumors. And this goes back to obviously his time with the Chicago White Sox, but especially in his walk year, he had a brutal second half after he looked like a prime candidate to trade away. That didn't happen, and then he just did not fare well. His first year with the Padres last year was very respectable, all things considered, but he fell short come postseason play of the Dodgers. Now when we evaluate Cease this season, he's got a whopping 11.6 K per nine and 3.5 walks per nine. I love that K to walk ratio. Yep. He's given up home run rate decently high, 1.29, and that isn't going to help him by going into a batter's park there in Houston if he gets traded there. But at the same time, the Astros, as we all know, have a really good pitching lab there, and they've developed some fantastic talents going back to obviously Garrett Cole when he went from Pittsburgh there to Houston before landing with the Yanks. Justin Verlander as well with his multiple years there. Hunter Brown gained the best out of him that you're seeing this season. 4.79 ERA, but a 3.5 expected ERA, a 3.6 FIP, a 3.39 expected FIP. His SI ERA too, for all my nerds out there that like these numbers. Again, in simple terms, it just gives you a better idea as to what you should actually look for in a pitcher statistically beyond the things that are outside their control. So like baseline ERA, for example, will have you accounting for defensive miscues that aren't called for errors, but still impact the pitcher negatively, right? Or just things that, again, that they unfortunately are not able to do anything about. But his SI ERA is 3.38. That is quite literally the best of his career. He hasn't had a better season statistically than this year in Dylan Cease. So I think the Astros, if they not only pounce, but get the job done here, they might come out as bandits at this year's deadline between himself, Correa, Sanchez, and now again the question is like, the same way that we saw the Mets and the Phillies kind of do this, same way that we've seen the Dodgers and the Padres try to do this, same way that you expect the Yankees and the Astros to do this, kind of going, tit for tat in the sense of, okay, you added, I got to go ahead and do something now, but we're checking the time, Kate. There's only an hour and a half left, so we don't have too much time to waste here.
I could break it. Ryan O'Hearn to the Padres just broke.
Oh my God.
AJ Preller is actually a sociopath.
Oh my God.
Empty the farm. Empty the farm. That's wow. I love it. I love the move.
Wow.
But who did he give up?
So
They said the asking price was so high. So high for Ryan O'Hearn. Again, he's a rental. Left-handed bat at Petco Park. I love this move. Again, he was an all-star. He's having a fantastic season. I guess, what are they doing with Arise? I mean, I guess they could put him in the outfield. Okay, so he'll play the corner outfield spot. They'll keep Arise. Wow.
Oh
I love
God.
it. I love it. That's great.
I hate it.
What's your gut? Yeah, give me your gut reaction.
Gut reactions, I hate it as an opposing fan because good teams in the National League are getting better. You never want to see that. But at the same time, I got no ill will against my good buddies there in San Diego. And listen, they were a good team. They just swept my Mets, funny enough. And it's fitting. They're like, we just swept the Mets. Let's go ahead and make this team better. That's what AJ Preller is doing. Ryan O'Hearn, what do we see this season? 13 bombs, 43 RBIs, a 283 average, 371 on base, 463 slug, good for 34% above league average as a batter. He currently has a 2.4 WAR, and O'Hearn is going to bring so much balance. Oh my goodness, great. This is huge because O'Hearn can play the corner outfield, but he's in similarity to Gavin Sheets. You want the guy at first base DH is mainly where you want O'Hearn. He's a big bopper. He's a guy that can go gap to gap for you. That's why you make this move. But as you see right now, if you take Gavin Sheets out of the equation, put Ryan O'Hearn in there, things just get even crazier than what they currently are. This is looking like a rock solid team. And on top of it, having O'Hearn's flexibility from outfield to infield also will make things better in case, say, Jake Cronenworth is very underwhelming or has a really bad stretch. Like, they are not going to be stubborn and be like, okay, we only have one or two tops first base options between Croney and Arise. Now you add O'Hearn in the mix, and this really changes the dimension of their lineup. And what has been the Padres' biggest problem this year, Kate? It's without question been their offense. If you ask any Padres fan, they will tell you it's been the lack of consistency. They go when guys like Nando and Manny go, but when they're not going, no one's going, right? So between them, Jackson Merrill having an up-down sophomore year, dealing with ailment as well that we know, this changes quite a bit for that configuration. And I guess the question now is, okay, they brought in Ryan O'Hearn, even though he doesn't profile. Oh, wait, and it's Roman. Oh, my God.
Wait, Ryan O'Hearn.
It's Ramon Laureano, too. Oh, my God. This is insane. This is jaw-droppingly good. Wow. All right, guys. Breaking news. It's not just Ryan O'Hearn. They got Ramon Laureano. They got their left fielder. They got their first base DH. The Padres are going all in. This is crazy.
The Padres.
Even if they trade Dylan Cease, they're so locked in now. Oh my God. If you're I got Padres fans blowing my phone up as we speak, freaking out about this because they know how big of a deal this is.
They upgraded their lineup significantly, addressed the corner outfield spots, and have the best bullpen in all of Major League Baseball. I feel like the Padres won the trade deadline.
It's starting to feel like that.
It's starting to feel like the Padres won the trade deadline, unless somebody else gets Stephen Kwan.
And what did the Padres do at the trade deadline last year? Oh yeah, they brought in Jason Adam.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they brought in
Tanner Scott.
Tanner Scott. They brought in so many pieces, and a couple years before that, they got a guy by the name of Juan Soto at the deadline. Kind of a big deal. Like AJ Preller is a flair for the dramatic.
He loves it. He literally loves it. I need to know who he gave up. What prospects?
What was available?
I thought all of your prospects were going to Sacramento. So who was left to give the Orioles? I'm excited for this too from the Orioles because they definitely got like a decent haul in return. I know Ryan's a rental, but wow. And the Cubs have done nothing, and the Brewers have done nothing.
The Cubs have done nothing, which is insane.
Which is crazy.
Like, wake up, Chicago. Why are we doing this? Why do we do this every year, Chicago? Why is it that you start to build a team that gets exciting? You clearly have an opportunity to contend here. Just go out and make a couple moves. You don't. It's okay. We're not expecting to be the trade deadline winners at this point. I think that ship has sailed. But if you're other contending teams in the National League Central, it's time for you to go out and make some splashes.
I agree. I don't.
This is such a
especially
big
like
pickup.
a fun and exciting team like the Cubs this year, and they're
Oh,
toe
yeah.
to toe with the Brewers. Like, you have to compete with the Brewers. It's not like you have a clear shot at the Central right now.
Right.
All right, give me another trade. I need like an adrenaline rush. I feel like,
you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna break down a little bit more on Laureano quick, just for
Okay,
the Padres
yes, no,
fans
please.
watching there. Like, all right, how good is Ramon Laureano? He's having, like, I shouldn't say a complete anomaly of a season, but he's having a really good year. Laureano initially signed with the Orioles for like $3 million entering the season, and he's casually batting 44% above league average. Like, he's looking for a nice little payday this offseason, rightfully so. He's got 15 home runs, 45 runs scored, 46 RBIs. He's batting 290, mind you. He's almost a 300 hitter this year, and he has a 529 slug. He has an OPS that looks gorgeous, closer to 900 than it is 800 right now. And has a 2.3 WAR. You know, defensively, Laureano can be utilized all over the place. He's not necessarily proficient in one area, but especially if you're going to have him in the left field, he's definitely going to be an upgrade over Gavin Sheets. And then between him and O'Hearn now, it's really hard not to look at what you have there in Ramon Laureano and being a piece here for the San Diego Padres, along with Ryan O'Hearn, as one of the better laps in all baseball. And we could agree, Kate, probably deadline winners at this point. You know, you get Mason Miller, you get JP Sears. Even if you trade away Dylan Cease, you know that you're going to do it for something that you are comfortable with doing. So whatever AJ Preller has next up his sleeve, if he has anything up his sleeve, rest assured, it's clearly to emphasize this win now window. Anything else that you'd like to share in regards to the Padres and just absolutely lighting the world on fire the past 12 hours?
Yeah, I'm excited for the Padres. I'm happy for the Padres fans. I think specifically last year, you know, just like heartbreaking with the Dodgers, and then the Dodgers saying to the media after, like, yeah, you know, us playing the Padres was our World Series. Like, I think if the Padres would have beat the Dodgers, they would have won it all, and I think the team knows that. So I'm happy that they, you know, are going all in at the trade deadline. I'm almost like positive now that Cease is getting dealt, though. I know that the trades have nothing to do with each other, but I think that Preller's on a spree right now, and he's not done yet. You think Mackenzie Gore is getting traded anywhere if the Cubs?
No.
Okay.
I do not. And the reason why I don't is kind of in similarity to what I was telling you with Kate Smith. When you just have like really good controllable players, it takes a lot to get rid of them. You know, the Nationals are in this retool rebuild phase. Unless they get blown away by something, it's probably in their best interest to hold on to him, because he's clearly a guy that can still move forward with them as a guy that can frontline their rotation. As we know, the Nats had a completely, lopsided year from what they were hoping to have. You know, the Nationals last year, for those that are unaware, were playing fringe playoff baseball leading into the deadline. But then the final week and a half, they started to cool off a bit. They committed to their selling. They trade Dylan Floro. They trade Hunter Harvey and a bunch of other relievers. Jesse Winker went to the Mets, who is now just placed on the 60-day injured list. So Winker's not returning until September. Another reason why the Mets brought Mullins in to kind of replace that lefty bat in the lineup, especially. But when you look at the Nationals from last year to this year, you have CJ Abrams, you have James Wood, you have these top premier young talents that obviously were moving the needle, but everything else wasn't. And not only did they fall flat on their face, but things got so bad in DC that they completely got rid of Mike Rizzo, Davey Martinez, their entire front office and coaching staff, days before the draft, mind you, which is insane. You rarely see that, where you're like, okay, we're going to put someone interim in here just to handle the draft. And now we see what they're doing here heading into the deadline. I think that there's too much uncertainty in that Nationals front office, because they have yet to really solidify their hires this offseason. I think we're going to see a lot of traction between their coaching staff, what they do president down. So I think the Nats are just not in a comfortable position to really be much of a big seller, especially a guy like Gore, who you have to make sure if you trade him away, you're getting the premier package. Because if you flop on that, that is not ideal at all. He's one of the better lefties in all of the National League.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think it's to your credit about like the haul that the Nationals got in return. It's almost, I could see in a few years what the Athletics are going to be when they get to Vegas, for everyone that they got from, number 3 prospect in all of baseball, switch hitting shortstop. And you pair that with Nick Kurtz, Jacob Wilson, Lawrence Butler's on an extension, Brent Rooker's on an extension. Like, I think the Athletics are going to be in a similar, if not better position than the Washington Nationals in a few years for dealing Mason Miller. So it makes sense too from both sides. Unless you're, the Padres, again, it's like the double side of the coin. Like, is it worth it if you win the World Series? Is it worth like going all in and giving away your entire farm and giving away your future if you can win it all? I don't know. I always think about that, you know?
Right. No, I do too. And there's so much still uncertainty, I think, with this deadline, which has me like patient yet anxiously waiting
I know.
because we're waiting for these starters to fall. Like that has to be next. When you think of prominence, what else is it going to be? What are the other tricks up the sleeve that we have yet to find out that could
Yeah.
happen? Ryan O'Hearn was someone that we were figured was going to be traded, but we didn't know if it was a lock or not. Now it's happened. Okay. So how many other bats could we say are out there that are feasible fits for a team that we don't really think of? Because outside of the Adolis Garcia nonsense, that appears to be nothing now. So at least I didn't have to jump to have more of a reaction than what I did for that. There really isn't a whole lot out there at the moment outside of, again, some of these starters. You know, we look at right now, Steven Kwan's the big bat that's still out there. We wait to find out if he's going to be a deadline acquisition for someone else. Yandy Diaz and Brandon Lowe are on the board, but it doesn't appear the Rays are going to be selling. It appears that they're going to be pushing for a playoff run this year, even with their core group.
Yep.
Sandy, Edward, Mitch Keller. I don't see getting dealt at this right. The Pirates do a fantastic thing where they don't spend every single year. They continue to not show up a proper team for what's a gorgeous ballpark and fan base. And they're like, you know what? We have a large contract with Mitch Keller of $77 million that we want nothing to do with, and we can maximize his return, but let's go ahead and keep him. So that's what the Pirates are likely doing there. In the case of Merrill Kelly and the case of Griffin Jax, that's an intriguing arm. Maybe that's a domino that still falls. Kate, I don't know how familiar you are with Griffin, but he has a couple years left of control in his contract. And he's like, outside of Yon Duran, he's the next best thing from that Twins bullpen. And they've already traded 2 out of 3 key pieces between Duran, Colomb, and now Jax is waiting there. But the reason why he's still there is because he's got a couple years left of control. But the guy's insane. You know how I told you how some guys are unlucky? Jax is unlucky. He's got right around like north of a 4 ERA, but all of his expected numbers are better. He's striking out guys like a 14 strikeouts per 9 this year. It's absurd. Wow. So I think if you think of like a quality reliever that could be picked up by a contending team, Griffin Jax on the board, that's what I'm curious to see if anyone actually swoops in. And a team that wouldn't shock me to swoop in just because this is their MO would be the LA Dodgers. So I guess we'll have to wait and see on that front. What's your thoughts here on the top players still available on the big board that you see?
Yeah, I think in terms of Merrill Kelly, I really like this move for the Red Sox. Again, we all thought Joe Ryan was going to get dealt. Now I'm like, I really don't think he's going to get traded. I think Red Sox fans have lost that as well. But I really like that move from Merrill Kelly. Dylan Cease, I'm still on the fence about, like 70-30, 70 he goes, 30 he stays. Brandon Lowe, I don't think the Rays are going to trade. I think the Rays they have a good team. They could still contend, as well as Yandy Diaz. Sorry, I'm just making sure, no breaking news. And Luis Robert is one I'm confused why he hasn't been traded. I feel like that should have been one of like the first ones to go. You know what I mean? Like why are we holding out for Luis Robert?
You know? Exactly. You know, like two years ago, you'd be like, oh my God, Luis Roberts available? Are you kidding me? Like every team is stepping up to say, I will give you at least 4 or 5 of my top prospects. Let's make it happen. Now it's like, oh, Luis Roberts going to stay, and the White Sox might consider buying in on his $20 million club option, meaning
that's crazy.
That unless here's the craziest thing about Robert, and this is where I'm really going to have my vent session, because I talked about this guy every single day for the past month plus, because the Mets have been locked in on him. Like, no one knows Luis Robert outside of the White Sox more than I do. And what I can tell you right now is that when you look at how the White Sox are operating, what makes you think their lineup next year is going to be so much better? That's going to be better for protecting around him. What makes you think that his value is going to skyrocket? That, oh, Luis Robert has heated up the past month, but it's been in direct part because he's trying to get traded. That's in direct hand as to why he's playing better. We've seen him play at his worst because he's actually shown his lack of care. We've seen Robert have a ground out and barely jog to first base. Why? Because he doesn't care. We've seen Robert not even bother to go after a fly ball. Not that he can't. He's a 5-tool talent. He's actually very good defensively, but he just didn't care to do so. If you have a player that's so Jekyll and Hyde with that mentality, and you're going to then keep them with a $20 million salary hit that will not be appealing to teams, if Buddy is here this time next year batting 20% below league average again, what makes you think if you're the Chicago White Sox that you're going to get a better turnout than what you could have got today? I just think it's so foolish. I'm very curious to see how they go about things heading into the offseason should Robert not be traded here. But I'm baffled because it just doesn't make sense. But like the Angels, like some other teams out there, sometimes
update on
teams just
Cease?
make decisions that never really add up. And then it's reaffirmed that it never made sense from the beginning. It's like, okay, it is what it is.
We have an update on Cease.
Oh, no.
I'm looking right now.
Oh, baby.
Oh, and they're going to get a reliever. Throw in Suarez while they're at it.
Kate, I'm so sorry to tell you this. It probably is Suarez. You're gonna hate
Suarez.
it. It's definitely Suarez because Suarez has been in rumblings for a while. Oh my God.
Although I don't know, I don't know. Anytime they say like it's progressing, I'm not.
Nah, John's on it. John's on it. This is a sign. He doesn't go out of his way to say this.
Just let me.
Close.
Just let me be like live in Delulu land for a minute.
Wow. If it's Robert Suarez and Dylan Cease, like what?
I think it's hysterical. Astros
goodness
might get a
gracious.
reliever. Yeah, it's Dylan Cease and Robert Suarez. And if anyone's joining us later on, what we were talking about with Cease is, again, his ERA is inflated this year. Still someone that's always going to give you high strikeouts. I believe he is number 4 in all of Major League Baseball in strikeouts right now. Biggest thing is to be available. He led the league in games started for 3 seasons. Led the National League in games started last year. He's always, I don't think that man misses a start. Like, he got nailed in the head the other day, kept pitching. Like, he goes, he eats innings. Yeah, the higher ERA. But, I mean, that's, like we talked about, the Astros pitching lab, I think they can retool it. We saw it, as you mentioned, Justin Verlander, Garrett Cole. Wow. Wow. I'm blown away.
I'm blown away too. I guess shame on me for not thinking enough about the Astros heading into this deadline. But like
Same.
in my defense though, Houston is not notorious for making absurd splashes. Like because when you think about it, it's not even like they trade for Isaac Paredes at the deadline. Paredes got traded to the Cubs last year. Then they got Paredes in the offseason. So yeah, I'm just thinking like recent memory, like what the Astros have done of significance. The last trade. No, even that doesn't work because I was going to say Hader, but no, Hader got traded to the Padres, and then he ultimately went to the Astros. So that isn't even a good example either. Yeah, Houston's doing something that a lot of people were not anticipating heading into today. I mean, at least myself, and shame on me for that. But the Astros now are looking like a top. And here's the thing. I know you don't like it as a Yankees fan, but it just makes endless sense. You're in a win now stage still, and on top of it, the American League is as weak as it is. Like, with there not being enough clear contenders.
Yeah.
Exactly. And when you have Framber Valdez, who's probably not coming back after this season, Hunter Brown, obviously, who's going to be there for a bit. But if you add Dylan Cease in this group, if you have a 1-2-3 or Valdez, Brown, and Cease, I mean, that 1-2-3 is as quality as any out of the American League now. So then those are your playoff starters. Those are your horses. And then you work from there in the case of the Colin Gordons, the Jackson Alexanders, and the Ryan Gustos that we see there. Even though I will say Ryan Gusto... Trying to think. Was he just traded to Houston or he's come from Houston? Because I thought Gusto was a part of the deal there with Jesus, unless I'm wrong. Sanchez. Let me just double check quick. Hold on.
Ryan Gusto.
Because I remember seeing his name. Let's see here.
Yeah, Marlins get Ryan Gusto and prospects.
Okay. So take Gusto out of the equation. Yep. That actually makes sense, right? Because Gusto was initially slotted in the back of their rotation. If they had Cease, that's the replacement right there is what that is. And that's a massive upgrade on top of it, too. So, yeah, Houston's the wagon right now, and they're casually 62-47 this year. I mean, the big thing about the Astros heading this season, I'd love to know your opinion, Kate, as a Yanks fan, especially like understanding the American League, is that after losing Bregman and after losing Correa and losing more of their core pieces, there was this understanding that the Astros would be good, but maybe not great, just a solid team, and that basically be it. Maybe a fringe team that might be soft buying at the deadline, pushing for a wild card spot. But with the Rangers having as underwhelming of a year as they're having, and the Mariners, again, not knowing how to hit a lick up until maybe going forward now because they have Naylor and Suarez in the mix, there just really is not a lot of heavy competition there when you look at the American League and their division specifically. So they've kind of been able to run away with this, and now they're really trying to separate the gap between themselves and the Mariners, the Rangers, etc.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you nailed it on the head. In the preseason, I went so far as to say I don't even think they'll make the postseason. Like, I think they'll be a consistent team, slightly above 500. Again, they lost their entire core. Lone standing is Altuve, who was playing left field. Like, there were so many question marks. The biggest thing, too, is they were plagued with injuries the entire season. But the AAA guys, the kids that they're calling up, are performing well. And I think they used this as a way like, okay, we made it far in the standings. We're first in the AL West. We know what we need to address. Like, I think if some of these like AAA players haven't worked out well, if they still had question marks in their starting rotation, we'd be looking at a completely different team heading into the second half. But they knew exactly what they needed to upgrade with. They did. I think a Cease and a Suarez would be like chef's kiss, icing on the cake. You had a fantastic deadline. I would then put them as probably best in the American League, and then, Padres best in the National League. Although, I gotta say, your Mets, you had a good deadline if you're done. I still think they might get a starting pitcher, but I think the Mets also did well.
I think we did well. I think we just missed the mark on adding a rotation piece. And the big question with the Mets, and then we'll get on to our next segment here, which has everything to do with our predictions to see how right or wrong we've been at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Is more so the fact that the Mets, if they aren't adding to the rotation, the next step is they're going to be likely calling up one of their top prospects, because we have 2 to 3 pitchers right now who are dominating the minor leagues and have been for the majority of the season. Jonathan, who's in AA, has not hit AAA yet, but he's been the best pitcher in all the minor leagues. He has more strikeouts than anyone else. He's been amazing. But the Mets have not even considered calling him up to Syracuse. So I've been pondering, are they going to actually consider calling him up from AA and that be that? He was representing the Mets Futures All-Star game. If it ain't going to be that, is it going to be Brandon Sproat? He throws 100 for us. He's finally gotten a groove. He was our top pitching prospect last year, but now he's dropped to like 2 or 3. Or Noel McLean, who's been in our farm all year in Syracuse, and he's pitching right around, sub-3 ERA. He's been very good. So the only, I think, counter I have as a Mets fan of this that I don't love is the fact that we had endless opportunity to consider giving one of these prospects the keys before the deadline to see how they would look in, say, a 3-4 week window when we had abundance of injuries to our rotation. Manai and Senga were out for multiple weeks, as well as what we saw in Frankie Montas had a late start of the season there with injury as well. That was prime opportunity to consider one of the kids, and we decided not to. Now you're telling me that we're probably not going to be adding a rotation piece, and we're going to see what we have in one of the young players when, if they fall flat and don't perform, we're just going to have to bite that bullet, because there's no longer any time to actually go out and acquire a pitcher via trade, because the deadline would have come and passed already. So that's what I have to say about that in regards to the Mets and what's going on there. But let's get into now our predictions thus far, Kate. And I'll kickstart this one. I wasn't terribly far off in the following. Padres acquire Shea Langeliers. That isn't happening now. However, you did nail one, and Carlos Correa back to the Astros. So we'll pivot to you in a second here. But the Padres, I was firm on the belief that they were going to land Langeliers, because I heard rumblings that Shea might actually get traded yesterday. And I was like, okay, they're talking with the A's for Mason Miller. Could there be a package deal there? That ended up not happening. So once that happened, I was like, okay, we'll see what happens. They landed a catcher, just not the catcher that I was predicting that they would. Let's start with your one correct pick here, the only correct pick out of our group, and that's the Carlos Correa stuff.
Listen, I was watching MLB Central this morning. I saw some of the rumblings about it, and I said, you know what? I think the Astros are absolutely insane that they'll do it. And the Twins, with how they were handling it this year, I don't know how I predicted that. Honestly, luck. But I'm not happy about it as a Yankees fan, but great move for the Astros. I thought they freaking crushed the deadline.
Isn't it amazing how the one thing you and I both got right, and it was just you, was the thing that we were still jaw-dropped by when it became a reality? It's like, I predicted this, but I can't believe it actually happened. You know what I mean? Like, that's the reality we live in. Carlos Correa's back in Houston. Bananas.
Flair for the dramatics. I love the flair for the dramatics.
The Phillies got close. My Mets got Mullins, right? That it was going to be one or the other between Robert, Mullins, or Bader. Bader goes to the Phillies. The Mets ultimately get Mullins, so I'm not upset about that. The only one that I obviously would have wanted to see as a Mets fan is the Mets get one of those starters. That isn't happening either. Dylan Cease trade to AL contender, though. It looks like I'm going to be right on the money.
Looks like you're going to be right on the money.
So, like, we're right about there. It appears I'm going to be getting that one right should things continue to trend this way. Brewers, however, with Ryan O'Hearn, I just want to miss there. Brewers not adding color me shocked. God forbid that they try to make their lineup just a little bit deeper. All right, back to you. What do we have here starting with the Red Sox?
Yeah, again, Red Sox acquire Kelly. Merrill Kelly is still available, still on the market. Again, still a free agent after this year. We know that the Diamondbacks are selling. We've said if you're going to sell. Get rid of Gallen, get rid of Kelly. Red Sox need a starting pitcher. I think he would fare well there, but again, we're not 100% sure. I'm clearly wrong on the Cease stays put. However, I will say, isn't it kind of funny how prior to them saying talks, Ken Roosevelt tweeted, talks have intensified, John Heyman was like, actually, no. Nope, like they're not, Cease isn't going anywhere. And then it was like, oh, nope, Cease is going somewhere. So I was right for about 3 minutes and then went right back over to you. And I think I was very wrong about the Yankees don't do much. They got, they got David Bednar, they got Jake Bird. I'm feeling good about the back end of our bullpen to add with Weaver and Devin Williams. Again, Tim Hill's in there. Cruz is coming back. The bullpen's cooking. You guys are talking to teams about adding a starting pitcher. No word anything's close yet. Okay, I got 1 hour. I do remember in 22? 22, we traded Jordan Montgomery for Harrison Bader at like it was literally the last minute. So
I remember that. Like it was
you remember
yesterday.
that, yeah. I was like, oh, we traded Monty for a player in a boot. Great, awesome. But yeah, so I'm sure it's gonna be down to the wire. But I'm just happy about the Correa pick. Like that
was good. It's actually insane. The Astros is what's going to carry our picks. If they get this done, we're both going to be at least 1 for 5 or 1 for 6 with our Astros picks. So there you go. Speaking of the Yankees for a second, just to piggyback off of what you're saying, what I remember most of my initial trade reaction to Monty being dealt for Bader was that I was saying to myself, okay, the Yankees just gave up a pretty darn good controllable lefty for Harrison Bader, who was having an up-down year that year. Wasn't he injured at the time that you traded?
He was
for
in
him?
a boot. He was in a boot. He
Yeah,
wasn't able to play until September.
But here's the thing: when he did play in September, he was your playoff hero. So it's
like,
it was great
Yes.
that limited sample size for sure. And Bader now, we'll see if he can be a playoff hero again for the Philadelphia Phillies. Not that I wish it as a Mets fan, but he does have the flair for the dramatic. There is no denying that. Whatsoever. We got a lot of people in the chat that are asking about Dodgers news as well as Stephen Kwan. We're waiting on the Stephen Kwan stuff plenty here, folks, but we only got a couple more minutes together before we're going to pass baton to some awesome people here at MBR. So before we go ahead and do that, Kate, I guess let me just ask you right now, what has been your biggest takeaway from today's deadline at this point? And secondly, as we head into post-trade deadline, let's go with the assumption that, say, the Astros do make a big splash for Cease. Let's go ahead and say the Yankees maybe try to make, one more big splash for a starter. Let's go with the assumptions and they actually become fact in the end. Should that be the case, how are you feeling about the configuration of the American League and the National League now heading into August?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for the National League, Padres, as of right now, won the trade deadline. Padres went all in. I think they can absolutely go toe-to-toe with the Dodgers. They addressed everything that they needed to address. Thought the Mets significantly got better. Second best bullpen in all of Major League Baseball. Again, Cedric Mullins is a great addition. I know we wished it was, Adolis Garcia was also dealt. Phillies are going to be consistent. I think overall, the NL is still deep. However, I think the AL teams got significantly better than like the Cubs or the Brewers. I think the Cubs and the Brewers missed opportunity to get better. Astros, fantastic. Mariners, fantastic. Yankees, the bullpen's going to be solid now. So I think those three teams, and we're waiting on, the Red Sox to do anything. So those are my takeaways.
They got the New York Met and Long Island legend and Steven Matz. So we'll see if they add to the list there, Curious to see if Boston's going to do anything else. We've heard them nipping out the heels for a starter. One of those Diamondbacks, if not both those Diamondback starters, has to go. So that's I'm looking at that. I'm looking at Miami. That's looming large right now in the final hour leading up to the deadline. As we take at the Red Sox rotation right now, you got the southpaw, the dominant one, and Garrett Crochet, one of the best in baseball there, leading the charge. You got Walker Buehler, who's definitely had an up-down season during his first year in Boston. Red Sox will tell you that first. You got Brian Bello, who obviously has upside. That's why they locked him down long-term at a young age. Lucas Giolito has found himself having a solid amount of success that we've seen coming back from injury, too. That's been nice to see. Richard Fitz is in that category, but we could agree, right? You look at this Red Sox rotation right now, and it's lacking some quality here, especially if they're going to at all try to do anything in this year's postseason. When we talk about the Red Sox, let's do this. Let's take the bias cap off for a second, right?
Totally.
Out of those starters that are still available, which one do you think would make most sense for them?
I think I'm sticking with my Merrill Kelly for sure.
Merrill Kelly.
Merrill Kelly. He's having a better year than Gallen. Depending on what you look at. I know Gallen's been very unlucky, but I think Merrill Kelly is the best fit. I think he was linked to Boston as well. And yeah, I just think that they need to upgrade their starting rotation because that lineup's good. Like the lineup is good when they're clicking. They can consistently score runs. Again, similar to the Yankees, they lead the league in errors. But I think starting pitching they could definitely improve upon. And I'm just shocked that they haven't done anything aside from attaining Steven Matz.
Yeah, me too. That's how I feel with the Cubs as well. Wake up, Chicago. Like, how many times are we going to say this?
Yeah.
Anything in the NL Central. There hasn't been a single thing of significance to come out of themselves, the Brewers, or even the Cardinals have been the biggest noise because they've been selling. The Reds got Brian Hayes and Zach Littell, big needle movers over there. Cue the sarcasm. But when you look at the entire configuration there, the Central, they're not doing nearly enough, and I think that is a problem. I think that goes in direct hand with what the Central has been plagued with for a while. A lot of good, analytically minded organizations, somewhat smaller market, because even though Chicago's Chicago, they don't necessarily always act in the big market way that teams like in New York will, or that you see out west with teams like the Dodgers and obviously the Padres, the Giants to a degree as well, under Buster, among others. It's a perfect time for them to go ahead and pounce. And I just don't understand the idea of not going out your way to do that in a win now stage when you clearly see other contending teams out your National League get better. Like, it's as simple as that.
Yeah.
You see teams that you know are going to be the biggest thorn in your side, like the biggest bump in the road. Why aren't you going out your way to be like, let's actually go all in? We got people in the chat saying Jed Hoyer said we're going all in. Is this really all in? If this is all in for Jed Hoyer, then I guess I should be in his position right now, because there's a whole lot of nothing happening there out of Chicago.
You could do the job.
I really feel like I can. I think we'd kill it, Kate. But the same way that I think we killed it there is the way that I feel like we killed it with this trade deadline coverage. Folks, we want to thank you so much for chiming in. That is Kate Maniscalco. Please make sure to check her out with all the fantastic work that she does. Various MLB related things as well. You guys can check out my work on YouTube at OrdyNYM, where I cover the Mets every single day, cover MLB-wide topics as well. But we have a fantastic group of individuals coming in, including Trevor May, former Mets reliever, Will Salmon on the beat for the Mets and through The Athletic. You also got plenty others that are coming in as well, guys. So make sure that you're on the lookout, staying here in the BR app and live for their trade deadline coverage. That's Kate. This is Tyler Ward, and we'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much for watching.
Everybody, and welcome into the final hour of the 2025 MLB trade deadline. I'm your host, 10-year Major League veteran Trevor May and current YouTuber. I am very excited to be joined by several guests today, the first of which he is player development analyst for the Marquee Network, used to do some video editing for Driveline Baseball, and also runs his own YouTube channel, which I respect a lot. That is Lance Brozdowski. I did it. I said it correctly. Lance, please say I said it correctly. It is great to have you in, man. I'm excited to talk about some trades. How you doing?
Like you were like on the PA and I was like walking out to the field or something. It was awesome. Well done.
I've been practicing a lot. And I think that everyone deserves to have that feeling sometimes, right? I've had it once or twice. Everyone needs some walkout music. I think every time they join a show, everyone should have a walkout song. That's just my thing. I don't know how we do that from a technical standpoint, but I think it should happen. What a day. What a day.
My God,
I've been following closely. Full disclosure, everyone out there watching and also probably has their mouth agape as we do. So many guys have moved. We were supposed to talk about crazy trades that could happen. And since we had that conversation, all of them have happened. So we have Mason Miller, which I thought he would go last year. And then I came to the conclusion that he's never going to get traded because he's as good as he is. And he went to San Diego to join a bullpen that was arguably already one of the best bullpens in the league. Eugenio Suarez joining the Mariners again. Yohan Duran. Look at all these closers. First of all, I want to point out all the closers. We got Mason Miller, we got Yohan Duran, we got Ryan Helsley, we got David Bednar. Everyone's closer has moved, and arguably Tyler Rogers could close. I think that he has pretty much done everything and done it well. This list, what are your initial reactions? What are the big things that stick out to you on this list? Because there's a lot.
I think the big thing that sticks out to me is like the price paid for some of these leverage reliever options, because I think when you like model out exactly how much like surplus value these guys have from a dollar standpoint and then look at the pieces going back, I think a lot of the times it'll look like an overpay. On the Duran trade, McAble going to the Twins, like that's a great piece. Leo DeVries, like we never see top 10 prospects get traded. There was a couple tweets about that, I think yesterday, where it's like, well, don't expect anybody big to get moved. And then of course we get him moved, which is like the biggest prospect move since probably Eloy Jimenez. I just think it's fascinating how some of these teams, specifically we've seen in the National League, view not only like their closer role, but how much they're willing to pay for like leverage 7th and 8th guys to just obliterate, to then get to their closer. Like Mason Miller and Robert Suarez is an incredible combination. I'm like, Romano's been up and down this year, but Juan Duran and Romano's great. You have Edwin Diaz and Ryan Helsley. It's almost like we've evolved past the let me get the leverage closer and go towards I need 3 relievers who are all closers in order to compete in the NL. That's how I feel, Trev. I mean, this is just, it's crazy.
Yeah, I feel like also the bullpen going into the All-Star break, at least that last month, there was a lot of teams that were like, man, we have some there's leaks out there. We in our back 3, there's one spot that we need to fill in. And it just so happened that all the teams that might sell had a elite closer and that they've had for a while. And a couple of them, the guys like Mason Miller who are controllable, I didn't think were going to be touched. But a bunch of stuff is happening. And we have some more news from Bob Nightingale. Bob always on top of it. The Houston Astros still are not done and say they are deep in talks with the Padres on a deal for starter Dylan Cease. The Padres, who have went and got just about everywhere, they also picked up Ramon Laureano and Ryan O'Hearn recently. We thought those 2 guys would go. I didn't think they would go to the same team, but here we are. If the Astros can pick up Dylan Cease on top of Correa and on top of the 2 guys I just mentioned, I mean, a team that's already leading the division, that has led the division every single year pretty much, to pick up this much value right out the gate is, or value when they're dealing with the kind of decimating injuries they've had lately. Really savvy work over there, and I think Dylan Cease would take them to possibly the top of the list on having the best trade deadline. What are your thoughts on Cease if he becomes a Houston Astro? How does that change that rotation?
Yeah, I mean, I think it influences it a lot. I mean, you go Fromber and him top 2, like that's, I mean, Hunter Brown, I'm even leaving out. I don't even know what order you put those guys in, but Cease was a guy I remember seeing early in the year where some of his like baseline ERA, some of those metrics were not particularly strong, but the underlying stuff. So you look at like expected ERA, his strikeout rate, I think was slightly up a little. Everything looked good. And it was just a matter of him like correcting things. So he was a guy that I remember talking a while back and saying like, this is just kind of an easy slam dunk second half guy, especially him going into a contract year where it's like, he's got to kind of show up and like dominate in the postseason so he could go get Corbin Burns, Max Fried money, something along those lines. And now he's going to have the chance to do that on a really good team and in front of 2 other starters, most likely, if they go Fromber and Brown. That, I mean, that's got to be one of the best 1, 2, 3s, I would say, in the postseason. Trying to think of others that would jump out. I guess if the Dodgers get like Snell, Yamamoto, Glasnow going, I know those guys have been healthy, have not been healthy. That's got to be up there. The Phillies combinations that they could run out 1, 2, 3. But I mean, we see how important frontline starting pitching is in the playoffs. And a lot of the times, like that to me swings games. That's what the markets generally will put a favorite on a team because they have the stronger starter. And I think that you really up your probability of going deep into the postseason if you could roll out 3 of these guys. And then Gusto, I think, got shipped to the Marlins, but Jason Alexander and some of these other guys like Gordon would be a reliever. Brandon Walter, I think, is hurt. I don't know if he's back for the deadline or closer to the postseason. This is a really scary rotation to me. I don't know where you'd rank it, Trev, in terms of like other 1, 2, 3s out there.
I would tend to agree with you. Actually, we just had some more breaking news. It's going to happen a lot, guys, so bear with us. But I'm hearing that the Dodgers have made another move for Alex Call from the Washington Nationals, who, in my opinion, should be just shipping guys left, right, and center. But good defensive outfielder, could be a good addition there. The Dodgers haven't really made big moves yet. I think there's probably still one maybe bigger piece that they could get at some point. Never count them out, but I don't mind this much at all for them. I think that he can fill a spot, and it's one of the Dodgers, one of those organizations, and I bet you agree with this statement. If they trade for somebody, they know something. They know something that maybe the other people don't know. It's kind of like the Rays. Like, you're suspicious. You're like, why do you like them so much?
Yeah,
I like that. Not the biggest move, but not a bad move.
This is pretty clearly the cheaper Steven Kwan, right? I mean, this guy's running really high walk, low strikeout, very similar in a lot of ways to Kwan. Not as nearly as much of an impact bat, but if they thought the Kwan prices were getting out of hand, you go to Call, you basically can use him as you would, I imagine, use a guy like Kwan. So I think this means they're probably out on Kwan, right?
Yeah, that's probably what it means. With all of these
you never know.
trades, it's like there's archetypes, right? There, you never know, right? But I would agree that Kwan probably is commanding a very big price. One, because of his value now, but also the controllability, like how much he can be controlled in the future. That's just so valuable in baseball that you got to give a king's ransom to get rid of those guys. And sometimes you just got to hold on to a dude because you just don't know how your organization's going to be in 3 years. 3 years is a little bit too far, I think, into the future to like offload a guy thinking that he's going to be too expensive in free agency. I just don't think anyone should be making any of those decisions, trying to project anything 3 years in the future in Major League Baseball, because stuff changes so fast. Just look at today.
Yeah, that's a great point, especially with the CBA stuff.
Makes sense. Alex Call makes sense for them.
Yeah, I agree with you. No doubt.
Yeah. Well, there's plenty of, we have enough to talk about. We don't need to talk about that CBA stuff yet. We'll have a lot to do next year for that. More information from Jon Heyman. Rangers, who front their rotation with the dynamic top 2 pitchers to Grumman, are looking for another top starter. Now, who could possibly fill that role? Who do we have that has been mentioned? I mean, the top of that list still has to be Sandy Alcantara, possibly a Merrill Kelly. I believe he hasn't gone anywhere yet. I've lost him in the 50 trades, but I believe he's still out there. Who else am I forgetting here that could possibly fit in those top 3? Because at the end of the day, and you said it, that kind of brings us back to the Astros thing as well. You have a top 5 rotation turns into a top 3 in the playoffs. If you have 3 studs that you are confident that are healthy and that can start the first 3 games of a series, then you can recycle that and use your bullpen effectively. That's what you're looking for. So who do we think the Texas Rangers could possibly add out of who's left out there, who's been mentioned for being available?
Yeah, I'm glad we're bringing this up. I was actually talking to lead sources earlier today. I think the Rangers are on either of those D-backs pitchers. So I think it's either Kelly or Gallen. I'm not entirely sure which between those two. I'm curious to see the prices on them too, because Gallen going into this year, you would have expected him to be like the guy. And then he hasn't been good this year.
Absolutely.
Basically stopped throwing the slider. That's a pitch that I've been wondering whether the Yankees would look at and go, we could seam shift him into something that will make that pitch as good as it was a couple of years ago, where it was actually an effective weapon for him. I feel like he just runs into a ton of variance with it. Merrill Kelly's like the darling, though. I mean, he's a little older. He had the international stint, but he feels like incredibly high floor. You feel very confident with him going into like a game 3 of a postseason set and giving you some kind of quality start. I just think he's very low variance. Gallen, to me, would be a little bit more of the upside plays. Like, you could get him back to what he was on a start-to-start basis. He's going to be better than Merrill Kelly, but that's a bit more of a bet. I'm very curious to see the price differential between these two. Like, do we think there's actually a universe where Merrill Kelly will return more than Zach Gallen, which at the beginning of the year, I think would have been preposterous to say.
I think it's absolutely possible, but I think you got it. You nailed it with the floor versus ceiling. Like, there's been very few guys who've been as consistent as Merrill Kelly has been since he came back from overseas. Frankly, since he's been a Diamondback, he's been rock solid. You're going to get exactly the same thing every single year. I don't think he's quite at the same stuff as like an Aaron Nola, but it is that type of like, you're just not going to rattle the guy. He's not going to give up 9 runs in an outing. It's just not going to happen. It's just the way that he pitches. And I think that might be more valuable than the variance that Gallen is giving us right now, even though Gallen probably has the higher potential of taking over a game and absolutely dominating. So, I mean, they're pretty comparable, but Merrill's been just as good or better than he's been in the past. So I bet you he is carrying a little bit of a higher price tag, but the Arizona Diamondbacks are definitely heavily motivated to move guys. So there's this balance between, we're going to see this a lot with the starting guys right now too. There's going to be a lot of weighing, like, will it be more valuable to shop this guy in the offseason versus shop him now at the deadline when our backs are against a wall or we were being pressured? If we had more time, could we still get a good return for him? For some team, though, I could be talking out of my my behind, because Merrill Kelly could be a free agent, and I'll be forthright and honest. I don't have my eidetic memory of everybody's contracts when they're expiring, but that's what we're going to see with a guy like Sandy Alcantara too, who's another guy on this list who could possibly be talked about for taking the spot with Texas.
Yeah, there we go, Heyman. Yeah,
look at that.
I think Kelly makes a lot of
look
sense.
At us being
right.
I'm
telling you, this makes sense. And then I'm taking that bet. I don't have anything on this, but I just think the Yanks still need another starter, and Gallen lines up, I think, so perfectly with what they do. From a like Matt Blake, Sam Breen, like the guys they have there are so sharp. Like, they had to have been looking at Gallen and going, "Oh, we have the fix here. Like, we can get him back to what he was," And it's like, if they can make that bet on a lower prospect, like, the league's going to be like, "Man, I can't believe you let the Yanks get Gallen and then he's shoving in the postseason."
I think that's a great call for a subtle change or some little tweak to, i.e., just like the Astros did with Kikuchi last year. They're like, hey, throw these 2 pitches, get rid of everything else, and you're gonna be great. And he was just nails. I bet you the Yankees could do something like that with Gallen, and he's got a little bit of a funky changeup, and that's kind of their bread and butter these days. So they know how to teach you how to throw something weird as your off-speed pitch, and he has one of those that has kind of been a little bit out of whack. So I like that as a pickup, and yeah, the Yankees should just continue robbing the NL West for everybody to make them better. I like that for them.
Are you surprised that
they definitely need a 3 though? That's a good call.
Are you surprised at how late some of these starting pitchers' names are starting to bubble? Because it feels like the reliever stuff's been happening for like 24 hours, and it's like all these starting pitchers are going to get moved in the final 45 minutes. Like, that seems crazy.
That does seem crazy. I think that we will see guys stay more in this group than other groups, just because, like I mentioned, they usually command the biggest hauls, and there's usually a lot of more leverage in the offseason because teams don't want to pay for frontline starters as much because they're really expensive. They're the most expensive pitchers. So if you can trade for a frontline guy and there's guys available, like, you would much rather that happen in December. I know that's not as fun because, we're doing this right now with 46 minutes left to go and we want to see them move, but they tend to stay around. Like Sandy, for example, is a guy that I wouldn't surprise me one bit if this is a huge thing that happens in December. But I think with Gallons, and some of these guys are kind of like not having their best years. So like the risk is higher. And you don't want to come and then have it could blow up in your face immediately. But it could also be, change of scenery does a lot, especially for starting pitchers. We see guys just turn things around by getting just a couple pieces of advice from a different pitching coach that they didn't have before. So I think that's on the table, but it would surprise me if all of them went. Absolutely, I'd be blown away. But I mean, at this point, nothing should surprise me, but that would surprise me.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm curious to see what happens.
So here's who we got left, right?
Yep.
There's one guy on this list that I think absolutely has to move, and the fact that he hasn't yet is brings me to the point. I don't know what's going on, and that is Luis Robert Jr. There's no reason he should be on the White Sox. He seems miserable there. Everyone seems miserable there, but also he's being paid so much money. He's owed $20 million. Where should Luis Robert go, in your opinion? What team now, with the center fielders that have moved, with Harrison Bader with the Phillies, with Cedric Mullins going to the Mets, like, who is out there who still needs center field help that would be a good fit for him at this point?
That's a great question, because I was in my head, I was like, he's a Met, and then I was like, oh, they just got who did they just get? Mullins, right? And then I was like, no, then he's gonna be a Philly. I think I said yesterday he's gonna be a Philly, and they get Bader. So I'm not entirely sure where he goes. Do we have a third team that would actually be willing to take on maybe some of the monetary side there? Because I imagine you could probably get him for very cheap from a prospect standpoint. I guess I'll say the Bader Phillies move makes me wonder whether they know the Robert price and they're not willing to pay it, given they just paid the Duran price. But I still think, like, is Bader an everyday guy in center? I know they have Johan Rojas there too. Like, I think I'd just plug in Robert on top of Bader. Is that too much? Like, what is the other team I'm missing here? I'm trying to think of who else needs a center fielder that would be willing to take on that money.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like Bader's going to be, he's a platoon. Recently, in recent years, he's been grabbed as a platoon kind of bat or a defensive replacement later in games, or just to mix around with the lefty platoon. But like, he's not going to platoon with Marsh, is he? Like, is that going to be what they're going to do? Because they want Marsh in there every day. He's one of their better players. So I know their center field has been just awful in terms of offensive production, awful. But I don't think Bader's really the answer to that question. So they could still use this guy. They can pay for him too. It's just, I think his price tag is still just insanely high. But you know what? Who am I to speak? He's the only guy in my career who ever took me deep twice. So I haven't figured him out. He's an enigma to me, top to bottom. No clue. Can't predict anything with this guy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I'm trying to find another team. I was about to say the Padres, and they just got Laureano. I think all the teams that would have been in on him and made logical sense have now acquired other outfielders at cheaper costs. So I kind of think he stays. I don't see another fit. Like, I'm trying to the three teams that I think were the top three are all not there. I don't know if anybody in the chat has another name, but I'm lost.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys have a team off the top of your head that could use, I mean, everyone could use him. Like
Sure.
that's not, I think, a for debate, but like it's what makes sense. I just think the price tag's too high again, and in my opinion, that would be that would be their mistake, and they've been prone to mistakes as of late. So, I mean, you got to get what you got to get from him, and then what is he going to walk and you're going to get nothing later? Like, what's the goal here? Are we rebuilding? What are we doing? I want to mention something from chat too. We have some. And I totally get it, Twins fans. You're distraught. You're seeing everyone go from your team. But I want to point your direction for those of you that have followed the team for a while. 2018, 5 guys got traded. The team got better, and then 2019 they won 101 games. Just saying, I might have been biased. Maybe I was one of the guys who got called back up because one of them got traded, Ryan Presley. But you know, it did work out. It did work out, and I think, and I can say from firsthand knowledge, the front office there, they have pretty long-term thinking. They see a little bit into the distance, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. Well, not worry. It's okay to be worried, but they tend to know what they're doing. They don't make a lot of mistakes in these things. At least we can give them that credit. So, but yeah, it's tough to see like 6 guys in your team leave. I totally understand that. I hope you get a hold on to somebody that you like. I know you love these people. So I think they've traded 5 actually at this point. Who is it? Colum, Duran, Correa, Stewart.
Yep.
Am I missing one? Somebody else. There's somebody else. It's 4. You're shooting for 5. Is it going to be Griffin Jacks? We still have him up there.
Yeah.
So
we're both on McAble though. So I mean, if you want to look at a positive as a Twins fan, you're not doing anything this year. You gotta push it a little. You know, this is a bit of an investment, but we're on McAble. I think that's a great get for Duran. I think it's very appropriate price. I think that's a win-win trade. Some of these other, like the Mason Miller thing, I think is an overpay for the most part, just from a reliever variance standpoint. But I think that was the one win-win I have. I'm pretty confident that was a win for both sides in terms of the Twins and the Phillies.
Absolutely. And McAble is someone you guys should be very, very excited about. He has Twins written all over him. Actually, this makes a lot of sense. The way he pitches, his arsenal, his demeanor, he fits right into like that whole crew. I think Pete Mackey will really enjoy helping him continue to learn how to pitch. The guy is really advanced for his amount of experience in the league. I think he gets lost behind the Andrew Painter and everyone that the Phillies had before. It wasn't talked about quite as much. He's a very good pitcher, and I think he's got a really bright future, obviously with health permitting. Okay, so I got you for 10 more minutes. We were talking about crazy trades that we thought like what could happen, what's something that would genuinely shock us, and then 35 trades have happened since we were prompted to do that. So let's just try to look for one, and I'll let you start. Something that hasn't happened yet. What is a trade that would genuinely surprise you if it happened right now? With maybe some of these guys, maybe some we're not thinking about. What is one still on your board?
I'm not entirely sure if this is like a genuine surprise thing, but I think that like the Cubs have to do something. Like they need pitching. I'm not sure if everyone's aware in Chicago on the north side here, but yeah, they got to get somebody. Like I feel like Kelly and Gallen are maybe off their board. I'm not sure where Sandy and because we've heard him and others talk in other directions. The name that I threw up that we're going like the crazy trade, like Gore or Joe Ryan, like either of those two, the package there is probably their top 3 guys from a value standpoint. So Owen Casey, Jackson Wiggins, who's a really fun pitching prospect of theirs, and maybe throw in like a Kevin Alcantara. Like that, I think would have you at the table with the new GM there. And that would be interesting from a we can do this and eventually oh geez, they're trolling Jed Hoyer. But I mean,
that's a good one.
I will say you can completely change your grade at the deadline in a matter of like 10 minutes, right? Like if we get to 450 when I'm off here and you have other people on, like you can make one move. If the Cubs get Sandy Alcantara right at the wire, right to an A, right? They somehow get Mackenzie Gore right at the wire, that's an A deadline. So I get being a little angsty, but I think they need another arm at the top of this rotation. I think you have multiple guys here who I wouldn't project to start postseason games. Like Colin Ray, Matt Boyd has been unbelievable this year, but he hasn't pitched over 90 innings since 2019. Cade Horton's young, coming off a subscap injury. Shota's velo's down. Like you need somebody. Like Soroka's a great ad. Like I think that's good. He fits in nicely. his curveball thing is fantastic. I think he's a great like depth piece, but he's not your game one starter. Like, you need a game one starter. That offense is too good for them not to put up a game one starter that terrifies other National League opponents. And to me, that's got to be one of these big dogs, the Gore or the Joe Ryan or something along those lines. So that, I guess, would surprise me a bit, but I also think it's appropriate.
Absolutely. That I think that, again, it's that top three. You know, we're this. Do you want one big glaring gap here now? Losing Justin Steele earlier this year, like I'd be pumped, especially with top three guys all being lefties. Like there's a lot you can do with that. It's with all your righty bullpen guys and stuff in the playoffs. So they definitely need something else. Sandy Alcantara wouldn't surprise me because I think they have the pieces that can do that.
Agreed.
I bet you Merrill was the big one they were really going for. I bet you that just feels he's a righty. We could put him in between. He's got experience. He's pitched in the playoffs. He's been to a World Series. But it just seems like other teams have maybe a little bit of a head up there. So leg up. Joe Ryan though to the Cubs. I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me. But there's a part of me that's like,
unlikely. I think
fans. That's maybe
we're talking about crazy trades, right? I wasn't going to throw you a Skeens package. Jeez, come on.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, I mean, we can be like Skeens for half the team, right? But honestly, the Pirates pulling the chute on Mitch Keller a little bit, which I know he's on the big board here, but they've kind of backed off from even really talking about him much. Still, that would surprise me now at this point. Maybe not a biggest surprise. I don't know why, but I'm getting to the point now where I'm going to stop trying to figure out what the Pirates are doing. I genuinely don't know. I don't know. It doesn't seem like there is a plan. It feels like it's a day-to-day. It has been a day-to-day for about a decade. So another interesting one, Edward Cabrera going instead of Sandy Alcantara, because I still think, and I'm going to reiterate this again, I still think Sandy is going to be so valuable going into the offseason, especially if he's coming off Tommy John. They'll be like, that's usually when you kind of get back into form, when you get that rest. And I think teams will be really, no matter how he finishes the year, they'll be really high. They're willing to pay a lot more. But Edward Cabrera would be big. Okay.
There we go.
Texas goes for Merrill. So he's off the board. I feel like I'm doing a fantasy baseball draft right now. This is big. What is your immediate reaction to Texas picking up? Because now they filled in that third spot with two very good veterans in the 1-2s.
I dig it. Yeah. I mean, I think this is the correct move for them. I think Evaldi, DeGrom, and him 1-2-3 is great. I mean, we were saying the stability with him from a rotation standpoint is fantastic. I just think he's so low variance in a postseason spot. He could bridge you to some of your pen arms pretty easily. He's giving you 5 or 6. So you're not too worried about some kind of implosion where he gives up 6 earned through 6. It's a really stable pitcher. You know, like he's been sitting 92 for the last 5 or 6 years. It's very low variance. I like this a lot.
I tend to agree. I think that Texas is showing that they're gonna go for it a little bit, and that's kind of been absent since they won the whole thing. They kind of been quiet. We haven't really heard much out of Chris Young and the crew, so it's good to see them moving around, especially with the M's went for it, the Mariners went for it with getting corner pop finally. As a guy who lives up here in Seattle, it's good to see them actually address first and third base for once. So that's going to be all very exciting. Really interesting question that I want to make sure I ask you before we let you go here in 4 minutes. We've discussed all the back end bullpen guys going everywhere, namely closers. And I think we have 3 big teams now that have added so much to their bullpens that it's hard to determine who has the best one. So in your opinion, of these 3 teams, who has the best bullpen now? New York Mets, San Diego Padres, or New York Yankees?
I don't think it's the Yanks. The combination of Miller alongside Suarez, I think is the best 1-2 punch. But I think I actually like some of the Mets like depth tweener pieces in terms of those names they use in between getting to now a Helsley and a Diaz. So I guess it's tough. I'll go 1A, 1B. I'll take them. You put me on the spot. I'll go Padres over Mets 1A, 1B. Really close though. I think both those two. If those teams end up matching up in the playoffs, that's going to be like I generally watch games like on a day-to-day basis around the starting pitchers, and on the playoffs I'm just watching every game. But you give me playoff baseball potentially between those two teams, and you get to the 6th inning, that's where the must-watch TV is. I don't know if it's the 1st or the 5th. It's when you get Miller to Helsley to Suarez to Diaz. Like that is absolutely electric, and I'm hyped for that.
I mean, I'm thinking about, well, let's I'll give you a real quick rundown. Diaz closing, Helsley setting up. Then they got Tyler Rogers now out there. Gregory Soto to be the lefty.
Rogers, yeah.
And Ryan Stanek has been throwing 8th. He's going to throw the 5th inning now. Reed Garrett has been unhittable lately, and he's going to throw the 6th. So like that depth, like I think it was depth we're talking about. Those 5 guys all can throw in any of those innings. That's what you want. But then on the other side, guys you didn't even mention in Jeremiah Estrada and Morejon, who both are up there for reliever.
Maybe it's the Mets over the Padres. I don't know.
Maybe there's just one more depth piece.
Yeah, some of those depth
Reed
pieces.
Garrett, he might be the 5th guy. And then Ryan Stanek hasn't been bad, and he's notoriously much better as a bridge guy. So like that's how many 100-mile-an-hour fastballs is that? That's so that's crazy. Crazy thing about it's gonna be a lot of fun though. I hope they match up because a lot of stars, Soto versus Machado, on and on and on and on and on. So I love it all so much. I'm having just a blast with this. You also mentioned too earlier in the show, no prospects, top 100 prospects have moved recently. Last year, none. And now we got a couple of those moving too. So this is hitting from every single angle, all kinds of different ways. We're seeing things that we've never seen before, or at least we haven't seen in the 12 playoff format because, who knows a buyer seller when there's that many teams in the playoffs. So, all right, I'm going to hit you with my crazy trade right before I let you go. If Griffin Jax goes to the Dodgers, I would be both surprised and not surprised. I think Griffin Jax probably needs to go, but at this point, it would surprise me a lot if he did, just because Duran's gone and you got to have somebody closing games. So Griffin Jax going at all, specifically the Dodgers, that would probably give me some big eyes. But I also, at this point, like I said, this is the position I'm in. I'm like, I couldn't predict any of this stuff. I've been doing this for 2 years now, and predictions are a lot harder than they looked when I was playing.
So, are we surprised?
All right,
this with you. Surprised the Dodgers haven't made more moves? Are they an 11th hour team here?
They're a little bit of 11th hour. Right. They're also not super worried, and they're shopping we got 7 guys coming off the IL soon, which is valid, but not as sexy and not as exciting. So I get it, Dodgers fans, if you're like, come on, do something, but you guys have so much. You have all the talent already. Just get them off the IL, and we'll see what happens in the playoffs. How's that sound? You got 2 months to get everyone healthy. That'll be your trade deadline. All right, Lance.
Love it.
Thank you so much for joining us, man. I appreciate it. It's been a blast. Enjoy this last 30 minutes, and try not to get too buried under all this stuff. It's going to be interesting. I'm sure your mind is spinning with all the videos you can make because I'm in the same boat. Trust me.
Thanks for having me, man. Take care.
Of course. All right. We got 30 minutes left. We're going to be joined by another guest in just a couple moments. A guy. Gotcha. I've been told he's coming. He will be here soon. He is another ex-player. I played with him. He's ready to go. I didn't play with him. Let me just backpedal on that. We were in the same organization at the same time. I am joined now by longtime Major League veteran and World Series champion, that Hunter Pence, the weirdest swing in the West. He's here. What's up, man?
Trevor,
how we doing?
Spicy trade deadline, man. I'm doing great. It's been amazing. How you doing?
I am doing great. I'm having a blast. This is a lot of fun. It's frankly, it's more fun to do when you're not playing. When you're not being mentioned. Yeah, a lot less stressful. You yourself were a man who was moved on this day. More than once, right? You did once. I remember when you came over to the Phillies one time, but were you traded more than once on the trade deadline?
Yeah, twice. So Astros to Phillies, Phillies to Giants in 2012.
Yes. Okay. But that one worked out. Well, let's get right into it because we are here. We got 28 minutes left in the deadline, and we got all kinds of stuff that could still happen. We still got some big pieces on the big board, but so far, in your opinion, what is the most surprising trade that has moved? I know there's a lot to choose from.
I mean, as far as surprising, I think there's a lot of things to dissect here that are going to be really fun as things play out going forward, and it's going to be fun to try to predict some of these battles that are going to be fun to watch. But I think the most surprising one is Mason Miller and Sears to the Padres. for me, I just didn't see kind of that 1-2 combo going. To see a number 3 overall prospect, and we see kind of what Nick Kurtz has been able to do with the Athletics with some of these young prospects. When they're that high, the kind of impact on a franchise that they bring. We're talking about an 18-year-old shortstop that the A's just picked up. So for me, that was just an amazing move. I think that that's an all-in move for San Diego, who is playing really good baseball, has a really just well-rounded team that just got added on to, and low-key, I know the Dodgers are getting a lot of players back. I think they made a really, really nice trade there, sneaking that guy from Minnesota, a great reliever. But the Padres easily could be challenging for the West title. I know they got some ground to make up, but they are a complete and a real team.
By all accounts, it looks like this game, they have one of those bullpens that if they stay healthy in this last couple months of the season, the game's just over if you're leading after 5. And if they don't move Cease and he stays in that rotation, and if they don't move Robert Suarez, which a lot of people are kind of just assuming Suarez is staying now, but he's leaving after this year. He could easily be thrown into something to go grab a bat or maybe even replace Cease if he ends up going. Like, there's moving pieces. A lot of people have been thinking that that's possible. But if he stays, I don't see a lot of other bullpens that are at this level, with maybe the exception of the New York Mets at this point, because they have completely revamped their own bullpen going into this August run. So that one surprised me a lot too, especially with the inclusion of JP Sears, both guys that I had the pleasure of playing with, and I just consummate professionals. Both those guys are take the ball every time they are asked to take it, which is massive. But the A's, they are always looking for that top 10 in the all of baseball prospect. We have breaking news. Willie Castro is on the move to the Cubs. So Cubs fans, one more thing. You got one more added to the group. I wonder how we're feeling there. I want to see that in the chat. But what are your reactions to Willie Castro moving from the Twins to the Chicago Cubs?
Yeah, I mean, maybe he took offense to that last tweet or post that we had where, he got his breakfast in bed, he woke up, and now he's bringing Willie Castro. I think it's a nice utility guy, but the Cubs are kind of...
I think I lost Hunter.
Uh-oh. You can't hear me? Hello? Hello, hello, hello? Max? They lost me. Trevor? Hello? You got me? Okay. I'm hearing a reverb of myself in my ear now. You got me, Trevor? You got me?
I have you.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Willie Castro, great utility guy, solid player, going to play some defense. That's a really nice OPS and kind of a big ballpark. I think it's a nice addition, but the Cubs are kind of offensively stacked, you would think. You're looking to add a starting pitcher, as you mentioned before. It's something. I definitely, this is a bit of a head scratcher, but you definitely think that the Cubs got better. At least they made a move, so maybe the Cubs guys are like, all right, we made a move, but I just feel like this doesn't make a ton of sense for me.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, they've been offensively, that has been their strength. It's the starting pitching that has actually also been pretty good, but when you project it forward and you put them head-to-head with some of these true aces that they might have to match up with in the playoffs, like, you're not feeling as confident as you would be in the regular season. So this is a little bit of a head scratcher. Fortunately, though, he is a utility guy. He can play all over the field. He can run. He's a switch hitter. So, it's one of those guys that kind of makes sense for any team he's on. But doesn't really fulfill the big needs that we see the Cubs having, especially with how many guys have moved and how many teams have gotten way better. If you want to hang with them, the starting pitchers are the way. Starting pitching is the one thing we haven't seen kind of go crazy. And it'll be interesting to see if that's what goes crazy in these next 24 minutes. All right. So I have some questions for you, or to continue the conversation with winners and losers so far. There's going to be a lot that are moving, but on the list of teams that have went and got their guys and have done a good job and have filled their holes, who do you think is? Give me the top 3 because there's a lot. Who are the big 3 kind of winners so far in this trade deadline?
All right. I think there's been a lot of winning. Obviously, we're going to talk about the win now teams and what they added, because I think it's going to be very interesting. You look at the Mets getting Cedric Mullins, and great player, but for me, I think the real piece here that I love is what the Phillies did with Harrison Bader. I think this is a guy who's performed crazy at clutch in the postseason. He has a history of doing that. I think his defense is off the charts. He's just kind of this personality team guy, fits right in with kind of that Phillies. They got a lot of guys with a lot of clout that have done a lot of time in the postseason. I think he is a just perfect fit right there with the Phillies. And Duran, you're at in 102. This is a presence. This is a guy who comes in with with his entrance. You feel him. You do not want to get to him. And the Phillies needed that back into their rotation. You're talking about a lineup that's going to keep you in games, that can battle it no matter who your number one pitcher is. You're adding another clutch at bat against those big guys. He's done it before. And then you're adding that closer that they really, really needed that gap. For me, I think the Phillies found a way to answer. They're in that kind of win now mode. They've been right there on the cusp. I think these were some excellent pieces. I would like to see them get maybe one more bullpen arm. If they could snag maybe a Santana from the Pirates, I think that would be really good. Or any of the other. Griffin Jackson is also another guy that comes in and just blows doors. This guy's strikeout rate is insane. So I'd like to see the Phillies get one more. But I think those two pieces, like Duran, you feel his presence in the stadium, and I think that's one of the sneaky winners. There's a lot. The Mariners, like you said, getting the two corner outfielders. If you're looking at their offense, what Rally's been able to do this season, but then Arozarena, and then you add Eugenio Suarez, who is his at bat. It is not safe to throw anything at any time. He can hit your spin. He can hit your fastballs. He can leave the yard. This is a home run hitting. They're like kind of the Bronx Bombers, but they're in Seattle right now, and they've always had pitching depth. So, yeah, you take a look at what Romano unfortunately hasn't had the greatest season, and you switch that up with what they're getting now. To me, I think the Phillies are a sneaky big winner. Obviously, I think it's easy to say what the Padres did. They're all in, and it's a battle of the Titans between Dodgers and Padres. So the Padres are an easy win. They definitely gave up a lot for it, but they went for it. I think O'Hearn is another sneaky one. This guy can absolutely hit. He's a pro. This is a DH with like almost a 3 WAR, win above replacement, which is extremely hard to do. Another professional at bat to add on to Machado, to Tatis. That lineup is just looking really, really as complete as you can get. So when we're watching Mets, Phillies, Dodgers, Padres, I think there's 4 absolute titans, and they all went for it. So it's going to be fun to watch. This is going to be incredible baseball. Some of the best baseball I think we've ever seen.
I tend to agree. I don't think we've had a trade deadline in recent history where this many of the top teams filled in their needs so neatly. I'd say the Mets grabbing Mullins because he's been good offensively, and we all know about his defense. So he can go and fulfill that role and play center field, but also he'll hit a 3-run homer every once in a while, which is not something they've gone and done with, like, when going to get Bader, having Tyrone Taylor out there. Like, that's not really what they're looking for there. They got the defense, and they got a guy who might be able to add a little bit of pop, or maybe be not paid attention to as much in that lineup as much as the other guys, because they still have the Pete Alonsos and the Sotos and the Lindors. So, like, that I think that's way bigger than people are thinking about. And also that adding the guys they added the bullpen, like the variety of they have everything they ever need. They got a hard throwing lefty, they got a weird funky lefty, they got a submariner, they got a dude who can throw 100, they got another dude who can throw 100, they got another dude who can throw 100. So those spots are big. So the Mets are up there for me, and I agree with the Padres as well.
Tyler Rogers, though, the most sleepy 1.85 ERA you will ever see, and it's going to be calm, cool, collected. You got an absolute just
unbothered.
Unreal. It's unreal. He makes it look so easy. You don't recognize how incredible and elite. And he's been literally like a high 1, low 2 for like 6 straight years at least. So yeah, great call. I think the Mets, that's the one that just, he's under the radar. He's going to glue you. He's going to put everything in there, and then you get the big boy coming in here, Diaz and Helsley, the flamethrowers. But go from 84 underneath to 100 billion over the top. Good luck.
Yeah, it's we just had the graphic up there with everybody. Ryan Stanek, who's been throwing the 8th a little bit, now moves down to the 4th or the 5th. But like, and you know what? That's a good problem to have. I obviously they gave a lot up, especially for Rogers. If we go look at the prospect haul, but that's something for future Mets to worry about. We're talking about what teams are positioned best now to have a better 2 months and then go on and make a run in the playoffs, which kind of leads us to, with 18 minutes left here, we have some teams that have not done much, even with all the stuff that has happened so far. There's been a couple teams that are in it right now that haven't done much. For me, one of my teams is Boston Red Sox. They got to do something outside of just Steven Matz, which they were able to add a little bit of depth there. Obviously, starting pitching is another thing they need. But for you, do you have a team that absolutely has to make a move right now that is right there in the running that hasn't done anything yet? Anything that comes out top of your head?
Yeah, I mean, well, there's a couple things. There's a lot of things that I'd actually even like to ask you about. I think it's sneaky what the Blue Jays did. I'd like to see them do. They're leading the AL East. Granted, they got Bieber. If Shane Bieber comes back and the Shane Bieber, holy cow! George Springer, Vlad Guerrero Jr. is like turning it up, getting even better as we go on. They just got like a bunch of young ball players playing good baseball. Everyone's kind of sleeping on, but I think Bieber is a crazy pickup that's not getting a lot to talk. Like, we're not hearing about because he's only done 4 rehab starts. But if he comes back and you add him to Kevin Gausman, you just see right here, Max Scherzer. You got Lauer, who's not even on this list, who's got like a 2.85 ERA, left-handed absolute beast. So the Blue Jays are for real. I would like to see them maybe sneak one more piece. I think a Kwan could fit in nicely over there. Just a nice good at bat for those guys. But they do have a deep lineup already. But any little thing, the Red Sox need to do something. They're also in it. Like, they're sneaky scary. Bregman's going off, having a great year. They're just playing good ball. You wanted to see them. You knew the Rangers and the Red Sox both were all in on Merrill Kelly. A lot of people were. They're going to need maybe they can snag a Keller from the Pirates. But the Red Sox, in my opinion, Trevor, to answer your question, I think they need to make a move. I'd like to see them. They have a chance to do it this year. We'll see if they can make it happen.
I believe right now they're in the wild card, either the last wild card spot or the second to last wild card spot. So if it ended today, they're in the playoffs.
Yeah,
so you kind of have to do something. Like, you can't do nothing. And their bullpen can be a little leaky outside of Aroldis as well. There's a lot of holes there that they haven't quite been able to address. But let me just take it to the Blue Jays real quick, because they are leading the division. One thing I would like to see is, because there are a few relievers. There's a Pete Fairbanks out there. There's still the Griffin Jacks. They could add somebody to join Jeff Hoffman, who's had a couple little periods of time where he struggled a little bit or things didn't go his way. If they can add another guy on top of Sir Anthony Dominguez, I think that bullpen also gets tightened up really quick. Even though Brandon Little and Fisher over there have done a great job as young guys with really elite stuff, they're not as proven. So if we can add a little bit to that bullpen, especially with the veterans you have starting games, like, I think that would take them to the next level, because the Yankees did it. The Yankees added those pieces. Have grabbed probably a bunch of the guys that they would have liked to grab. So I think they need one more. But Boston's the big glaring one. And then another one that I think that's going on the radar, because this team does have the best record in the major leagues, the Brewers. They have only done, I believe Jensen is the only guy that they have picked up. Danny Jensen, that is, the catcher. And they got, I mean, I know they're a pretty complete team, but they have an opportunity with some young pieces that they can move to go grab some depth somewhere, and they haven't quite moved. And I feel like they do 2 or 3 moves a year. They're usually in this position, maybe not the best record, but leading their division. They have been the last few years. So it is a little weird that they've been as quiet as they've been as well. So I would love to see them do something, probably add a bat, maybe to add a little bit of pop. I mean, they haven't really got what they want out of got the first year out of Contreras. He's been a little bit lower on the power side, so maybe there's a power bat out there. But again, a lot of those guys have moved already, so there might not be much for them. But it is interesting to see the Brewers not move much with how good of a season they've had. You agree?
And maybe, yeah, I mean, maybe they like their team, but for me, you can never have enough arms. I do think that they have a pretty deep lineup. I think they play great defense, and I don't think you want to mess up sometimes that chemistry of an offense that's gotten to a rhythm. But you're right. I think you want to add when you have a team that's doing this well, that's in that hunt, and to see the Cubs and Brewers be this quiet. Hopefully, we get some fireworks here in the last final hours, as they say. But for me, I think another target out there, Trevor, that has been mentioned up here. If someone can snag Santana from the Pirates as well, because I mean, we don't know what they're doing. Maybe they're just collecting a bunch of talent. I did like their draft. They have Seth Hernandez. They have Skeens. Maybe they're looking at 2 or 3 years. But Santana is a kind of win right now kind of arm. This guy's got a 1.85. I've faced him. It's filthy. This guy immediately just elevates everything, and he's kind of not a name that everyone's yelling and screaming about.
That's a great call. Those guys, those 7th, 8th guys for the not so great teams that are having really good seasons and have developed maybe a good elite pitch can be a huge value going on a run. Like, you never know. I bring this one up a lot, but in 2018, Ryan Presley was traded, and then I got to go back to the big leagues. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate you. You're the best. He's a good friend of mine. But he at that point was like on a 11-game scoreless streak. He then continued to throw like 39 straight scoreless with the Astros after that point into the next season. So they grabbed him at a time they're like, this guy's pretty good, and we think great. And then he became who he became for the Astros. That guy is still out there. Santana could be one of them, and a team could grab a guy that is valuable for them. Going through this could be a huge role in their bullpen. So, you know, if these guys are willing to move, you got to go get them. And I think Griffin Jackson's also in that conversation.
Yeah,
he's got a higher ERA than he should.
Don't let the ERA fool you, because when you see the stuff, if your eyes have seen the stuff, it's ridiculous. And look at like the strikeout numbers to innings pitched is unheard of. That is dominating big league hitters on a ridiculous scale. You put that into a playoff race, and I think he just had a couple early outings that went really, really bad. But he comes in and shuts the door really quickly for the most part.
Absolutely. All right, we are coming into the end here. We have Boston Red Sox are acquiring right-hander Dustin May, my man, from the Los Angeles Dodgers. Sources tell ESPN. Just full disclosure, we are not related. Maybe distant, probably,
the Mays,
but not directly. Not directly. What is your reaction to this with Dustin May? We've heard a lot about him being the Dodgers. We see his stuff. What kind of effect do you think or impact can he have on a Red Sox run now?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, because I mean it's electric stuff. It's we're talking 98 to 100 mile an hour sinker. The Dodgers, you got to think of, are one of the best as far as pitching is concerned at getting the most out of their pitchers. So to like snag a Dustin May, obviously their depth is crazy and they have a lot of guys coming back from injury. So maybe this is a little bit of this is a great opportunity for the Red Sox. Maybe we can snag a piece. Maybe it's a cash thing to free up some roster spots. But Dustin May, if you can get him right and he gets locked in and he becomes the Dustin May that we've seen, there's a very high ceiling for a Dustin May. It's just going to be a matter of, can you get it out? I don't know exactly why he's been getting hit the way he's been gotten hit, but it just seems like the Red Sox, this does make a lot of sense. It's like they need a starting pitcher. This is a guy with a ceiling. If they can get him going and he gets right and he finds his timing and his rhythm, I think he's a guy that could help them win. But I don't think this is the answer. That's a tough one to really say, yeah, Dustin May, perfect spot for the Red Sox.
Yeah, there's been a lot of depth pieces being moved over, and this could be a function of just the guys that they really want to get. Maybe they went hard to try to really check in on Alcantara or something, a real difference maker that possibly potentially could, if he gets going, which he has been lately, could be big. But and then what do you do? What do you do if that falls through? You kind of go to plan B. And if the Dodgers are willing to move a guy, especially if the Dodgers are moving a starting pitcher, because they've had so many injuries, they must be feeling pretty confident about the guys they have coming back soon. So it's good to see the Red Sox do something, and it'd be interesting to see what he can do in a new uniform. But does this move the needle, or will this get Red Sox fans really excited? My experience tells me probably not. Another interesting one that happened just recently as well. Bailey Falter was traded to the Royals. The Royals are kind of just moving pieces around and grabbing guys that they can have control. I don't think the Royals are really making a push, but it did happen, so it is worth reporting as well. I like that for them. All right, 9 minutes. We got 9 minutes. This is going to get spicy. One interesting thing, and I think that a lot of people don't know at home, and you might actually have a little bit more experience on this, is that at the deadline, there's a little bit of gray area where if you have a deal kind of verbally committed, like both sides say, yeah, it's cool, then that deadline can be extended. But there is no there is no new talks happening at that point. So just so everyone knows, if there's still things that are announced in the minutes after 6 hits, that's usually what's going on. And I'm sure there's a little bit of like finagling going on a little bit to keep deals.
Yeah, it's got to get approved through the front offices and the paperwork and all of that. But just taking a look at this list, Dustin, I think where do you want to see a Brandon logo? I think this is a guy I want to see get another crack in the playoffs. This is a guy that has put together so many great seasons. He had a tough run in some of his playoff runs. I think I would love to see him get on a contender. I think that it's a move that can make sense, that can move the needle. I think obviously Pete Fairbanks, I got to play with him. He's another one of those bullpen arms we talked about. And where do you think Stephen Kwan Fence is he going to just silence? Everyone's talked about him. Everyone's excited. We want to see Kwan. He's a lovable personality. He's a great at bat. Does Kwan get out to the Yankees? Where does he go? Where does he fit, Trevor?
Well, the thing about Stephen Kwan is he fits everywhere. I just think that he might have, like everyone would love a Stephen Kwan, a guy who strikes out never and runs like he does and plays defense like he does and is constantly on base for boppers. Like putting him on a team with a bunch of guys who can hit him in sounds really exciting for me. But the thing about it is he's not even an ARB yet. He's still a 0 to 3 guy, and we are projecting him being too expensive in 3+ years. And in my opinion, for the Guardians, I know that him becoming kind of the front of this conversation is because Emmanuel Clase is now off the table. I think that's the big he's the guy we'd be talking about. I think Kwan would be staying put. It wouldn't surprise me one bit if he just stayed put. I think that would be probably the smartest thing because you just don't know. You don't know who else is coming. You don't know how your drafts are going to be in the next 3 years and how quickly guys are getting up. That getting rid of a guy who is as solid as Stephen Kwan, he is who he is. He doesn't need to develop this like plate discipline, these skills. He's a professional hitter. Those type of guys just don't come along very often who do the things as well as he does. So it's probably a big haul, and I bet you they're asking for a ton, and that's why he's still hanging out. So my inclination would be he's staying put. I know that's not fun for everyone else. I know the other 29 teams is not fun, but I do think it's in the Guardians' best interest to keep him at least, and maybe shop some of the other pieces if they're still out there. It's a
Great
tough
point.
situation for them with everything they got going on.
And Trevor, if I can keep asking questions, I got another one for you.
Yeah.
All right. The Merrill Kelly to the Rangers. Who are you taking now? Because Mariners went offense. This is almost like a reversal. Rangers are backed on pitching, and they do have pitching and defense. You know, Simeon's doing his thing. Seager. Who are you taking? And they're both the same exact record. I think the AL West is just such a dynamic. The Astros obviously made a couple additions. You get Correa going back to Houston. How do you think the West is won here through the American League, Trevor? But if you're taking the Mariners or the Rangers right now, do any of them catch the Astros?
Oof. So it's hard to bet against the Astros after the last 9 years. Because they just end up being there no matter, even if you're not paying attention, they just appear. So I would say it's probably a battle for second, and they have a little bit of a lead. The interesting one being a little bit of a homer here and watching Seattle in real time. This is something they've never done. They've never went and got two like corner guys that can actually fill the needs in a real way. Like those are the best options for those two positions. That is not Jerry DiPoto's MO. So that gives me more hope for it. But man, the Rangers are a good team. We got another moving piece. Padres acquiring left-handed pitcher Nestor Cortez from the Brewers. Brewers, this is not what I was talking about. Trade away your players. So now we got Nestor Cortez going to the Padres because the Padres want everyone, evidently.
All right.
Okay,
all right.
Another depth piece for them. It'd be interesting. I mean, everything's pointing till Cease moving, right? They're like, okay, we need to fill in the spot, but like he hasn't moved, so now they have like extra pitchers, and we'll see if this is a quick flip. Maybe, possibly, they wanted to get him so that they can then flip him somewhere else. That happens a lot too. But it is interesting. I don't. Again, there's so many things happening. I don't know what the goal is for this.
Hey, you can never have too many arms, Trevor. You can never have too many arms. The Padres, give us another one. Maybe he has a good record against the Dodgers or something. We got to look into the Nestor's numbers against the Dodgers. Maybe he takes off Freddie Freeman really well. Little matchup piece.
Maybe that's not the best example, but I got what you mean. So I mean, things are happening. They're moving. The Brewers seem very, very happy with their starting rotation. I don't blame them. That is a very exciting group of guys. There's some magic. There's something in the water there because they just keep doing this stuff. But I just don't. We got 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Like we got time for one more phone call amongst these guys. I'm sure there's people on the phone all over the place. So if we could pull up that big board one more time, I want to make a quick prediction. Let's see if we can pick a guy most likely to move in the next 3 minutes, or at least in the next, I don't know, 8 minutes. I'm sure it'll be announced. I mean, I think of everyone on this list, a guy who isn't going to move and is going to disappoint me, it's going to be Luis Robert. But I think a guy that needs to move, is Pete Fairbanks. I think they can get something for Pete Fairbanks. And I still think there's so many guys, so many teams that need a back-end bullpen guy, and he is the dude. Also, to quickly answer your question while you're thinking about the answer to that one, I think the Mariners will edge out the Texas Rangers because I'm biased. And I want them to. I really want to see that happen.
Objectively, you still that could be a bias. I'm rooting for the Mariners, so you're there. But objectively, it's a fair pick as well. It's going to be fun to watch. I mean, it is. I think I'm so excited for the last half of this baseball season. This might be the most exciting season of all time. I think the Phillies and Mets battle and the NL East is insane as well. Just so much. And then a little bit awkward with Red Sox and Brewers not really doing a ton, but I mean Dustin May. So I guess we got a little something.
Yeah, I won't second guess anything the Brewers do. Maybe I'll second guess the Red Sox a little bit, but the Brewers just tend to just. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes there, and it just works. So, I mean, who are we to blame? All right, we're gonna quickly go through some of the stuff that has happened very recently. We got the Yankees acquiring Jose Caballero from the Rays, which another utility style guy, fiery dude, runs the bases well, does a lot of he's just a nuisance. I think that's the best way to describe Jose Caballero. He is a nuisance, and he's a guy that you just don't want to play against because he does a lot of good things well. I like that move. That's a good depth piece for them.
Yeah, I do like the move. I like the fire. I like what you're saying. Get a guy who runs the bases hard, plays the game the right way, brings some energy to the Yankees. They're a talented club. I like this move. It's kind of interesting in-division trade. So that one always, a little bit of a head scratcher. But hey, this is a win. A lot of these trades are win-wins, and I feel like the teams that know that they're in know that they're in. The teams that know that they're out know that they're out. And there's a lot of value to be had in some of these trades for both teams. So. Yeah, it is. That one's a head scratcher because it's in the division, but I think it's a great pickup for the Yankees. A little sneaky one.
That's a good point, but we've seen a lot more in division. It feels like there's just teams got holes and they're willing to open them or fill them up even if they're in the same division. We have another one. Cubs flipped Taylor Rogers. Pirates flipped Taylor Rogers after trading him yesterday from the Reds over to the Cubs. Now Taylor Rogers has been on. I don't know. I played with him with the Twins, and since then he's been on 7 different teams. He seems to always be traded at the deadline now. He is the modern-day Tyler Clippard. Taylor Rogers, good pickup. I like that move for the Cubs. He is a veteran. He has lots of saves in his career, lots of experience. I'm sorry you're hearing the Blue Angels flying over me. They're for a performance later today, so that's going to happen.
All right.
But
I was wondering what
how do you like that?
I do like this.
Pirates swapping it.
I do like this a lot. I didn't really understand the Pirates getting Taylor Rogers, so I do love Taylor Rogers being back in the race. This is a veteran arm. I got to call a lot of his games. He comes in, and he's a 2-pitch mix, absolutely devastating on left-handed bats. He's got that massive sweeper, the fastball. Nobody's ever on it. When he's throwing strikes, it's pretty much just a quiet inning, and it's similar. I know it's the lefty version of his twin, Tyler Rogers, and he's over the top, not under. But they both come in with kind of a really slow presence. They get quiet innings. He just throws that 94 up and in, works it off the sweeper very well. He has crazy horizontal movement. This is going to be a nice little piece. I love adding bullpens. You can never have too much bullpen. It's how you win championships. You're a bullpen guy. You understand.
Yeah, we're very important. It just doesn't show up in the checkbook.
Exactly.
We had a couple more come through as well.
Yeah.
Phil Maton going to the Texas Rangers. Another good pickup because he has had a sneaky, very solid year this year from the Cardinals. And also Adrian Hauser going to the Rays. for, I don't know, for the White Sox. Two teams that aren't in it, but it did happen, so it's worth mentioning. There he is. Adrian Hauser also has had some moments, some stretches here where he's been very, very good. The White Sox, they've had a few guys kind of have resurgences a little bit over there.
Yeah,
so,
Hauser's velo ticked up. That's
pickups.
a sneaky ad.
He is a big man. I don't know if you've ever met him, but he is a lot bigger than you think. I was like, whoa. One time I met him, because I'm a big guy, he looked me right in the eyes. I was like, I didn't know you were that big. That's crazy. So we are past the deadline technically. I'm sure there are a couple things will trickle in. There's still a chance there's something big happens, but we are probably most likely where we're going to be. We have our big list here. So of everyone on this list, the Mason Millers, the Tyler Rogers, who do you think is going to have the most value for their team for the stretch here? Who do you think is going to have the biggest impact on a playoff run here?
Man, I think a lot of these are going to be impact. There's a couple what ifs. I mean, Shane Bieber, if Shane Bieber comes back and is who he has been, I mean, it's tough not to say that he's going to have that impact. Obviously, Mason Miller, this is a 103-mile-an-hour closer added to the bullpen of a team that's already exceptional in the bullpen. Also, seeing him get out of that ballpark is going to be exciting. Duran as well. The Phillies needed that. I think he feels the need as big as anyone. Man, there's just a lot of massive names up there. Merrill Kelly, don't sleep on him as well. I think he just dissects you. He's just a little Inspector Gadget, can throw everything. It's 93, sink, cut, change, curve, slider, whatever your weakness is, he's going to make you eat your spaghetti with a spoon left-handed. So I love Merrill Kelly for this Rangers team. And, this was a spicy freaking trade deadline, Trevor May. I mean, I have never witnessed it. I'm glad that we got the opportunity to see it finish, but some big pickups. I'm going to be excited to see Carlos Correa. What time is it in Houston? Let's go, man. This is going to be some fun. This last half, hold on to your horses. We're going. The baseball teams, man, the season's going to be crazy.
Yeah, and he's doing his, he's gotten the A-Rod comp quite a bit in his career. Now he gets to go do it and be in third. The Yankees getting Camilo Duvall.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's actually huge. What?
That's huge.
Wait a minute.
Bullpen is good. The Yankees bullpen is good. They might have hopped the Mets. I don't know. That's crazy.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
And I love Doval. It's going to be interesting to see him in New York. He is a guy that when he throws strikes, he's a guy that's easy to root for. It's unhittable. There's a bit of a command issue that he's really been really good this year. So it'll be fun to see what the Yankees press. I think he gets better the more the pressure mounts, because he's one of those guys that doesn't care what's going on. He's neutral. And, sometimes some of the players, you got to show us you care. He cares, but he just holds that neutral, and he knows that's where he's his best. I think that's going to be a fun one to watch in New York.
I agree. What are you going to throw? Throw him in the sixth inning? He's coming from San Francisco, too, so he's used to that kind of fluctuation. He threw in the sixth sometimes, and then he'd close for a while. And then so in terms of flexibility, of everyone they've went and got with the Jake Birds, and I think the person probably most positioned to succeed right away in New York in a market that you're not necessarily used to is Camilo Duvall. I think that's a great pickup for them because everyone else is Bednar, a bunch of guys who've been on teams that have not competed recently or aren't in big markets. So to get him is, I think, a massive a shift. And what they do over there with their pitching lab, they have figured something out with everyone they've grabbed recently, from the Leiter Juniors to the Fernando Cruz. They've all had success right away. So I don't expect this to be any differently. And now the AL East is on notice. I know that the Toronto Blue Jays are in first place, but that leaky bullpen that they've had for the whole season, it's looking pretty airtight these days. So I love that move. That's a big one. I'm looking at the Bleacher Report trade deadline report here. The number of trades is
wait a minute.
Crazy. Griffin Jackson going to Tampa.
Wait, they just added Hauser and Griffin. The Rays are going for it. Wait a minute. The Rays are going for it. They didn't get rid of Pete Fairbanks. They added Griffin Jacks and Hauser. Hauser's velo's up. He's pitching very well. The Rays look like they're going for it, my man.
I'm about to give you a hot take. I'm gonna give you a double plot twist. He has one more year, Griffin Jax does, on his contract. So he's a free agent after next year. I think that the Rays are going to start him next year. That's what I think.
All right. I can see that.
I think
He's
they're
got
going
the
to
stuff
make
to
him
do
a
it.
starter.
He is one of those, when you watch him pitch,
has.
his athleticism, his body just moves different. He's built different. That would make a lot of sense. And the Rays are known to do some things like that. I think that's a great call. Love it.
They are. I can say from experience that was talking to them when I was a free agent, and part of that was like, hey, would you mind like throwing like 110 innings, maybe start 2 games? I was like, no, and that's kind of where it fell apart. But there are guys who can do that, and they are open to being creative like that. And I know Griffin Jax for a fact is open to starting again. So
wow,
maybe they see,
right.
maybe that's the value. And we were having this conversation the other day I was having a conversation with Eno Saris, great writer, for the Giants, for Fangraphs. Like he's like, I think Griffin Jax is a no-brainer for converting back to starter because he's learned like 3 pitches since he became a reliever. But we'll see. But that's what I think. I think that's what they're going to do. But that's big. That is big. So sorry, Twins fans. I believe that's the 6th guy that's moved. So
wow, yeah, they really.
We feel it for you, fans.
Well, hopefully you get to cover a couple of the guys that they picked up for a lot of this talent that they let go, because they're going to have some room to build a team.
Okay, I love it. I love it. I love it for the Rays. I'm honestly, Griffin probably needed to go, and I'm assuming that the guys coming back for the Twins are probably going to end up being pretty good, because they're pretty good at that too.
Oh yeah. They're good at developing as well.
All right. Yes, they're very good. Yes, these 2 teams, if you trade with the Rays, or the Rays want someone you have, they either see something. I just love it because the Mariners do it all the time. Like, they're constantly trading with each other. So I'm always like suspicious. Like, what's happening here? Are you getting me? I don't like this. I don't like not knowing. All right, cool. So, trying to get my feet under me a little bit. A lot of bullpen guys moving all over the place. Still no Yandy Diaz moving. I thought he would have moved like 3 years ago. Still hasn't been. I think he'd be valuable. I just think that anyone who would have traded for him, they would go to the World Series and then he'd be the World Series MVP. I don't know why I think that. I just that's what I see when I see him. But alas, he is still a Ray, and they're still technically in it. So and now they have Griffin Jax. So maybe that's a run they can make. All right, let's talk a little bit about everyone and the winners and losers we have going on here, because we have another breaking news. The MLB trade deadline has arrived, and Stephen Kwan was not traded. I didn't think he would. I'm happy for Guardians fans. He is a young, controllable piece that is part of your core. You can't just only have Jose Ramirez staying. Like, that can't be the only consistent thing happening. I know there's a lot of conversations about keeping your studs, keeping your guys, and having to get rid of them all the time. And I think that would have been maybe a dagger that might have been not a great feeling for Guardian fans for a while, because he is still very controllable. This isn't just one more extra year. This is 3 years. So I think that was in their best. The Padres have canceled the rest of their minor league season because they have no players left. You know what? AJ Preller says, nuh-uh, you just don't know them. You just don't know their names. We got plenty of characters in the back storage room. We're good. Don't worry about it. You got to go for it. I don't know about you. Does anything AJ Preller do surprise you at this point?
Look, I think you got to give him a lot of credit. Going for it, but B, how often they're able to have such a good farm system with big talent that teams want. I think that they've done a great job with their scouting department. They've done a great job with acquiring great talent to be able to trade for pieces that are ready now. I think that the Dodgers do a really good job of this as well, is constantly drafting correct, constantly getting the most out of their players and building strong farm systems that in turn to you being able, when you're in the moment and you have that window to win, adding on. And it's just crazy how he keeps being able to do that and still producing big talent. So I think you got to, if you're in the baseball world, you got to look at how do they keep getting all of these great players to trade and passing on a lot of value, because you see what the Nationals have. They got a lot of people for Juan Soto. He's a little bit of a magician, and once again, the Padres are going to be very fun. The NL West is going to be fun to watch for sure for what he's been able to accomplish.
It's very, very impressive that he's been able to do this over and over and over. And I think you made a great point there. Griffin grabbing their Reyes early last year, seeing that opportunity, and then like being able to get Soto, all of those things. Those are savvy moves, and then flip them again, and be able to flip Soto away and get more guys. And it's generally been a win-win both ways with AJ Preller trades. Generally, I also think him picking up Jason Adam last year was one of the most savvy moves, and it's not talked about enough. That guy's been incredible since he's been there. And I forgot to mention him amongst the whole group of the Padres bullpen guys earlier when we were trying to figure out who's the best, and he might be the best one of all of them.
Wait, so, he's under a 2 ERA or something? Like, yeah, that's a great call.
He has been for 3 years. He's been incrible.
Nobody talks about
5
him.
years.
Interesting.
Nobody. Yeah, it's just like I don't know why. He just kind of when a guy goes out there and it just seems like he's just business as usual. It's just you just get used to it. So I want to talk about because we're going to do winners losers just a moment, but before we do that, I have another quick little trade here at the end. Charlie Morton was traded to the Tigers for doesn't say who yet, but another depth piece for the Tigers. So real quick, I want to ask you, how do you feel about the Tigers moves? Because they did do quite a few things, but I don't know how much many of them moved the needle. We got Charlie Morton, we got Paul Sewald going over there, we got Rafael Montero going there. There's another one that I am not thinking of right now, but another smaller piece. They did make a bunch of moves. I don't think many of them move the needle, but they are still winning the AL Central. So how do you feel about the Tigers job they did at this deadline?
Sewald and Montero are two veteran bullpen arms. These are guys that are tried and true, that know how to pitch, that are extremely good. I think these are really great baseball moves. I'm a fan. I don't know if they needed to make a ton of really massive moves at the deadline, because you also got to like think about long term and short term. They're really good. Last year they sold and got better. So I think they have a great understanding of what they need, what they have. I really like when you add veteran bullpen arms and you're in a race, because I believe in them. I believe that this is the backbone of how you win a championship. You have to have a good bullpen. You have to have guys who can have a slow heartbeat when the emotions change, because playoff baseball is different than regular season baseball. It's a lot less emotion, and being able to handle that, being able to hold the moment, I think that those were good, nice additions to a team that's already talented and athletic. And you want to be careful about messing with the chemistry when you got things going right.
Yeah, it feels like they didn't have to get rid of a lot of prospects or pieces in order to make their big league team better, and they got a lot of depth. They also added Kyle Finnegan from the Nationals, who has a bunch of experience closing games as well. So a lot of experience, a lot of guys who are not necessarily expensive to grab, and I like those. I like those pickups. All right, we are at that moment. Let's talk about some winners and losers. We talked about a couple earlier, but now that things are settling into the bedrock here of what the season's going to look like for the rest, give me one winner, give me one big winner, one big loser. Maybe we go back and forth here on this list, because I got a lot. Honestly, in both.
Yeah, I mentioned them earlier, and I'm going to mention them again. I think to fill a need of the right team and the right players, I think the Phillies were a massive winner that aren't getting enough credit. They needed Duran. They got him done. I think Bader is just a perfect. They had a lot of great position players, but this is a clutch, tried and true, great defensive player, good ball player, can handle the big situation, played amazing in the playoffs for the Yankees. He was the only guy hitting against the Astros that year in the postseason, and that was a crazy pitching roster the Astros had that year. So I think the Phillies are number one. Obviously the Padres, what they were able to do to their bullpen, they are all in. They are coming for the Dodgers. It's going to be fun to watch this race pan out. We know what the Dodgers have, but the Padres can go toe-to-toe with anyone. And it's also easy to say the Mets are big winners as well.
I tend to agree. Sorry, we got the Jets. They're literally 100 feet above my house. It's kind of scary.
Yeah, it shakes your house.
I would agree with you. Yeah, I got a 10-month-old son now. I'm like, hey, could you not right now? Can you just let him sleep, please, and make my life a little bit easier? I tend to agree with you on the Phillies. They filled their holes very well. Mets, same thing. Maybe we'll just go through all the winners then right here at the gate. I would say Yankees were winners because I think their bullpen, they needed the help there. I think the addition of third baseman, big deal. Sorry, said so many names. I think they're adding a lot of the pieces.
Ryan McCann?
McMahon.
McMahon.
Ryan McMahon. I think he's been great for them, especially defensively. So I like those additions. They're a good offensive team. I think pitching was the big deal. So I like that they added. I will also throw, we haven't thrown the Padres out there. That's obvious. And then I have a little bit of a toss-up between these last three, and maybe we can come to a consensus here.
I have a definite one. But I want to hear what you think.
The Astros, the Jays, and the M's. Mariners.
I got Mariners and Rangers.
Rangers too. This is
Merrill
tough.
Kelly, my guy. Merrill Kelly is a starter beast. Like this is like a huge pickup that fills a need once again. Did the Rangers pick up a bullpen arm? There were so many trades. I apologize, but it's hard to remember them all.
They did. The Rangers picked up Danny Colum from the Twins, who is a good lefty. Just kills lefties. So that's a good pickup, which is something they needed.
He was on some crazy scoreless streak earlier in the season as well. Colum.
Also, one of the best out there stranded runners, which I am a big fan of. I am sure there's another one out there. We have more breaking news.
Oh, wait a minute.
18 minutes after.
Oh,
Mike
wait a
Yastrzemski.
minute.
Royals.
I actually.
The Randall Grichuk.
Listen. I am a massive Yastrzemski fan, and I'm kind of. Are the Royals in the picture? Because I want to see Yastrzemski in a playoff race because this dude is a ball player. He gives you a grindy at bat. He has a clutch gene. He's just somehow in the biggest moments he finds a way to hit walk-offs. This is a defensive savant. You saw the play he just made the other day, jumping over the. He is always perfectly timed, perfect routes. Just hits the cutoff man. For a team, and the Giants this year have had some issues with fundamentals. This is the fundamentally sound, does everything right, finds a way to help you win a ball game. So I do think that this is a nice pickup for the Royals. Maybe they're trying to make a sneaky late push, but Yastrzemski, absolute dime of a ball player.
I think that's a good pickup for them too. It feels like they're doing like the Rays lateral move. Hey, this piece, move this piece because this piece fits a little bit better. They kind of pieced it together. Remember at the beginning of the year with India, they're India and Isbell and Massey. They're gonna move from second to left and that hasn't really paid off because their outfield has been pretty bad. So they need a guy who can use the glove. He's a good pickup. I like that. Grichuk, same thing. Some veteran presence and. They got Bobby Witt Jr. and they just signed Seth Lugo to extend him. They could go on a run here. All these things are within reach, I think. And I think they feel like even if we don't do it, we made our team better. And maybe we got some other moves we can make going in the offseason and what have you. So I love that. I think the Royals have been, for the last couple of years, definitely been managed pretty well. So I guess we're throwing the Rangers in here. Sorry, Mariners fans. Caleb Ferguson, not enough, okay? Not enough to
I don't know. You're right. The Mariners did really good. That's tough, man. Eugenio Suarez is massive.
Man.
And Naylor as well.
I'll still take Kirby and Gilbert and Castillo and Brian Wu against the other three, Merrill Kelly and
DeGrom, Eovaldi,
I will still have them match up. I will still have them match up and take them and say that they are right there with them, just as good. And then you add to corner pop. Also, I think that Naylor, just personality-wise, is just a perfect fit.
I love him. You got to have
he's a ball of energy.
A little psycho. You got to have a little psycho in you.
Yeah,
I like it. I like him a lot. It's good. Yeah.
He's a good.
Can we go Rangers / Mariners? It's a bloodbath out there in the AOS. Can we add that in there?
Can you guys whip that up for us real quick?
Producers.
That's. You know what? I'm good with the Rangers too. It's gonna be a great. Push at the end. I love that. All right, let's talk about some losers because there are some. I'm gonna start. I think the Red Sox are one of the losers. I think that they should have done more. I know Craig Breslow personally pretty well. Wasn't for lack of trying. Trust me. Just sometimes things don't coalesce or it's aren't time right, but. They did need to do more. You got to find a way to do it. That's part of the job. And they, I know that Red Sox fans probably aren't super jazzed. They're not cheering in the streets right now for sure. It's probably more anger.
They're still playing good baseball in the wild card, but you're right. You definitely want to see more. And Dustin May is an arm that has a big ceiling. So I think I agree with you.
Who knows? We could be eating our words. I would love to be wrong. That'd be great.
I'm going to jump to the other team that reversed the curse pretty quickly. The Cubs really needed a starting arm. You lose Steele, you got to replace him, and you're making a run. You have this offense. If you could find a way to snag one of those arms, I feel like they should have gone for it. So for me, I feel like if you're Cubs fans, you wanted to see them get something, like add somebody to this offense that is really exciting and electric.
Yeah, I agree with that. And the interesting thing about the losers is because this can be two things. This can be teams that should have done more because they're in it, or teams that are out of it that had an opportunity to get something and just didn't do anything. And for me, the Braves, like they have Osuna, who could have been a pop DH type guy that could have went anywhere, and they didn't really move much. They kind of went and they picked up a bunch of guys off waivers with like Carrasco and Fetty, and added some depth. I don't know if they're trying to do anything, but I know that they have a pretty tight-knit group and a lot of guys on long-term, like team, more on the team-friendly side contracts. So I'm not saying like, let's go move Austin Riley, let's go move these guys, but they could have probably done Sean Murphy, because they have the young buck down there too now, who's catching and doing a really good job. That possibly could take over the job. Like they had a couple pieces that they made it be able to replenish with, and just nothing really happened. So I'll say a little bit disappointed, especially Osuna. I think they could have gotten something for him, because he's a true DH that can just hit 5 homers in 2 days and really make a run like they had happen with Jorge Soler in 2021. Like he could be that type of move. So I was trying to see if they would do something, and they didn't do anything. So I'll throw the Braves in the losers. They could have done some stuff they didn't.
Yeah, they definitely had an opportunity here. It's one of those years that it's just not going right. You got the Acuna drama right now going on, and why not? Ozuna fits a lot of the teams. I know the Rangers were kind of interested in him as well. So, yeah, you would have liked to have seen something happen there, maybe get a couple prospects to get excited about, or whatever the case may be. I think another team that I was kind of hoping made a really crazy buy, or maybe we're looking at like Detroit from last year, but the Marlins have been absolutely playing crazy good baseball for 2 months straight. Sowers has been on an absolute tear. They got a couple pieces that you think that by next year they're definitely going to be very dangerous if they add a couple things, but they had some people that were interested in Alcantara. There was just some options there to add on to what could be great next year. But I guess you can also see them being like, maybe we make a run with what we got going, because they have played 2 months of great baseball. I think they should have added something, whatever the case may be, or like either brought in talent, like make a decision whether you're buying or selling, staying put in this situation, because teams are willing to give a little bit up to try and win. So for me, I think the Marlins, I was really excited to see what they decided to do, whether it was sell or buy. And I think they had an opportunity to get some talent to add in, because I think next year is a year that the Marlins are going to be very, very interesting.
I love that. I think it's just, I want Peter Bendix to be decisive, because he has been decisive in the past too. So it's a little bit disappointing, I think. And I know there's a lot of moving pieces going on in Miami. They have like 500 owners. I don't even like who do you call to ask if we can do stuff. So I totally understand. I don't envy having to do that.
It's a tough job,
but
it's an exciting team right now that you want to see something happen. Like
they're always hanging around in the most inopportune times, man. It would be so much easier if you made this easier on me, right? Like, but they got their team is so young. So like, at least, this crew could turn into, like you said, could
add on some talent to grow with them.
Absolutely. And I actually don't hate holding on to Alcantara either, because I think he's going to be way more valuable in the offseason, because he's a front end starter, and those guys are not available for trade ever. And so it could be a Kyle Tucker situation where you just get way better real quick. And I bet you he sees that as an opportunity. Maybe this wasn't great. So I don't mind that either, but they should have do something some way. Okay. Last one. This one's tough, because there's a lot of directions you can go. There's some teams that just didn't really do anything. There's some teams that traded everybody, and I don't know how good the prospects are, so I can't tell you if it's good or not. I thought the Dodgers, now that I'm looking, like they didn't really They just got a couple depth pieces. They didn't really solve that bullpen problem, but they didn't seem interested in doing that either. They had a lot of arms out there. Now they have very few arms out there, which is I don't know how it's possible. I don't know how they have so many injuries. So they're one for me. Brewers could have done a little bit more, but again, maybe they're happy with their team. I can't fault them for that. They could have used, I can't really point at anything specific that they needed, so that's probably a good indicator. And yeah, the Tigers was just a lot of depth pieces, and they have regressed quite a bit. They've struggled for the last 3 weeks to a month, and they're trying to. You want to be going good going into the end, so maybe I would throw the Tigers, but I think the Dodgers just lack of. It's just not really Dodger-esque, is it? Especially with everything the Padres did. Padres just added half a team.
I mean, it's tough. It's tough to pick the Dodgers at this point because they had such a massive last two off seasons. Like they just, you bring in a Blake Snow who's coming back. You have just a lot of arms that are getting healthy that are coming back. And I think we're just so used to the Dodgers always winning the trade deadline, always getting another piece. And you're like, how did they get another one of the best players in baseball? They've stacked them up for a long time, and eventually. There's just no real need, especially when a lot of these guys are coming. At the start of the year, you were like, how are they going to fit all these pitchers? And then, they get rid of Dustin May to the Red Sox, which kind of gives them space for some of these guys to come back because there's not enough roster spots, unfortunately. I do like the bullpen arm. They snuck from looking at the numbers from your Twins. So they added a little bullpen. They definitely could have used a little help, but I think they're counting on Treinen coming back and being Treinen. I think they're counting on Snell coming back and a couple of these arms really getting healthy and they feel good about their talent. I talked to Dave Roberts before the All-Star break, and that's what he said is he's like, we have a lot of things we can improve on. We have a lot of guys who are cold that need to get going. Freddie Freeman's not quite being himself. Mookie Betts not quite being himself just yet. But the thing that we can lean on is Glasnow coming back, is Snell coming back. These are two, they don't need to trade to get two of the best arms in all of baseball coming back. So I see what you're saying. Maybe another bullpen arm, but they have a lot of arms that are ready and waiting and know what they're doing.
Maybe we just fully cop out and say, just pile on the Colorado Rockies. Terrible to the deadline, Colorado Rockies. Win more games or whatever.
Oh, man.
But they got
It's tough to pick losers because there was a lot of winners. This trade deadline was fun. I think the A's were another sneaky winner, even though, they gave up some big talent. But to get number 3 overall prospect, 18-year-old, you're looking at 800 OPS in minor league baseball. That's incredible. This kid can move. There's some exciting things.
He could be the shortstop of the future.
Yep.
Move Jacob Wilson over to second. Now you got your pair forever, because there's been a lot of talk about Jacob Wilson being a second baseman but not having the most range or the strongest arm. So if that's what they do, hey, David Force doing it again. Nick Kurtz just out of nowhere, as Jim told me. So
he's the number 3 overall pick. Again. This dude was real from Wake Forest. But I mean, it is crazy numbers. He's fun to watch hit. They're an exciting ball club. It's just fun to watch them. You got to tip your cap. Man, baseball's great.
They're getting the core like they got it last time. They're getting we got the Matt Olsons and the Matt Chapman thing happening again for the A's, which I love to see.
For how long? But we do love to see it.
Well, yeah. Well, that's a conversation for another day. This brings us to I believe 6:30 Eastern. Which, Hunter, that is your cue. Thank you so much for joining us, man. This was awesome. I don't think I've ever talked that much baseball in 1 hour. So
yeah, that was a lot. I mean, this was one of the wildest hours in my lifetime of baseball ever. This was one of the craziest trade deadlines. It's probably going to be analyzed for a while. I can't believe this happened. This was so fun. Trevor, so awesome to get to share it with you and everyone watching. Man, here we go.
Here we go. Let's see what happens. It's time. Dog days start now.
We need another 162, baby. Put them all together.
Let's just run back the entire season again. All right. That is Hunter Pence. That was amazing. The great analysis. As always, we have one final guest joining the show right now, and that is MLB Network's own JP Morosi. Jon Paul Morosi. I'm so excited to do it. Hey, how we doing, JP? Good to see you, man. Thanks for joining us.
Happy just after the deadline, my friend. Glad to be with you. I'm actually here in beautiful Secaucus, New Jersey, so just stepped off the air for a little bit to be able to catch up with you. I really believe This was one of the most exciting deadlines that I have ever covered. I've covered about 20 of them now, and I think this might be my actual favorite.
I haven't covered that many, but it is my favorite I've covered, and maybe even lived through. So this you hit it right on the head, the nail on the head, and it's pretty awesome that I get to talk to you right now after watching it pretty much all day on MLB Network, trying to keep up with all these trades, and there's been so many. So we have a lot to talk about. We only got 30 minutes to do it. You are boots on the ground. You have your ear in a lot. You got a lot of conversations happening, and though we had about 60 trades happen, there was a bunch of trades that didn't happen. So,
Sure.
On your end, oh, we have breaking news again. Oh, it's one of the best. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, you got me. The producers got me on that one. One of the best MLB trade deadlines ever. You heard it here first from Jon Morosi. So trades didn't happen. Give me a top couple trades that you heard about that you thought were close or getting there, that were interesting, that just didn't really coalesce. Maybe we start with or talk about some of the guys that didn't actually end up getting moved, if there are any. But in your opinion, most interesting trades that didn't happen that could have.
Trevor, I have 3 for you, and let's go in order.
Okay.
Number 1, the move that I had heard had some momentum in the last hour before the deadline at 6 p.m. Eastern was Joe Ryan and the Boston Red Sox. The Minnesota Twins were willing to, as we now know, certainly an organization that you know well, Trevor, they were basically willing to listen on everybody, except for potentially TC the Bear. Everybody else was available this year at the deadline. And Joe Ryan was discussed. The team that had the best chance to land him late was Boston. They seem to me, Trevor, to be one of the handful of teams that needed a starter, and with the exception of Dustin May, who is a bit of a starter, but perhaps not at the moment, they really didn't land one. And so they had left this major shopping item for the last hour. And from what I can piece together, there was some conversation that got pretty close, but not over the finish line. And so Joe Ryan stays put in Minnesota. He's one of the last big name players who is there, you could say, at this juncture. Buxton, of course, is too, and Lewis, although they've certainly had a lot of injuries. Here's a look at what the rotation looks like right now with, again, Dustin May stepping in, likely to be the number 5 starter. So Joe Ryan to the Red Sox didn't happen. Steven Kwan to the Dodgers also didn't happen. Steven Kwan did not go anywhere, which was much to my surprise. There was a lot of momentum, it seemed, earlier on in the day. The Guardians, as you know, had a bit of a scattered trade deadline, to say the very least, given the Emmanuel Clase development that we heard on Monday. And so they had to really go to a different corner of their playbook, if you will, to be able to try to adjust on the fly with what they were able to do. And they really didn't have the sort of impactful deadline that a lot of people thought they would have. And I think it really never got on track after the Class A situation came up there on Monday. So we had heard Kwan's name with Toronto, with San Diego, with LA, but instead Steven Kwan stays put in Cleveland. And really that's okay, Trevor, because he will become a bona fide trade candidate during the winter time, when even more teams potentially would have the ability to make a run at acquiring him. Because I remember this years ago, Doug Melvin told me this, and I always repeat it every year this time of the season, but I think it's appropriate and important to say this, that you almost always get your maximum value, and the Carlos Correa deal is separate because it's a very specific set of circumstances, but you almost always get the most for your position players during the offseason, because that's when you can involve more and more teams. Because if you're getting someone for right now, if it's Steven Kwan, you got to have a spot in left field for right now and for next year, and the money's got to work. Whereas with pitching, when it's bullpen, for example, you saw the Yankees, they acquired 3 guys that you might consider as closers, and you could just keep layering in closer after closer after closer. The Royals won the World Series this way 10 years ago. We have seen the Phillies at different times. They've tried to mimic this approach to varying degrees of success by layering in additional levels of leverage relievers. And the Padres last year, they darn near knocked out the Dodgers in the first round because that was their idea. Keep getting reliever after reliever after reliever. So for that reason, Trevor, I've always been told, John, we can always move a good reliever at the deadline. You can always move a good starter at the deadline, because a mid-tier starter for some team that might not be winning is still better than someone else's fifth starter. So you can almost always move that starter. And so that for that reason, Quan stays put. He'll have a fine market for him in the wintertime. And the third deal that was talked about plenty and did not actually get over the finish line was Dylan Cease and Houston. Houston, as we know, had a very busy day, a very busy 24 to 36 hours. They were able to get Urias already in the trade. And then, of course, the big ones today, Correa. And then, listen, Sanchez, I feel as though the homecoming story of Correa is great, and we understand the emotional nature of that. To me, Sanchez is as good of a outfield bat as moved anywhere. And so even without being able to get Dylan Cease, the Astros, I think, had a very impactful deadline. And I loved earlier just being able to see that board that you were talking about with Hunter, winners and losers. Listen, the New York Yankees acquired 7 players. 7. It's a 26-man roster. Darn near a third of their team they turned over. And again, Bednar, bona fide closer. Doval, bona fide closer. Bird, leverage innings. Caballero helps them address some of the infield issues that they've been dealing with now with Volpe's inconsistency. McMahon addressed a need. And then Slater and Rosario gives you some right-handed power and hitting with Judge on the IL. For the full, complete straight A's for Brian Cashman, they would have had to have probably gotten a starter. And some guys were out there and didn't move, like Alcantara did not move. You look at Cease, of course, didn't move. Zach Gallen didn't move. So there were some guys out there that they could have gotten that would have sort of put them to the head of the class. But I think as much as everybody talks about the romance of the Correa deal, the Yankees had an even more effective. Their deadline was more effective, in my opinion, than the Astros deadline.
That's a pretty good take. I like that a lot. Going and getting 7 guys, that is being a guy who's already on the team. You're looking around, you're like, wait, where do I go? That's probably not
name
the
tags,
best,
please.
But
name tags and no names on your
tags.
jersey when you're the New York Yankees.
So we have a tweet, or I guess a post by Mark Feinstein with some of the guys who didn't move. Stephen Kwan, Stanley Alcantara. I honestly am not surprised neither one of those guys went. I think I completely agree that the value is definitely in the offseason, especially for those 2 guys. Edward Cabrera, a little bit surprised by that, because I think that he was kind of forgot behind the Alcantara, could make a team better right now. A lot of teams needed starting pitching, less starting pitching width than I thought would, unless they went to the Royals for some reason. But then we have Mitch Keller was taken off the table early for some reason. Louis Robert Jr., though, that is one that I want to talk to you about, because everyone I ask can't figure out a reason that he is not moving. And I feel like this is all the way from last trade deadline, because he is owed so much money. He's very clearly not being utilized and not maximizing his potential where he is now. And so what are we doing in Chicago to keep Louis Robert? Is the price tag too high, or it's just not the right group of guys coming back? Like, what is the holdup with Louis Robert? If he's not getting traded in a trade deadline with 60 trades, is there a trade that exists that a team can pay to go get that guy?
Yeah, Trevor, it's a great question. And I expected at different points of the last couple days that Robert would be moved, just because there were a number of righty bats. And when you looked at it as of this time last night, you were thinking, okay, Eugenio Suarez, he'll get moved. And he did. Bader, he'll get moved. He did. Laureano, he'll get moved. He did. The other guy that I was darn near convinced, to those who were watching MLB Central this morning, Tommy Pham. I thought Tommy Pham was going somewhere, because he always goes somewhere, but he didn't. That was the biggest curveball of all today, as I just couldn't figure that one out. But here's the thing with Luis Robert Jr., a bit of inconsistent, to put it mildly, in terms of his performance and also his health. He has been on the IL a lot, and he has been up and down with his production. Now, he's been really good since the All-Star break, but that is a short sample of short samples. To acquire him now, Trevor, would have required a bit of a leap of faith. And I would have been comfortable doing it as a GM, because I think that if you put him in the right circumstance, the right team, if he's batting 7th or 8th or 9th, and say, for example, that he were to go to the Mariners. Now, hypothetically, I like Dominic Canzone. I think he's got a chance to be a productive player and has been good for them. Or even hypothetically, the Blue Jays. You got Joey Loperfido. But if you put Robert on those teams and batted him low in the lineup, where he was no longer the guy, and Rick Hahn, I was sitting beside him yesterday on MLB Now, and Rick made this point that you probably get a different version of Luis Robert Jr. when he's not the focal point, not the guy who's circled. And you know what that's like in an advance meeting, Trevor. The guy that you're circling, he's been the guy that you circle. But if he's in the lineup with the guy that's putting together the best power hitting season ever for a catcher, Cal Raleigh, just using the Seattle example, you're circling Cal Raleigh, and then you're circling Rosarena, and then you're circling Eugenio Suarez. And if Robert is batting 8th, you really like what he can do. I just think there is some electricity in his bat that I would have thought that some team would have stepped forward. And again, the Phillies ended up preferring Bader. They had a choice. They could have gone with Bader. They could have gone with Laureano. They could have gone with Robert. They chose Bader. Listen, Bader's a really good, reliable center fielder. I have no issue with the Phillies making that choice. But there will come a time, maybe it's even a team like the Tigers and be in the same division, where a team gets through October and you say, darn it, what works in October? Well, it's the ability to hit the ball over the fence and then to manufacture a run if you had to by stealing bases. Robert can do these things. And so that was maybe the one. I agree with you. I was a little bit flummoxed at the fact that he did not get moved. And I would put Tommy Pham in the same category because I was darn near convinced that Tommy Pham was going somewhere and was going to be making the playoffs like he did the last 2 years. But alas, the trade deadline, and a trade deadline of myriad moves, the most obvious one of all, Tommy Pham, didn't happen.
Yeah, I can't get them all, I guess. And I can speak from experience with Luis Robert. I gave up 60 home runs in my career, and he's the only guy I ever gave up 2 to. So he's a very good player. Shouldn't have thrown sliders. I knew that at the time, and I did it anyways. More breaking news. Brewers acquiring Shelby Miller from the D-backs, a deal like we talked about earlier in the hour, probably was going as the deadline passed, so it was okay to keep it going. But Shelby Miller has had some good stretches this year as a bullpen guy. I like that move for the Brewers, a team that is in first place. Arguably, I believe they're either tied or have the best record in the major leagues right now, and they didn't do much. So to go grab another guy to bolster that bullpen, how do you like the Shelby Miller from the D-backs to the Brewers?
I like it.
That.
He's someone that it's certainly at times in his career has dealt with control issues, but now has really been better and more consistent this season. You see there the whip that the Brewers bullpen has, and look there at McGill, their closer. I think Miller serves a very important purpose there in that he is someone that will miss bats, and you at the end of the day want to get some power stuff at the end of the game, because honestly, my goodness, Trevor, this is the year to be a team that is in search of power bullpen, because these types of bat missing relievers were changing hands all the time, it seemed, in the last 24 hours. And even names that I wasn't expecting were going to be available. Camilo Doval, he comes to mind. So really, in this case, with Shelby Miller, he probably was a more obvious trade candidate. You've got a veteran reliever, expiring contract, losing team. That trio of credentials usually means you're getting traded. And Miller was someone that was able to move on. I think that was a good move. And by the way, the Twins, we talked about their overall movement. Dan Hayes, who does a great job covering them for The Athletic. The list of Twins, just to really kind of center this whole focus of the deadline, they traded 9 major league players. 9. That is more than a third of their team. The list, and again, Dan centralized this. Willie Castro, Johan Duran, who's amazing, Paddock, who went to Detroit, Carlos Correa, Danny Coulomb, Harrison Bader, Brock Stewart, Griffin Jacks, Louis Varland. 9 major league players. And talk about get to know your teammates, Trevor. That's like an unprecedented amount of turnover. And these are impact guys. I realize Correa hasn't had a great season to date, but he is one of the faces of the franchise. You know, again, it's been a while since I've been at Target Field, but remember how you go around the stadium and all the players on the banners? I mean, how many banners they got to change? You got to change a lot of banners right now. You might be back on one of the banners, Trevor. They may have to bring the Trevor May banner out to put you back up there. That's a lot of players that they have moved.
That is unheard of. I've never seen anything like that. I believe in 2018 we ended up trading 6 guys, and that felt like the craziest thing ever. But that was back when you could do the waiver trade in August, and Fernando Rodney didn't go till 2 weeks after everybody else, so it didn't seem so crazy. That is pretty crazy. The interesting thing is, and what I know about the Twins is, I can't wait to see what they bring back, because there is talent in the hall. We just don't know quite what it is, but guarantee you, like, I love the Mick Abel pickup. I think that guy is going to be fit right in. I'm glad they held on to Joe Ryan, because Pablo, Abel, Ryan as the top 3 with Bailey Ober in the back, like, that's still a good rotation. Like, it's still good. They're still good in a lot of ways. The bullpen, and they believe in their ability to develop bullpen guys, especially. So don't surprise if there's like 3 dudes who throw 100 in the minor leagues in the hall that's going to come over, whether it's been announced or has been announced.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right, Trevor. And Derek Falvey, as you know, he knows pitching. He got the job in Minnesota in large part because he knows pitching. And so his pitching acumen, the ability to identify good pitching is a huge reason why Derek is in that role. And I share your confidence. And it's important for our viewers to remember this, that today we celebrate the Padres. They're easy to celebrate, and we should, because going for it is a good thing. The Astros, same thing. The Yankees, I think, were as impressive as anybody else. The Mets did a lot of great things. So there were a lot of really positive stories on the buying side. But there are plenty of times where on the selling side, you can do quite well. Look at the Nationals and what they did with Mackenzie Gore and Wood when they traded Juan Soto. I'm not going to say that it's hard to trade a future Hall of Famer and win the deal, but in terms of selling, the Nationals did an outstanding job at that deadline 3 years ago. And we have to remember that it's very possible that the Twins will also, in the fullness of time, be judged to have done a very good job at this year's deadline. Now, the overall, and I'm sure you touched on this with Hunter and in previous conversations during the show, they're up for sale. Okay, so we have to remember why this is happening. The Twins are up for sale. Yeah. And so when you're up for sale, you don't get to do normal GMing things that you would do in another context. You have all GMs. We have to remember this, especially in this world. We're the one major sport without a salary cap in North America. You got to grade everybody on a curve here. You can't look at the Tampa Bay Rays and say, hey, well, why didn't you sign Juan Soto? You can't do that. That's not real life. And so you have to remember that you got to grade everybody on a curve. And so if you're grading the Brian Cashman on a curve and saying, wow, you added 7 guys, 7 major league players, that's pretty impressive. And then the Twins, of course, did quite the opposite. It's also possible for the Twins to have done a very good job at this year's deadline. We're just not going to know it, Trevor, for a while. And I think they're the only group that knows internally what their marching orders are. And by the way, Derek Falvey was not going to come out 3 days ago and say, hey, yeah, by the way, we're up for sale, and I'm gonna basically just cut like a third of the roster. Like he wasn't going to tell us that. But clearly, Trevor, based on what we're all seeing, that's exactly what he was told to do. And from where I sit, he did a pretty good job of it.
That is, I know Twins fans or just fans in general, maybe those aren't some things that you want to hear. I totally understand that. No one wants to wait for their team to rebuild or come back. But in terms of especially like the Correa deal, which is with the big money, and it was a little bit there's a bunch of stuff that happened with the whole Correa situation where like offloading it and setting that up and kind of clean slating it a little bit for new ownership to come in, which I think the management, I think that Falvey is there. I think they love their manager, they love their pitching coach, they develop players really well, they replenish their system well, they have big league players that keep getting better every single year who are in the big leagues. Like, that's all what you want. You got that apparatus put together well. But like, there's an uncertainty that comes along with selling your team. You just don't know until you have your new owner what's going to happen. So if you can give them a nice little blank canvas, or those are your marching orders, they did that. That's what the goal is. Then that's an A, in my opinion. They did a good job of that. Now, that's just not the most popular thing to say, but that is what needs to happen. It's necessary sometimes. And it softens the blow long term of having to rebuild or whatever. It makes it go faster if you're good at doing these type of things and making those moves and doing them decisively. And I think that they deserve credit for that. But again, when it's the deadline, the number one priority usually is people who are buying want to win this year. That is generally what we're thinking. But that's not always what everyone's thinking all the time. That's why a lot of teams do lateral moves like the Rays and the Royals have been doing recently, where they're like, yeah, this might be okay this year, but it'd probably be good next year. And that is something we look for. We don't blame the fans for not looking forward that way with us as much as we are, but it is part of our job and it's not necessarily their job. So I think that was very well explained, very well put. And it once you have that understanding, baseball's a little bit more romantic in my opinion, because it gives you hope. It doesn't feel so daunting. But I am sorry that nine of your guys are missing now. That is not. I know it doesn't feel good. I can only imagine as a fan. Well, okay.
Well said. And I think, and while you mentioned actually one of my favorite deals of this entire day, Trevor, and there were so many trades that it was easy to lose sight of this one. But the Padres getting Freddie Fermin was so important. That's a team, the Padres, that have had some real struggles with getting offense and consistency behind the plate. They've got a couple of veterans there in Diaz and Maldonado. Fermin is a good catcher. And he has been the backup to Sal Perez for a long time. And I think that's a classic AJ Preller move, because he saw that Fermin was probably a little underutilized, and that the way to access catching, which is hard to find, the way to access it was he had to give up two pitchers, Kolak and then Bergeret, who's a really good pitcher. He's actually made some very good starts to the Padres, and now Bergeret slides right into the Royals rotation, a rotation that was able to keep Seth Lugo by extending him. They retained Waka. They did lose Bubich for the year, but they made a lot of really clever moves today. The Royals had a quietly productive day, while the Twins signaled that they're going the total different direction. The Royals are right there. I don't think they're going to be able to catch the Tigers this season, and the AL wildcard race. I think teams like Texas and Seattle have a little more depth. But the Royals did a very good job this month. I think that was and again, like it hurts a little bit to give up Fermin, but darn it, you bring in two pitchers, including one guy who starts. And if you can, and as much as I love Fermin's value, if he's going to be a co-catcher or a second catcher with Salvi, and you can find a way to get pitching for him, you have to do it. So that was just a classic need for need baseball trade, Trevor. It was not the most famous trade, but that's a move that we're going to be talking about for a long time, because I'm a big Freddie Fermin fan. And the Padres, the moves they made, my goodness gracious. You get Fermin, then you added both O'Hearn and Laureano. Man, in addition to the Miller trade, and again, they didn't really have to give up. We thought they were going to have to then trade away Suarez and trade away Cease. They didn't. The Padres have a really good team. If I'm the Dodgers right now, Trevor, the Dodgers for me had a very average deadline. I didn't love the Dodgers deadline. They're really, and again, full credit, they're the defending champions. And if you had to bank on any group of players having a good second half, you'd probably say, yeah, do I think Freeman and Betts and Ohtani and Will Smith and Teoscar, but they've just kind of been, by their standards, okay this year. And that 3-game lead is small. It's small. I think that the Padres they've got momentum. And Trevor, you know what it's like, and you were talking to Hunter just a moment ago, what it's like in the clubhouse when your team goes out there and does it at the deadline. That surge energy. You walk into the clubhouse tomorrow, and you're a member of the San Diego Padres, man, you're walking a little taller. You're feeling pretty good about yourself. I think the Padres, I think that little 3-game deficit, Trevor, everybody that lives on the East Coast or the Eastern time zone, get yourself some coffee after dinner, have like a little espresso post-dinner like we do in Italy, and stay up and watch the West Coast ball, because it's going to be pretty good.
We're staying up, kids. We're watching some more baseball. I love that. I fully agree. The Padres are exciting. It must be great knowing that AJ Preller is going to do something every single year. And I hate to say it, Dodgers, but they came into the season with all of the talent in the world. They're pulling the old, hey, we got these guys coming off the IL. Our trade deadline is these 5 gentlemen arriving in the next 2 weeks, which they got ex MVPs and ex Cy Youngs in those mixes. So I don't blame them for thinking that. But in terms of momentum and excitement, the Padres, they're behind them and they're saying, hey, don't sleep, because we're right here. We're coming in. And I think that's the best thing possible for baseball. Absolutely. And I just wanted to go back real quick and touch on the Royals as well, because they did some other, in addition to the Fermin move, they grabbed Bailey Falter to fill in for the Bubich at the moment as a lefty. And then they grabbed the veteran position players in Yastrzemski and Frazier and Grichuk, like guys who have won before and aren't necessarily going to be called on to be the core, but they are good enough to be on a major league team. And so they're like, hey, it is doable to sneak into that 3rd spot. It's doable. We got the Red Sox who weren't able to pull off a lot of stuff, and people are not high on right now for some reason, even though they're 8 games over 500 and they're in that 3rd spot. So like there is a spot there that is available outside of, I think, the Mariners in Texas, who are just going to beat up on each other for the rest of the season, because they both had really good deadlines. So you can't say enough about the Royals. I think that what they are doing is very savvy, and if they snuck in, that's just the cherry on top of the sundae. But if they established and got some good work and got guys to develop for the rest of the season, then it's a win in their opinion. And I think that is wonderful. We are coming right here to the end of the show. I guess it's time, John, just ask you how do you want to close out this deadline? What are your closing remarks on how you feeling about the deadline? I know we said a lot about how we love it, but how would you put it in as short as possible, I guess?
Well, first of all, Trevor, I would say this: I am honored that I am the closer on a show hosted by a reliever. This is especially given the modern game right now and how busy the trade deadline was with relief pitching. I am honored to have this spot on your roster today, and to be the closer on the deadline of closers. This was the deadline of closers. It'll be remembered that way, I think, for a long time. And what I'm going to ask everybody as we close today, Trevor, and you are a connoisseur of such things, make sure that if you were a closer and you were traded, that you travel with your pyrotechnics, different music, entertainment. I want to see the Johan Duran entrance at Citizens Bank Park. I want to see the different Bednar and Doval entrances at Yankee Stadium. The Mets, Ryan Helsley.
Hell's bells straight into trumpets. We got to do it.
And then you're going to have the Hell's bells and the trumpets back to back. This is the best time to be an in-stadium entertainment guy or a reliever. Trevor, this is the year of the reliever. So I say to you, congratulations, my friend. This is your year, and I'm honored to be on your show.
Jon Morosi, thank you so much for joining us. Great insight, as always. So many things. It was a pleasure, and we will have to do it again sometime. Thanks for joining us, man.
Thanks, Trev. Thank you.
That is the 2025 trade deadline, everybody. What just happened? That is 60 trades at least. There might still be a couple that come out in the next hour or so. I hope you enjoyed our coverage here at Bleacher Report of the trade deadline. I am Trevor May. You can find me over on YouTube every Wednesday at noon on Foul Territory Network, where I do my show Mayday, and we talk about all kinds of stuff. We're doing CBA stuff. We're going to be breaking down the trades again next week. So I hope to see you over there. And you can check out all my videos over at Trevor May Baseball on YouTube. But without further ado, I'm going to let you guys move on with your lives and enjoy watching all these great matchups moving forward in this season. I'm sure this run is about to be crazy. Enjoy your baseball. Don't forget to drink your water, because it's hot out there. All right. I'm Trevor. See you guys later.